can I first please invite you to take your seats if you have not yet had a chance to do so. A very warm welcome to this interparliamentary event, which is co-hosted by the European Parliament and the European Commission. This is day 2 of the 2023 Tax Symposium, and we will together continue to explore the future of taxation in the EU. We will also touch upon many of the challenges ahead, but also on the changes that are needed. Before we dive into the heart of the matter and talk about our topics themselves, I do have a few housekeeping points to make, as always. So first of all, we have interpretation available in 23 EU languages. So if you'd like to check the language that you would like to listen to, the booths are around us here, so check the number of the language that you would like to listen to. You have headsets on your desks, and I hope you manage to find the channel of your choice. Our event is web streamed, so a very warm welcome to all of you following us online from wherever you are. We're delighted to have you with us. Coffee breaks, when they come, will take place outside the hemicycle. You have a room here and a room there for coffees. You can take these alleys or go up the main alleys and to the sides. I feel like an air hostess now. And you can grab your coffees there, and please circulate so that, there's room for everybody else. Nobody blocks the access to coffee. The lunch break and the cocktail tonight will take place in different places. We will have colleagues to accompany you. They're in a different part of the building. So if you gather outside the hemicycle, you will be guided to the lunch break room. One very practical point, but please, no food or drinks in the hemicycle except for water. You will also have the opportunity to ask questions from our speakers. We're going to have several panels throughout the day, and we want to give you the opportunity to ask questions. We have cards that are displayed outside the hemicycle, and you will be able to pick up one of those cards, and there's a whole procedure. You fill in your name, the organization that you represent, and your number. Each seat is assigned a number, so please fill in the number of your seat and hand out the cards to the ushers. They will then bring the card to the moderators of the various sessions, and the moderator will give you the floor. So do fill in those cards for the panels you're interested in asking questions to, obviously. And when you have the floor, we'll ask you to please not keep it longer than 1 minute to give as many people as possible the opportunity to ask their questions. I think that's about it for all the practical aspects that we had to go through. So let's warm up with a Slido question. We will have a couple of Slido questions throughout the day so that we can interact with all of you a little further than through the questions. So in order to connect to our Slido stream, take out your phones. If you're at home, you can do the same. Take out your phone and connect to slido.com or sly.do. You have the details here, and use the hashtag of the day. Hashtag TaxMix2050, which is actually the hashtag you should also be using if you're going to be promoting this event or commenting or posting various things about the event. That's the hashtag you should be using on social media. So we have a first question, a sort of test question, a poll that is going to come up on Slido. Let's see. Yes. In your view, which of these mega trends poses the biggest challenge to our tax system? You can choose any of those 5 answers. We'll give it some 30 seconds or so to give you all time to vote. And let's see what you think the major challenges are that lie ahead. I don't see any trend coming up yet, but I'm sure that will come up on the screen very, very soon. You will need to have time to connect to Slido and vote. Clear trend for the technological challenges. Definitely. I mean, the other trends still fluctuate a little bit. More or less equal trends with demographic changes and climate change. But yeah, a very clear challenge related to technological advancement and digitalization. So thank you very much for taking part in this first test Slido question. Now, the EU faces a number of policy challenges. We've seen some that are related to taxation. Today's symposium will help us reflect on the various tax policies and how we can help meet those challenges. We need to look ahead, and we also need to ensure that the taxation systems that we have help us keep a fair, efficient and sustainable taxation system. In the hope to define the orientation of our future EU policy making, we will discuss today future areas of work. We'll discuss business taxation, VAT, behavioral taxes, personal income taxation, and wealth taxation. So we do have quite a heavy program ahead of us and quite a few topics to discuss in the various panels. To help us set the scene and go through the overview of all these challenges and maybe needed changes, I would like to welcome our three keynote speakers for this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Othmar KARAS, who's first Vice President of the European Parliament in charge of relations with national parliaments and fourth Vice Chair of the FISC Subcommittee. Welcome as well Mr. Paul Tang, who is the chair of the FISC Subcommittee of the European Parliament, and Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni, who's in charge of the economy. Gentlemen, please, if you'd like to join me on stage for your introductory remarks. Mr. Karas, please, yes, please take the floor.
Good morning. Honourable Chair of the Subcommittee on Tax Matters, Honourable Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni, Honourable State Secretary, Honourable Deputy Secretary General, dear members of the European Parliament and dear members from so many different national parliaments. Welcome in your parliament. It is our parliament. It is the chamber of the citizens of the European Union. This parliament is the only one multinational parliament in the world with direct elected members and with legislative power. We are together the strongest liberal democracy in the world on a continent. Again, welcome in our European Parliament. As the first Vice President of the European Parliament, you heard it, I am very pleased to welcome you to the second day of this tax symposium, also in the name of our President, Roberta Metsola. It is only the first interinstitutional tax symposium co-organized by the European Parliament and the European Commission. Dear Commissioner Gentiloni, thank you about this excellent cooperation, not only on this day, also in our daily work for the citizens of Europe and the role of the European Union in the world. It is also the first interparliamentary tax symposium together with all the national parliaments. We have common interests, and we have to play the same role in a liberal democracy and for our citizens. We are here not least due to the engagement of our chair to the European Parliament Subcommittee on Tax Matters, Paolo Tang. Thank you, Paolo. Thank you for your initiative. And of course, also thanks to the support of our Commissioner for Economy, Paolo Gentiloni. And I am happy that also the national parliaments are with us, because we, the parliaments of the European Union, must work closely together, exchange information, and learn from each other. Also in those areas where we are still deciding too little together. And the area of taxation is without doubt one of them, not only of competence reasons. In this context, I would like to contribute with 3 points, for which I will switch to my mother tongue, Germany. I will tell you this for the translation. Erstens, es ist allerhöchste Zeit.
First of all, it's high time we had more community competence in the area of taxation. The European Union can only achieve its common objectives if these objectives in the area of taxation also go into research and fiscal policy. In all tax-related matters that affect the single market and are cross-border in nature, we need competence and majority decision-making. We need more ability to act rather than putting together a patchwork based upon the various vetoes. We need regulations, not directives. We need an end to the principle of unanimity and replace it with a democratic majority decision-making. We also need full involvement of parliamentarians in legislative work. There should be no decision in Europe without the consent of the parliaments at the correct political level. Liberal parliamentary democracy requires the consent of democratically elected parliaments. And that is important for transparency and accountability to our citizens. Within the framework of the current treaties, we have made progress. You can see that in the form of country-by-country reporting and the co-decision procedure. But we are pushing that to its limit. Ambitious cross-party compromises on EU treaty change are coming from the Constitutional Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. They are voting today. And let's hope that their proposals will find broad support in national parliaments too. Secondly, we need to continue the fight against tax avoidance and tax evasion. We need to close loopholes that we are all painfully aware of. LuxLeaks, the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers. These are all clear examples of how deep the bog of tax evasion, corruption, and financial crime has been and remains. We now need joint action. A simple parliamentary report is not enough. It's not enough to simply have in-depth analysis. You can't simply go for enforcement. We as legislators, as politicians, we are called upon to make the necessary changes and to draw the necessary consequences. These successive scandals have led to the creation of a standing taxation committee within the Parliament, 15 resolutions of the European Parliament, and a number of joint measures have already been passed. Thousands of billions in potential tax revenue are still lost to the member states every single year as a result of tax avoidance and evasion. 1,000 billion, a trillion euros. That is a huge amount of money for every single EU citizen per year, and that does not even include the revenue lost through money laundering. The European Parliamentary Research Service has calculated the added value of joint action. Simply closing loopholes in corporate taxation and combating VAT fraud and coordinating tax policy have got potential benefits of 200 billion euros per year. Thirdly, the rules that we have decided upon together have to be better implemented. More is decided upon than is actually implemented. And anyone that does not stick to what we have agreed should face penalties. This is not some kind of gentleman's crime. This is just unacceptable, that we should not be enforcing the decisions that we have taken together. Part of this is that we should be fully implementing the OECD G20 agreement on minimum taxation for multinational companies, the BFIT framework for company taxation, and the introduction of new own resources for the European Union. These are all important. We need to have full implementation of country-specific recommendations in all member states. So, in that context, I hope that you will have a very successful symposium, bringing together different countries, different parties, and different institutions, because that is Europe. Working across these boundaries has to be fact-based and solution-orientated. That is the only political approach that can restore the citizens' trust in the capability of political institutions to act for them. So I hope you'll have a successful day here in the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karas. Mr. Tang, please.
Oh, ships. No, we do it like this. Good morning to everyone. Let me start by repeating the words of the first Vice President of the European Parliament and also Vice Chair of the Tax Subcommittee, Othmar KARAS, and warmly welcome you to day 2 of the Tax Symposium, jointly organized by the European Commission and the European Parliament. And as Chair of the Subcommittee on Tax Matters, I am particularly personally delighted that you are here. Let me tell you why. When I joined Parliament, the European Parliament in 2014, work on taxation was driven by crisis. We formed a succession of temporary committees in response to a succession of scandals, LuxLeaks, Panama Papers, Paradise Papers. I'm sure the names sound very familiar to you, right? And in this committee, we pushed forward the EU's work on taxation and discovered the difficulties of global tax evasion. But we also discovered that a topic as controversial and as central to the political debate as taxation, we politicians from left to right, from populist to traditional, could work together pretty well. Yes, often we have very different, fundamental different views on the role of the government, the role of taxation, and on the European Union itself. Yet, we discovered that we had a common sense of fairness, a common notion of fairness, that everyone needs to pay taxes and needs to pay a fair share of taxes. And that is the basis for the cooperation and the basis on which in 2020 the FISC Subcommittee was founded. And at the time of growing polarization, we worked together. We held hearings and had tough but constructive discussions on ways to fight tax avoidance and evasion, and we pushed successfully for new legislative initiatives. And we embarked on a tour of investment hubs, or if you like and I like, tax havens inside and outside Europe, and that includes, of course, to be clear, the Netherlands, where I come from. At the same time, that FISC Subcommittee, from the very beginning, reached out to national parliaments, because bringing the European discussion to member states is important. We met with many parliaments. I remember meeting the German Bundestag and the French Assemblée Nationale, but also meeting with the Slovenian National Assembly and the Czech Chamber of Deputies, and I don't try to pronounce their exact names. And this conference is a culmination of that effort. So I want to thank especially the 40-odd MPs from the 24 member states who are here today. Your participation is what makes this day unique. Because in taxation, more than anywhere else, we as parliamentarians are tied together as our natural allies. When I was a member of the Dutch National Parliament, European discussion on tax often seemed far removed and opaque. And as intergovernmental policy area, taxation is very much that, a discussion between governments. National parliaments find it difficult to assess what's going on in the back rooms of the Council and the OECD's inclusive framework, and that is a problem, as I see it. Taxation is relevant for the general public and is deeply political, yet discussions are usually neither public or political. And this hampers the constitutional role of national parliaments to scrutinize government decision-making and creates a democratic deficit. And that deficit calls for an alliance between MPs at the national and at the European level, because together we can strengthen democratic scrutiny on taxation by directly informing and engaging with each other, by bringing European tax discussions from the backrooms into the public domain. The hearings and exchanges in the European Parliament do exactly this, bring tax to the public and thus to the political domain, where it belongs. And this creates a pan-European discussion. And all of you, the 650 people roughly that are here today, plus those watching online, you are part of this. And it includes interest groups, media, NGOs, executives, tax advisors, parliaments. It includes also the EU Tax Observatory and other things that infuse the political public debates with facts and figures, trends and insights to better decision-making. And that this tax symposium brings us all together in the wish to be informed, to get a better understanding of the ongoing and the upcoming debates in the European arena. And here I would like to express my gratitude to the European Commission, in particular Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni and Director General Gerassimos, for teaming up with the European Parliament and making these days happen. Thank you for that. I very much hope this will be the start of a good, fruitful tradition. And let me be clear, repeat that one more time, although we are together today in Brussels, we want to move beyond a Brussels-based discussion. We're here to feed the debate in Europe's capitals, and I hope that some of you travel back home as part of this pan-European discussion and ready to join the debates ahead of us. Now, and the timing of this tax symposium, I think, is perfect. The challenges that Europe faces are becoming clear while our responses are still taking shape. The first challenge arises from conflicting demands on the public sector. There are growing calls for public expenditures for various reasons. European societies are aging. The changed security context, particularly the Russian invasion of Ukraine, means more money to defense. And on top of that, we face the monumental task of moving to a carbon-free economy. Yet at the same time, we need to control or diminish public debt, which has risen significantly following the COVID and energy crisis. And that problem is not confined to the EU or its member states. It also exists in other countries, from the United States to many developing countries. And of course, these demands, these conflicting demands, are compatible as long as we can raise public revenues while maintaining incentives for private investments. And there are opportunities here. And Monday's global tax evasion report by the EU Tax Observatory pointed out there are still $1 trillion of profits hidden in offshore tax havens. And the introduction of a minimum effective corporate tax rate will flush out these hidden profits, but only partly. And the report also points to the success of international agreements to exchange tax information. In a world of international capital flows but national tax systems, governments had no other choice to tax what they could in mobile labor while attracting mobile capital with low tax rates. This means income from capital is taxed less and less, and while tax on labor income stays high. Inherently unfair. But with better exchange of information, tax authorities can find who owns what, where. And they can tax better their citizens' offshore capital, and this allows us to equalize taxes on income no matter what the source is. And in this regard, it was interesting to see 2 weeks ago in Marrakesh that IMF chief economist Gita Gopinath argued that in the current situation, taxing capital income is both efficient and fair. A true shift in the IMF's thinking, I like to think. And today's first panel will discuss these conflicting demands on the public sector and especially the role of taxation therein. And the second challenge is decision-making within the European Union itself. It was also addressed by Othmar KARAS. Following the 2004 expansion, the Lisbon Treaty allowed the EU to deal with its increased membership. I'm convinced that the geopolitical need to extend the EU membership to Ukraine and the Western Balkans will bring about a similar discussion as in 2004. And this debate was already started by the Spanish presidency some 2 weeks ago, and it will be fundamental. It will not come as a big surprise that the majority in the European Parliament is advocating for majority voting in areas like foreign policy and taxation. For those outside Brussels, it's not that we all are or have become idiotic Europhiles. No, that's not it. In fact, surveys consistently show public demand for the EU to address cross-border problems. Problems like climate change, foreign relations, international crime, and 50% of the European wants this to fight tax avoidance. It seems that people understand quite well that some problems are too big to handle for a single country. They understand that acting on a democratic wish of the national majorities often requires taking action supranationally. And of course, even Europhiles understand that majority voting will meet doubt and resistance, certainly at the national level, and it's therefore good that in the second panel this debate will take place. And when I was a member of the it was only as a member of the European Parliament that I learned how many European initiatives, sometimes really great initiatives, often called for and supported by the European Parliament, died a silent death in Council. I remember the 2060 proposal on the Consolidated Common Corporate Tax Base, the CCCTB. The OECD pointed out that the current corporate tax system comes from the earlier 20th century. Since then, globalization and digitalization changed the world where our tax system stayed the same. So in 2016, I toured Europe with my great former colleague, Alain Lamassoure, to call for a European corporate tax reform. already then we want to move the discussion beyond Brussels. It shouldn't be a Brussels-based discussion. And despite our efforts, the proposal died a silent death. Fortunately, there's a new proposal. Fortunately, it has a better acronym, BFIT. And fortunately, the third panel will discuss the ways to modernize the corporate taxation, and I think that is overdue. And I hope that the panelists will agree with me that BFIT and other corporate tax proposals, such as the Unshell Directive, should not suffer the same fate as the CCCTB. Europeans and their businesses need them for a fairer and more efficient tax system. Staying competitive in an increasingly hostile world is another key challenge for the EU. And the last panel will look at efficiency and equality in tax, the trade-off between competitiveness and fairness. And as an economist, I have been trained, so to say, to look for the trade-offs between the two. But as a politician, I have learned that I've seen that the power of fairness is driving tax reforms. Indeed, it was the call for fairness that made world leaders ask the OECD to look at the base erosion and profit shifting project. This has undoubtedly made tax systems more fair and arguably more competitive too, since it stopped the race to the bottom that undermined the competitiveness of all but the tax havens. So we have a pretty interesting collection of debates and relevant debates coming up in this day. And on top of that, we have keynote speeches by OECD Managing Director Mathias CORMANN. Of course, you will hear Paolo Gentiloni, the Commissioner, shortly after me, and as well as video messages from First Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, Nadia, CALVINO, and IMF Managing Director Kristalina GEORGIEVA. But let me conclude. Since the start of the FISC Subcommittee, I have seen and experienced the foundation on which the EU's work on tax is based. What brought us together as members of European Parliament after the various tax scandals is what brings us here today together. A common wish to create a global and European tax system that works for everyone, citizens and business. A tax system that is both fair and efficient, one where we can live up to the expectations of the Europeans, one where tax discussions are held in public in a pan-European setting where they belong. Being here, you all are already contributing to that. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Commissioner Gentiloni, please.
Good morning, dear Othmar KARAS, dear Paul Tang, honourable members, distinguished guests. Very happy to see such a large attendance here and online, which means that taxation is so important for our European common future. Our citizens see taxation as one of the areas where the EU dimension needs to be developed to tackle the challenge of our time. This emerged clearly from the Conference on the Future of Europe. And it is something to which both the Commission and the European Parliament attach the highest political importance, which is why the choice of hosting this symposium together here in the House of European Democracy is no coincidence. And let me thank Othmar KARAS for the strong words on the role of parliaments in our democracy. We are entering the final stretch of a mandate that has been nothing short of extraordinary, given the succession of crises of black swan that we saw in Europe and in the world. And I think equally unprecedented was our response with our common approach on vaccines, on the next generation EU plan, with our green strategy supported by innovative measures like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, with common initiatives to address the energy crisis, with our unity in supporting Ukraine. And taxation has been an important part of this response. Just to remember, we adopted VAT waivers for vaccines. We provided guidance to member states on energy taxation measures, and we took other measures beyond taxations, like the CBAM or the solidarity contribution on the windfall profits for oil companies. Even as we have tackled this crisis, we have driven forward an ambitious agenda for tax reform. And the international tax agreement was the landmark achievement of the past few years. 7 years. It was a long story. And let me recognize the role of the OECD on this achievement. You will hear now Mathias CORMANN in this symposium. This global agreement represents an opportunity to put an end to the race to the bottom in corporate taxation. And this was unthinkable just a few years ago. And it wouldn't have been possible without the European Union tireless effort. So now Europe is leading the way in making this agreement a reality. The 15% global minimum tax rate will generate some $220 billion more in global tax revenues per year, 220 billion, according to the OECD. Introduced in the EU with the Pillar 2 directive, it will allow member states to raise much needed resources at a time when public budgets are strained and the need to invest in the digital, green and social transition are more pressing than ever. Over the course of this mandate, we have also brought our fight against aggressive tax planning, tax evasion and tax avoidance to a new level. We strengthen the framework for the automatic exchange of information between tax administrations, covering new areas like crypto assets. We achieved the much-awaited agreement on the VAT rates directive, and we proposed new rules to make our VAT systems fit for the digital age and reduce VAT fraud. We provided input to try to make the Code of Conduct group and the EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions stronger and more effective. And we use this Next Generation EU Extraordinary Programme because within the framework of their recovery and resilience plans, member states have committed to close part of the loopholes in their national legislation which create opportunities for tax evasion and fraud. We have also tabled legislative initiatives aimed at tackling the inconsistencies that undermine trust between member states and creating a sound tax environment for EU citizens and businesses. Let me only name two of them. First, faster. We have already acronyms in the European Union, as you know. So the first, faster, which aims to make withholding tax procedure more efficient and secure. And the second, Unshell, a key initiative to address the misuse of shell entities for improper tax purposes. The global and European efforts against tax evasion and tax avoidance are bearing fruit. And of course, technology is also helping us. At the beginning of this mandate, member states were losing more than 120 billion euro in uncollected VAT every year. This loss now stands at an estimated 60 billion euro. And tax evasion by private individuals has shrunk substantially over the past decade, according to the EU Tax Observatory's global report. But of course, the work is far from over. A number of important proposals I have mentioned still need to be adopted, including faster, Unshell, and the VAT in the digital age. In September, we also put forward a package of measures that will massively simplify our tax framework for bigger and smaller companies alike, including a new framework for business income taxation that we call BEFIT, which builds on Pillar 2 of the Global Tax Agreement. And we must use every remaining opportunity until the end of the mandate to make progress on and finalize, where possible, and in some cases it is possible, the files that are still pending. And let me thank the Spanish presidency for all the efforts and welcome the commitment that the Belgian presidency is taking. We heard yesterday evening the words of Minister Van Petegem. Chief among these commitments is Pillar 1 of the Global Tax Agreement, the implementation of which requires a multilateral convention that was published a few weeks ago to be signed. We are working together with our partners to ensure that this can happen as soon as possible. In conclusion, as we reflect on the future of tax policy in this symposium, I see three areas where changes are needed. First, we must put in place a more effective tax mix, one that is more conducive to sustainable growth and reduces inequalities. Last year's Eurobarometer found that 80% of European citizens believe income inequality is too high, and two-thirds believe that taxation, two-thirds, has a role to play in redressing this inequality. So this is an area where our citizens expect us to deliver. Rebalancing the different tax burden between labor and capital could be part of the solution. Earlier this year, the Commission registered a European citizen initiative on wealth taxation. I know that several European political families have made it a priority, also in view of the next elections debate. And this is an area which raises several difficult questions, as we all know, but we should not shy away from the debate. Indirect and green taxation can also play a stronger role in the tax mix, while taking care to avoid possible regressive impacts. We should continue to work on the revision of the Energy Taxation Directive, and we must address distortion to competition between EU and non-EU businesses. Second main challenge. It concerns digitalization and the changing nature of work. The way business is conducted has radically changed, of course. And Pillar 1 is imperative to ensure that very large corporates contribute their fair share to the societies in which they operate and prosper, and not only to the countries where they have their own headquarters. This is not merely a matter of fiscal policy, it is a question of equity and social responsibility. But other structural phenomena question and challenge our tax system. Think of the rise of digital nomadism across borders and what this means for personal income taxation. Tax policy must remain ahead of the curve. We must avoid that emergence of new loopholes and opportunity for evasion, of course, but we should also prevent national taxation systems from hampering freedom of movement and the integration of the European labour market. So there is a balance to find here. Third and last, we must innovate not just our policies, but also our decision-making methods. It is high time to recognise that unanimity in the field of taxation is too often holding us back. And it comes at the cost of deadlocks and lowest common denominator solutions. We are seeing it now with our Unshell proposal, which, despite the strong support from this House, is still moving very slowly. We need Unshell to become unstuck. I believe that in certain cases, moving from unanimity to qualified majority voting in the Council and co-decision, which the European Parliament has strongly pleaded for, as Paul Tang just remembered us, this must be a priority for the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, our economies and societies face enormous challenges, making a success of the green and digital transition, reducing inequalities, strengthening our competitiveness, reconciling debt sustainability with massive investment needs, and facing the global uncertainty that we are facing. And tax policy has a role to play to address in every one of these challenges. These challenges might seem daunting, but if there is one thing we have learned during this mandate and the multiple crises we had to address, it is that it always seems impossible until it's done. Where there is political will, there is a way. This is why I'm optimistic that the EU can rise to the challenge on tax matters and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, all three of you, for your very comprehensive introductions to what promises to be a very busy day with challenges and changes. So I will invite you to maybe go back to your seats and at the same time invite all of us to watch a video recorded message from Nadia CALVINO, the first Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, and she's also the Minister for the Economy and Digitalization. She is representing today the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU.
It's a great pleasure to participate in this year's Tax Symposium, even if only through a video message. We are living through turbulent times at geopolitical level and a period of great technological transformations that are having a profound impact on our economies, our societies, economic policies, and our tax systems, of course. No fiscal system is set in stone. On the contrary, as our economy changes, the way the public sector finances itself needs to evolve in order to continue to be efficient in achieving its stabilization, redistribution, growth and prosperity goals. Our economies are undergoing massive changes linked to the green transition, digitalization and also geopolitical and trade conflicts. And their impact on public accounts is also massive, on the expenditure but also on the revenue side. For instance, European governments are currently confronted to the challenge of large investment needs to support the green and digital transitions, but also defense and security. The rising costs of financing derived from higher interest rates to fight inflation. Revenue shifts due to new trends in global value chains affecting trade. The need to preserve financial and fiscal stability with responsible budgetary policies, but also the urge to reduce inequalities, to preserve social peace, and support the competitiveness and strategic autonomy of European companies in the international arena. These are many objectives to be reached with a limited number of instruments, amongst which taxation stands out as one of the key levers at the heart of all policy discussions at national, European and also at international level. Starting with the national outlook, last Sunday, the Spanish government submitted the draft budgetary plan for 2024. Thanks to very strong growth and structural changes ongoing in the Spanish economy, we will reduce debt below 110% of GDP already this year, and our objective is to bring public deficit down to 3% of GDP in 2024. Tax collection plays a key role in this plan. It has increased significantly since the pandemic, and a large share of this increase is due to structural changes. Strong job creation has led to a record 21 million persons working, with more stable and better quality jobs thanks to the labour market reform, encouraging thus consumption and investment. Social protection during the pandemic, as well as strong fight against fraud, has changed the mindset of economic agents, with many moving from the informal to the formal economy. Digitalization of our economy and legal limits on cash payments are increasing card usage, further reducing the size of the shadow economy. We have heavily invested in the modernization of our tax agency, and finally, investments and reforms of the Spanish recovery plan, funded with Next Generation EU funds, are leading to a more productive economy with a current account surplus. And these structural improvements have been key to our successful fiscal consolidation efforts. Spain has outperformed deficit and debt reduction targets year after year, and we intend to continue on that track of fiscal responsibility. Moving to the European level, we are strongly committed to reach an agreement on the economic governance review, that is, our common fiscal rules under the Spanish presidency. It is a very challenging file, as all of you know well, but I see a shared view and strong commitment expressed again this week during ECOFIN meetings to engage constructively and to have new rules in place which are fit for purpose as soon as possible. We are also making progress in other files linked to taxation, for instance, having a VAT system adapted to the digital age, with modern forms of electronic invoicing and reporting, and incorporating digital platforms as key players in our fiscal systems. We also want to make progress in a common corporate taxation system and fighting the use of shell companies for tax purposes, so as to avoid tax evasion, forum shopping, distortions in investment and financing decisions, as well as high compliance costs. We're also pushing forward an important and ambitious reform to our customs union. We need to improve our information management and exchange systems, to incorporate e-commerce and use new technologies to reinforce our ability to enforce the customs union at the heart of the EU. And finally, we're also working on other priority files, such as the midterm review of the multi-annual financial framework, including stable financial support to Ukraine and new own resources. You will not be surprised to know that this is very high on the Spanish priority list. Before I close, a word on the international dimension. We have worked for the past years very hard to reach an agreement at OECD and move to a fairer, more efficient global tax system. We made a major breakthrough with the two-pillar approach last year, but further progress is needed to close the remaining issues by year-end and implement the new regime, which will provide for a better framework for the allocation of tax revenues across the world. It is challenging, particularly in view of upcoming elections in some key jurisdictions, but we should not give up. This should be a top priority for us in 2024 in all international fora. The WTO has announced the creation of a working group on carbon taxes and the different carbon border adjustment mechanisms and other initiatives to avoid carbon leakage and preserve a level playing field. I think this is also an issue that will be very high on the international agenda, that we need to follow very closely so that we ensure that the climate transition preserves the competitiveness of European companies and our strategic autonomy. Lots of changes and challenges, lots of work in this area that make this year's Tax Symposium extremely relevant and timely. I wish you very fruitful discussions. I look forward to your conclusions and recommendations and hope to be able to join in person next time. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister CALVINO. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, to open our first panel discussion. And I will invite our moderator and speakers to join me on stage, please. We have a tax mix, but it is not that recent anymore. So how is it aging? Is it aging well? And what should the next generation taxation look like? What structural changes are needed? These are the questions that will be raised by this particular first panel. And to lead us through the discussion, I'm going to hand over in just a second to Mr. Gerassimos Thomas, who's the Director General for Taxation Customs Union at the European Commission. Mr. Thomas, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all colleagues who came here to this panel. We are a bit late, so I will make a short introduction. We have one of the colleagues joining online, Deputy Minister Leo. I hope it is arranged, and then we will move to the panel discussion. So, what is the starting point of our tax mix? Our tax mix, if we take the EU 27 revenue of the last couple of years, 7% of the tax revenues come from corporate income taxation, 18% come from VAT, 24% from personal income taxation, 35% from social security contributions. This is the starting point, just to have a picture of where the revenue is coming from. And of course, the rest comes from other variety of taxes, some of them at national level, some of them at the local level, some of them at regional level. But the majority of the revenue is related to labor, social security contributions, and personal income taxation. So in view of the demographic trends that we are facing in Europe, we're getting older, like other developed economies like Japan, that they're even older than us. I think the issue of how much we can continue to rely on labor taxation and what other types of taxation we need to use in order to fund the investment that we need for sustainability or for greening our economies is important. Equally important is the issue of competitiveness. We are an open economy. We live in a world where we are competing with other, let's say, major economies, and therefore we cannot address this question of the tax mix in isolation, but we need to look, let's say, around the world and have the competitiveness of the European economy at the center of our discussion. I will ask the presidency first, Jesus Gascon, to give us a short introduction. Then I will ask Minister Leo to make his introduction, and then we will continue with other speakers in the panel discussion. Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A few words as introduction and as presidency of the Council, complementing what my Vice Prime Minister said before. Well, fortunately, our presidency lasts until December, not until 2050, right? And in any case, our short-term strategy doesn't ignore the future. The steps to be taken in the short term have to go in the right direction in accordance with our long-term strategy, taking into account digitalization, globalization, climate change, demographic changes, the competitiveness of Europe, tax avoidance and fraud, absolutely, and other strategic challenges and megatrends. Additionally, our tax policy has to be consistent with other public policies, especially when we are facing important challenges. Taxes aren't not only intended to collect. If we want to reduce inequality, our tax system must help us achieve this. The same if we want to promote economic growth. And how to combine efficiency and fairness has always been the greatest concern for tax experts. And now we have an added challenge. Doing it, combining efficiency and fairness in a context of change with important risks to face. Each country has to face its roadmap, but let's do in most coordinated way possible. If we can find European solutions, common solutions, it will be better for everyone. Finally, in context of uncertainty, radical changes are not good. It's better to follow a roadmap with a clear destination, but flexible enough to face new changes in the environment. But let's talk about this, about the future.
Thank you, Jesus. May I ask now Deputy Minister Leo to come in? Can you hear us?
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, non so se mi sentite.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you could all hear me. I'd like to first apologise for not being present at this very important event, but we're in the final stages of passing our budgetary law, which will be presented this evening in the Parliament before it continues its trip through the parliamentary system. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to tell you my point of view on a number of different situations which will have an influence on taxation. The first aspect that I wanted to pick out is demographic change. Demographic change will represent a challenge through the fall in the birth rate. There'll necessarily be consequences for the world of tax. So what kind of measures can we take to try and respond to the changes taking place in Europe? What kind of financial flows will we be able to get tax revenue from? I think the first issue that we have to take on is tax incentives to encourage births. In Italy, we have taken a number of different measures to increase birth rates or to encourage births. We've tried to respond to the needs of families with many children. We've looked at a number of different benefits as well that can be paid out, particularly for those in dependent employment, but also for independent, for freelance workers who have a lot of family expenditure. We also have to look at making it easier to put children in kindergarten, to provide tax breaks for that. So we are taking measures to try and respond to demographic change by encouraging families and births. Looking at other countries, we have to consider how families are taxed. Because all too often, and certainly in Italy, tax is often based on individual income, but we do need to look at the family as a whole. Another topic that that Gerassimos touched upon is that we are moving towards more of a gig economy, a move away from dependent employment. We're now moving towards smart working, and physical work is now less prevalent than it was. So we see there are changes within the world of work. We can draw from the work being done at the OECD and at the European level, Eurodac 7, for example. I'm afraid we're having some problems with the minister's connection. It's up to member states to decide upon how workers should be taxed, but we are adapting the tax approach. When it comes to the place of tax residence, we have to consider people's personal family situation. I'm afraid the interpreters are having a lot of trouble with background noise, and I'm afraid we'll have to disconnect.
Individuare esattamente il posizionamento del lavoratore. Penso al caso in cui attraverso lo smart working il lavoratore è in Italia e poi con lo smart working presta la sua attività lavorativa a favore di un'impresa di un altro Stato. Ora, in quel caso l'interesse economico, la sua attività, il centro dei suoi affari economici sarebbe posizionato nell'altro Stato, però bisogna tener conto che lui fruisce di servizi in Italia, i suoi interessi personali e familiari sono in Italia. Ecco, questo è il passo ulteriore che a mio modo di vedere si dovrà fare proprio per far sì che vi sia un'effettiva armonizzazione delle legislazioni dei vari Stati in modo tale da individuare esattamente la posizione e la residenza del soggetto. Quindi l'obiettivo è proprio quello di adottare delle regole comuni. L'altro tema, tenuto conto del fatto che il lavoro sostanzialmente sta cambiando, quali possono essere le altre fonti di entrata diverse rispetto a quella che è l'attività lavorativa? Ecco, qui io penso che la strada da percorrere sia appunto quella di contrastare fenomeni di evasione ed elusione. Ecco, e bisogna farlo con un approccio un po' diverso rispetto a quelle che sono le metodologie tradizionali. Mi spiego meglio. Se si fa un'attività ex ante, quindi vale a dire si avvia un meccanismo di compliance con i contribuenti e in quest'ottica la tecnologia, l'informatizzazione, prima sentivo che la fatturazione elettronica, noi in Italia ormai da tempo adottiamo la fatturazione elettronica, rappresenta veramente uno stadio molto avanzato per il contrasto all'evasione fiscale. Ecco, se si adottano meccanismi di compliance, quindi si lavora ex ante, sicuramente saremmo in grado di reperire risorse da fenomeni che sono assolutamente negativi per il sistema economico, vale a dire fenomeni di elusione ed evasione. E poi un altro tema sicuramente interessante è quello della transizione verde, però ecco, la transizione verde può essere accompagnata a meccanismi fiscali in una logica di favorire sicuramente i prodotti energetici meno inquinanti e quindi pensare a una tassazione ridotta, ma qui l'obiettivo è anche a livello europeo considerare che questo segmento della nostra economia deve essere in qualche modo realizzato attraverso risorse che possono essere messe a disposizione da parte dell'Unione Europea. Penso al cosiddetto Fondo sociale per il clima. L'ultimo tema, e poi mi taccio, riguarda in particolare i redditi di capitale. Ecco, qui dobbiamo dire che noi come altri paesi dovremmo adottare entro il 1° gennaio il cosiddetto Pillar 2, vale a dire la cosiddetta Global Minimum Tax, che è un provvedimento che è mirato proprio a evitare il posizionamento per le multinazionali di società partecipate in paesi con una fiscalità ridotta. Ecco, questo fenomeno viene contrastato con la Global Minimum Tax, a cui speriamo si accompagnerà in futuro anche, ci sono ancora trattative in corso, il Pillar 1, vale a dire l'area delle multinazionali del web e via dicendo, dove si dovrà fare in modo di posizionare la tassazione nel paese dove si produce la ricchezza. Ecco, quindi il Pillar 2, che è un meccanismo che nasce dall'OCSE, già adottato a livello Unione Europea, che verrà recepito da tutti gli Stati a far data dal 1° gennaio del 2024, ha l'obiettivo di contrastare il fenomeno del posizionamento di società in paesi con regime fiscale privilegiato, ma a questo si dovrà accompagnare anche il Pillar 1, vale a dire un provvedimento attraverso il quale si riuscirà in qualche modo a posizionare la tassazione del paese che rende servizi digitali e via dicendo lì dove il diciamo, la ricchezza viene ad essere prodotta. Ecco, attraverso queste due metodologie io penso che potremmo fornire un supporto fondamentale al contrasto a fenomeni elusivi. Per quanto riguarda invece i redditi di capitale tout court, occorre prestare grande attenzione perché ovviamente quando parliamo di finanza, quando parliamo di flussi finanziari, vista la facile mobilità di questi flussi finanziari, è diciamo, prevedibile che vadano a posizionarsi in realtà dove il carico fiscale è inferiore. Ma non dobbiamo dimenticare che sta prendendo sempre più piede il fenomeno dei crypto asset, sui quali bisognerà prestare grande attenzione, sia per i riflessi economico-finanziari e anche per i riflessi collegati alla criminalità. Quindi un tema da attenzionare per quanto riguarda i redditi di capitale è legato appunto ai cosiddetti crypto asset. Io vi ringrazio ancora per avermi dato questo spazio e assicuro che diciamo in una prossima occasione sarò presente, ma purtroppo capirete che siamo in un momento particolarmente delicato per i nostri provvedimenti finanziari e quindi sono dovuto rimanere a Roma. Grazie ancora per l'attenzione e buon lavoro a tutti quanti.
Grazie. I apologize because at some stage the interpretation stopped. There were some technical issues. So we talked a lot about demographics, about labor income, about social security contributions. We have here Esther Lynch, Secretary General of the European Trade Union Confederation. If you can give us a short introduction and then we will go around the things. Esther.
Sure, thanks. Thanks for having us here today. The ETUC, as many of you know, represents 45 million workers and their trade unions from around Europe. And the great news I have is that workers want to pay more taxes. And the ETUC has a plan to help them do that. And our plan to help them do that is to increase the number of workers covered by a collective agreement, because unionised workers with a collective agreement get 10% more pay. Now, each of you, for your member state, will be able to work out how much of an increase in tax revenue that would mean for you. We also have a plan to make sure that women get equal pay. I've been in this House many times talking on this topic, and now we have the new directive that will help us do that. And that also will mean more wages, more source of revenue. And the reason I mention both of them is because the Ministries of Economy right now are discussing the implementation of the Minimum Wage Directive, which will support workers to be able to collectively bargain, and the Pay Transparency Directive. And so I'm really looking to you to see it as a win-win. It's not a drag on competitiveness to make sure that workers are getting their fair share of the profits and that we're paying our taxes on those. And that's so much better of an approach to competitiveness than to try and compete on forum shopping for low rates of corporate tax. That was always a bad idea, and I really welcomed the Commissioner's comments this morning. Time is up on that idea. It's an idea of the past. It's not an idea of the future. And so what we need to do is to make sure that companies are paying their fair share. And that means windfall taxes on windfall profits. It can't be the case that we ignore the fact that in this cost of living crisis, workers are having to pay out more, in particular with the impact of interest rates on them, while some other companies are benefiting significantly and are not paying their fair share on that. We also need to make sure that those companies who need to make the green and digital transition can do so, and taxation needs to be part of that. But tax breaks can't come for free anymore. they need to have social conditionalities attached. We need to get more for our money. We need to make sure that companies that are benefiting from tax breaks are doing other things like investing in workers, giving them training, so that the workers too can make the just transition as well. We just need to get so much more from our money, the way that every low-paid worker needs to work hard to make sure that every euro is working for them. Then finally, I have a word of warning. And I want to thank all of those member states that reduced the taxes on sanitary products for women, because this isn't a fringe issue. Women pay every year around 600, 700 euros for a product that's not a luxury. Believe you me, I can tell you from personal experience, there's nothing luxurious about it. It's an essential product. So across your life, it's around 21,000 euros, almost a year's pay. And then those member states where there was a reduction in the VAT rate, and I really want to thank on behalf of women everywhere for that, but the word of warning is, it's not always passed on to the people it's intended to reach. So you need to think about to make sure that the implementation meets the impact that you expected it to. But very happy to be part of this discussion. Workers want to pay their fair share, but we want to make sure that everybody else is as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. A lot of need for ideas about taxes, but there is no taxes without growth, without businesses, without competitiveness, as I said. So we are lucky here to have the president of Business Europe to give us the business perspective. It is the corporate income tax is about 7% only of total revenue. It will go up a little bit because of the global tax deal. And I think it is good that we do not have this competition and race to the bottom, but we will not have much labor without business. So please, Frederick.
Thank you so much, Director General, and thank you for having me at this really timely event. I think a lot of good comments have been made, so I'll try to keep this short and address it from a bit of a different angle, that angle of competitiveness. We can always discuss how we should divide the cake. I think from business and industry side, and Business Europe represents some 20 out of the 23 million companies we see across Europe. And it's important to say the majority of those are SMEs, small companies. It's not sort of maybe the traditional large cap you often see in the media. Our focus is on how can we increase the cake before we discuss how we should divide it. And we have a genuine concern about where Europe is currently. Unfortunately, we're falling behind both the United States and Asia. As an example, if you take the industrial locomotive of Europe, which has traditionally been Germany, if we look in the past 15 years, the US has grown by 80%. That represents 3 Germany. And in the same time, Germany has grown by 19%, which will be a challenge as we both have the demographics change, we have the needed, and as you said, the companies that need to do the green transition. All companies need to do this transition. It's not specific for a part of business or industry. This is a common responsibility and need for all and every single company. You cannot cherry pick this. We have the digital transition, and at the same time we're going through a third transition, which is the geopolitical transition, that in itself will create costs in increased defense spend and also the much needed support we give to Ukraine, and unfortunately probably there will be more countries in the same situation. These challenges can be turned into opportunities, but they can only be turned into opportunities if we reinstate the competitiveness of Europe. So talking to our member companies, it's not about the handing out of money. It's very much about getting less and better regulation, increasing the permitting times. That will not be costly. It's needed. And it's I think also at the heart of it currently is the cost of energy. That is for sure not just something that is hitting us as individuals, but it's hitting businesses across Europe and is increasing the risk of deindustrialization. So what we want to bring to the table are more jobs, and with the transition we're seeing, jobs that are higher up in the value chains that will create better wages, and through that growth increase the size of the cake, because if we don't have the growth we will not see the increase of the cake. And there is a competition also when it comes to taxes. You've seen how taxes are used, as you can call it, a geopolitical tool or a competitive tool, in latest when you see the IRA in the US. And in that type of comparison, we would like to highlight the tax cost of employment, which is slipping behind in Europe. And we might like it or not, but it is the case, and it's something that is factoring in, and especially compared to the US, costs are starting to hit the point where we need to decrease them to keep up with the competition. But I'm positive. I think we can reinstate a more competitive Europe, and that will lead to a green and digital growth that will benefit all in Europe. And we see hopeful signs also from the Commission's in the speech we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a specific panel on competitiveness as well later today, and this was discussed also yesterday on day one, and it is important that we go into depth on these issues. Also, when we compare the tax measures across continents, it's not always easy. At first sight, IRA has certain advantages. Some of them are real, some of them they will have to be tested over time. But as we started a bit late our panel, I think one of the key objectives of this event today is to give the voice to the national parliaments. So I have a number of questions. First, I will give the floor to national parliament members of parliament, and then to MEPs. I will take, the question is 1 minute each, and then we will answer. I will take the first 4 questions from members of national parliaments that have joined us here today. I will take them all together, and then we will try to reply as a panel, and then we have a second round. So the first question, seat number 149, is Mr. Stelios Petsas from the Greek Parliament. Is the member of the Committee of Economic Affairs. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Gerassimos. Happy to see you again after we spent 1 year together in the first cabinet of Kyriakos Mitsotakis back in Athens. I switch now to Greek because I would like to hear my mother language to be heard in this room. Το βασικό ζήτημα, νομίζω.
I think the basic issue when we talk about tax mix for the coming decades is, of course, it has to be fair and has to be competitive, and has to be able to provide all the services that European citizens would like to enjoy in member states and, of course, overall throughout Europe. But consequently, this tax mix has to do with the actual tax rate, and it is possible to reduce participation of the taxation in labour. You can reduce the share in the tax mix, but then you'd have to bring down the tax rate rather than increase them on labour. And the CIT as well can be adapted, but you really need to fight against all forms of tax avoidance, which brings me to something else I'd like to flag up, which has to do with the question of environmental taxes. They're very low considering the climate crisis that we are being affected by at the moment. And we could change taxation on energy, but it's more about adapting through funding for infrastructure to combat climate change, especially in countries like mine, where we've had disastrous catastrophes in various regions with flooding that affected the whole of the plains of Thessaly. So the other question is how we can think about innovative tools that will enable us to shore up our taxation in an ecological sense.
It's an area that we will debate a lot, and it's certainly a lot of ideas I think will come from this panel and others. Then question number 2, seat number 241. It's Jan Kreiner from Austria.
Hi. I want to take up the picture of the cake, because the cake is divided, is distributed, that is baked in all our societies and economies, and about between 30 and 40% of the cake goes to capital income, and 60 to 70% to labor income. Across Europe, almost all the countries are within this zone, and if we look at the bill for the cake, the taxes, then capital and wealth taxes only are between 10 and 20%. And labor is between 80 and 90%. So if we're talking about fair distribution, fair contribution according to income, we're not talking about wealth yet, only about income, then we have to double the contribution of capital. That means it is actually our job to double the contribution of capital income to our tax systems. And I think that is nothing that goes through competition, but through cooperation. As politicians, I always think that cooperation is our tool and not competition, so we should talk more about cooperation and not that much about competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. This was more of a comment than a question, and it's very much at the bottom of the debate that we have your views on the tax mix from a national parliament perspective. Now I have seat number 192, a question from Christiana Erotokritou from Cyprus. She's the chairperson of the House Standing Committee on Financial and Budgetary Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief, but it is quite clear that we need to improve the current tax mix and at the same time increase tax revenues in the context of an aging population, demographic pressures, green and digital transitions. Now, in order to achieve this, we need a good mix, I would think, of tax imposition as well as tax incentives. Shouldn't we consider tax incentives or tax breaks or tax benefits or credits for environmentally friendly practices such as renewable energy investments, energy efficient technologies and sustainable transportation solutions, which will inevitably also create jobs and boost growth? Could widening the scope of PPPs be a useful tool, attracting private investment and reducing at the same time the fiscal burden on governments? Should we be discussing the widening of consumption taxes? Should we be reducing benefits and pensions for higher income individuals and encourage via tax incentives and deductions private retirement savings? So we should be considering tax incentives for business that provide training. It was brought up beforehand, so that their workforce can adapt to the digital transition and changing job market. So in answering whether our tax mix ages well, we have to strike a balance between revenue generation, economic growth and fairness in taxation. We have at the same time not to lose sight of the fact that the European Union and its driving forces need to be kept competitive in an ever-changing world. And I would love to hear the remarks on the questions I posed above. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last question before I go to the panel, it's from Zoltan Vazda, seat number 234, head of budget committee in Hungary.
Köszönöm szépen a szót. Kevésbé kérdés, mint inkább.
Thank you very much. Well, I have more of a contribution rather than a question. European policies are trying to encourage competitiveness and also tax reductions. So governments are very much in favour of digitalization. Over the last 10 years, Hungary has taken quite a number of measures, especially since 2014. There's online invoicing. You can also submit your annual tax return. And since 2018, we've had full online invoicing, and from 2024 onwards, VAT will also be declared digitally. So that's to say, all paper-based taxes are being phased out. All of this electronic development has enabled tax authorities to ensure that there is full monitoring of the taxation that's actually paid. That has been good in getting revenue out of the grey zone and into the open. So I think that these are major positive steps forward that have been taken in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you. A broad range of questions, I think, raising different issues on the question of the tax mix. We have, questions that move us to think on how we shift the tax from one area to another. Other questions that pose us to think about, broadening existing tax bases. Others about creating new tax bases or alternative sources of revenue. And the last questions on how the technology can help, let's say, improve tax collection, and how we can stop and tackle tax fraud and simplicity. So very broad range of issues like the subject that we have. So I would like to ask Jesus to start, and then I will go to all the panelists one by one to give their views.
Well, the main question is what to do with our tax mix, right? And because our taxation on labor represents 51.4% of tax revenue in the European Union, and in the 4 most populated countries, including Spain, it's over 50%. Although taxation on labor will continue to be important, probably its weight in the tax system will decrease slowly. Taxation on consumption may be an alternative because it represents 27.5% of the total tax revenue in the European Union. I want to emphasize that in the 4 most populated countries, the weight of taxation on consumption is lower than the European average. In general, policy gap in VAT explains these low percentages. In times of high inflation, in any case, it doesn't seem like a good idea to act on the policy gap. But in the future, if we want to reduce the policy gap, we will need solutions to compensate taxpayers with lower income, because indirect taxes on consumption are regressive. The most vulnerable people don't pay personal income tax or pay very little, at least in Spain. A compensation system for them to be effective must be implemented through direct aid programs. A compensation system could be used for VAT, for excise duties, environmental taxes, behavioral taxes. In large countries like Spain, with a federal structure, with different levels of government, with shared taxes, it's difficult to establish neutral compensation systems for the different levels of government. And managing public aid is not easy when different administrations are involved. Increases taxes on capital is another possible solution. It could reinforce the progressivity and fairness of the tax system, but we would have to avoid this incentive to growth, to save, to invest. I think if we have time later, we'll talk a little more about taxes on capital, but I think it's enough for the moment.
Thank you. Frederick?
Thank you so much. And there were some questions and I guess some statements as well. And I wish I could have answered in Greek. I visited Athens just the other week, and I think the trajectory Greece is on now is a good hope of faith how you can turn things around and head in a positive direction. I think again I had a meeting with the Swedish Minister of Finance, who in sort of I think in a dark moment said that the only thing that you as a country always can be sure to tax is real estate, workers and food. I think that is a bit of a defiant approach, but it carries some validity. Of course, other taxes such as corporate taxes and capital taxes, regardless if you'd like it or not, I think we need to be realistic and realize those are currently global taxes and will have global effects on them. So you can always talk about sort of the share of the cake. I think we need a more investment conducive environment in the EU to be able to meet the triple transition, i.e. the green, digital, and now the geopolitical one. So I think we need to see more investments in Europe, not less. Therefore, I would be cautious on those taxes. It's always a balancing game. And I think we can see the approach that is sort of open for business we're seeing in the era now that is creating an influx of investment. And I think we should sort of have a look at that and see what it means. I think we can never see sort of the EU or national governments fully fund the transitions we're seeing. That has to be done by business. Otherwise, we will not be able to cope. We will sort of leverage our future generations too much. So again, if we can bring back the growth to Europe, make it more investment friendly. I mean, we need to be realistic and say that in between 19 and 21, foreign direct investments fell by 2/3 in Europe, while they increased by 2/3 in the US. So we have a way to walk, unfortunately.
Thank you. Esther, you have the last comment, and then we will do two things. We will have the round of questions. I have 3 questions from MEPs, and we have a slide of what I will ask my colleagues to put up, and people can reply and give their replies before we finish the panel. So, please.
So, is our assessment that the increase in the price of food is because of VAT or profiteering? And depending on where you come down on that, you'll make choices. So the challenge as we see it, and it's the same when we try and broaden out the tax base. So sometimes somebody will come and say we need a robot tax. And I think they say it because it kind of captures the idea of taxing something new. But really what you're doing there is taxing innovation, which would be a very bad idea. What we should do is tax the profits from it. And even though it is a global issue, we still make stuff here in Europe, and we need a vote of confidence that we can make stuff here in Europe. We need a vote of confidence in services here in Europe, and Europe needs to be a great place to work. Because part of the challenge, part of the competitiveness challenge, is finding staff at the moment. Everywhere I go, employers talk to me about 2 problems: price of energy and finding staff. Part of that story, and also when we heard the piece we could hear from Italy, the whole problem of the demographic change and what's the role of tax in that story is, it's very hard to create and have a family if you're still living at home with your parents, because you can't afford to rent a house or buy a house. And if you're afraid of the future for yourself and your family. So all of that comes in. And the reason I'm saying all of that is because I'm fearful that we're still discussing cost competitiveness, as if all the cost competitiveness is the cost it takes an individual company. And we just need to do, and I think what they're doing great in America is that they're saying where there are tax breaks, they come with conditions of great jobs. They come with, they come with conditions of training in people. So if because tax is mostly a national issue, if you're thinking of tax breaks, don't give away the money for free. Make sure that it comes with requirements for investments in the workforce. Make sure it's about great jobs, and make sure that you're taxing the profits. That's what the key message from us is.
Thank you, thank you. And as I think we heard from the introductory speeches, these are all things that have been confronted in the last few years. I mean, we did, and the European Commission, we suggested, and it was approved by all member states, a solidarity contribution, or, you know, we had the possibility to look at competitiveness measures. And I think to get the balance right in the long term, it is very important. Some of the debates about corporate taxation are very short-term oriented, and we have to focus on the long-term competitiveness and investment potential. So I will ask now, we have 3 questions here. Seat number 545, Paul Verhoeven, Belgian Association of Tax Lawyers. Sorry, it's not a member of parliament, this one, so I will, this is Tax Lawyers Association. Please. And you can put the slide, or if you want, on the...
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me? On behalf of the association, I heard again in the intervention that tax avoidance and tax abuse is put on one line. We as an organization do not say who has to pay taxes, how many taxes must be paid, but we defend the rule of law and the primary union law. So please, in whatever measures you are planning to adopt, make the difference between the fundamental rights and fundamental freedoms, and when it's very necessary, to reduce them. That's on the behalf of the association. On a personal level, I'm happy to assist. I took stock of what was said yesterday, and I'm very looking forward to learn more about the possibility, the timeline for a European indirect tax on real estate above national worth of houses, with an increased threshold if you comply with energy, to raise funds to help those who can't afford to put their house in shape for whatever we want from climate purposes. And also something interesting I heard yesterday was considering a taxation on the basis of nationality for the other forms of wealth above a certain threshold. I look forward to have your opinions and those of the other panels on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So some proposals on new tax bases came up. Then I have the question of seat number 402, Stella Veliki, European Physical Society. Please remain short because interpretation has to stop at 11.
Yes, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. C'est très intéressant.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's very interesting indeed. I would have a question, however, as regards European citizens, and particular pensioners who get 2 or 3 pensions from different European countries. Because you see, they're subject to double taxation. Taxation systems in different countries are not harmonized. There is no real communication of the documents from one country to another, or from one service to the next. So my question is, have you got any procedures or any directives in Europe to try and harmonize that particular work of the various taxation authorities of the different European countries?
This was also raised by Deputy Minister Leo, that we have with teleworking, with more freedom of capital and technology. These transnational issues will come up more and more. I'll let the panel respond. And then we have Panos Gredis, European Public Law Organization, APLO, seat number 337. And then we will wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just in the introductory remarks, both Commissioner Gentiloni and MEP Paolo Tang mentioned about the uncollected VAT in the EU and also the tax evasion and avoidance. You are aware that with the first revision of the Treaty Single Act, late 80s, there is an article in the Treaty of Action of EU about economic and social cohesion. My question to the distinguished panelists is how to tackle this issue, the uncollected VAT in the European Union, using the taxation policies and the instruments that offer to both EU and the member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. VAT gap luckily is going down the last couple of years. I don't know, and we will make sure that it lasts, but we had a new publication of the latest figures coming up, in fact, yesterday. But it falls, in my view, into this group of collecting more, avoiding tax avoidance, having better compliance. So I would like, we have these three questions. I think we should take them together with the concluding statements by the speakers. So I would like you to comment on these statements and then conclude, add any other, let's say, comments that you might want to make on this question of the tax mix. The objective is to project ourselves in the future and more stimulate this debate on what has to happen with taxation beyond next year's budget. So I will ask first Esther this time, then I will ask Frederick, and then the presidency.
So one of the biggest tax avoidance schemes at the moment is bogus self-employment, where there should be substantial revenues coming in and indeed social security revenues. So the work that you're all involved in, or that your colleagues are all involved in, to make sure that we hold platform companies accountable and to make sure that where they are employees, that they're properly categorized as that. And that's part of the answer to the importance of developing easy interface systems for workers, so that they can have their concerns that they are not being taxed properly, or because they're being wrongly categorized as self-employed, that they're not being, the social security contributions are not being made properly, so that they can already alert the tax and social security authorities with a hope that you will do something, and that you'll make sure that they're protected, and that they're not, don't end up being dismissed and picked on because they did that. And that is also part of the system, to make sure that people with concerns can come forward, either, to make sure that the whistleblowing laws are also working effectively. And I just finally wanted to also raise the importance of the debate that you're going to have now for the discussions on the economic governance rules that are coming up, because taxation has to be part of that discussion as well. But that's going to be very complicated, because the EU economic governance rules are set here, whereas taxation is set at national level. So trying to make sure to tie it all together in a way that is cooperative. I thought that was a great word. I can't remember who used that word, but I think that the idea of a cooperative approach is our only way that we say have this high road competitiveness based on fairness. But it's probably the last time I get to speak, so thanks very much.
Thank you. It was the cooperation was mentioned by Jesus, which running a federal structure, I think it is part of their DNA, but I will let him address it. Frederick.
Now, I try to keep it short and just sort of, in a sense, state the obvious. I think what the Commission is doing with the AT83 initiative, I mean, from business side, no one is supportive of tax fraud or tax evasion. I think that is just detrimental to competitiveness and not the way to go. I think I've called out competitiveness so many times here already, so I won't bore you. But I mean, just as a final note, is really to point out that given the situation we're in, with the Russian war in Ukraine leading to high energy prices, regulatory inflation we haven't seen for decades, with 5,000 pages of new regulation in the last 5 years, that is creating a push out of Europe. I'm not being alarmistic. This is happening in the boardrooms now. Global companies are moving their production to places like the US. It's not to low-cost countries. That's not what we're seeing. They're moving to the US. And at the same time, there is a pull being created from the US with the IRA. It can be handled, but it is a fact, and that, if anything, will dig into the potential tax space of Europe. Thank you.
Jesus, the last word.
I switch to Spanish for my last. Sorry. Las preguntas.
Well, the questions have been referring to something which is key, really. It's the fight against tax evasion and also making sure there's a voluntary compliance with one's tax obligations. And here, I think that we should be looking into the customs union where tax is concerned. Why? Because there's a better service to be given to the taxpayers and to have a cooperative model that we could foster in cooperation with business, and obviously fight against tax fraud, tax avoidance, and also the shadow economy that continues being an extremely important problem, which has a tremendous effect on the competitiveness of businesses that are there in order to comply with their tax regulations. Now, as regards the development of our tax mix, evolution here is inevitable. Take a look at what was happening 30, 40 years back, and since then the changes have been really significant, and we have a lot coming in the future. What is important is that we should keep our focus on very basic rules. The first one of which is that we must keep a balance between efficiency, tax efficiency, and tax justice. If we want indirect taxation, if we go down the road of that kind of taxation, we have to protect the most vulnerable. Obviously, competitiveness in Europe and in our businesses, as many people have been referring to, is absolutely capital. In order to get all of this, what we need is to carry out impact assessments, both before and after the decisions, the political policy decisions that are adopted. We can't take policy decisions blindly. When there is an emergency, obviously you're going to have to hasten to take the opposite decisions. However, when you're looking at the medium term and long term, there we have to be very careful about which measures we take. We have to have the appropriate numbers to back them up with, otherwise we could go down the wrong path. Now, obviously, there's always some political background to taxation. It's obvious that there will be political conflicts. I think it's even necessary, really, to have these conflicts so that people can choose among a variety of options. But over and beyond the political overtones, we need to make sure that our tax and budgetary policies are very well designed, backed up by the proper numbers and calculations and assessment studies. Thank you.
I think we had this is a broad debate. I think a lot of issues came up. I want to pick up on Esther's comment that the economic governance review and the way it matches with taxation is very important to keep when we look at the long term, to see how taxation will match with fiscal policy. I think we had questions. We started the debate looking on how the tax mix is aging, and we heard today and yesterday that it is, for the moment, it is aging well, but a lot of parts of the tax system are very old or have been conceived in the past, and they need to be readjusted. I think we heard also today that beyond looking at the tax mix to serve the trends of yesterday, we need also to tackle new challenges. The environment was mentioned, or sustainability, greening was mentioned a lot of times, but also the smart working, the teleworking, particularly the Belgian presidency mentioned, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance told us last night that it will be one of the priorities of the Belgian presidency to look at the tax and mobile workers and the issues of cross-border free movement of capital and forms of work. These are new things that we need to address in order to ensure that the tax mix and the taxes play the right role. I didn't hear anybody saying that they don't want to pay taxes, neither the workers, nor the capital, the Business Europe representative. I think we need to sort it out. We need to use technology. We need to come to a balanced system. And I'm hopeful with this debate, including the national parliaments, given that taxation is primarily a national competence. I think we will be able to come up with the right ideas and the right reforms in the tax system, not only to implement things with technology and digitalization, but also to capture new trends in global economy. Thank you all very much for joining. I want a special applause for our speakers today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas, and thanks to our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now breaking for coffee. Please be back here at 11:30. See you in a few minutes. Coffee up there to the right, up there to the left. Ladies and gentlemen, can I... Ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off, can I please invite you to take your seats so that we can start more or less on time. A particular call to those of you lingering by the door. Please do come in, join us and take your seats. Thank you very much. So welcome back for the second part of our symposium. And it's a pleasure to invite our keynote speaker who will open the session for the second part. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mathias CORMANN, who's the Secretary General of the OECD.
Colleagues, friends all, it's a real pleasure to be here at the European Parliament and to join you again for this EU tax symposium about the future of taxation in the EU, on how to strengthen our tax systems, including by expanding our tax bases and improving compliance in a way that is efficient, growth-friendly and fair. Governments around the world are facing significant fiscal pressure, both on the spending as well as on the revenue side of their budgets. We have the impact of comparatively weak global growth, which we forecast to reach 3% this year and 2.7% next year, and which is reflecting the continued impact of monetary policy tightening and a steeper than expected slowdown of the Chinese economy. There is a fiscal impact of the necessary and significant fiscal support rolled out in response to the COVID pandemic, and then, of course, the fiscal support to help cushion the impact on households and business of steep energy price increases and inflation more generally. And there are the longer-term fiscal pressures, the impact both on the revenue and expenditure side of the budget of population ageing, the need to invest in the green transformation of our economies, increased pressure on national defence budgets and the increasing cost of rising debt interest payments. And on the revenue side, globalisation, digitalisation and aggressive tax planning by multinational corporations have eroded tax bases worldwide and led to a mismatch between where some companies carry out their business and where they are taxed. We have estimated that base erosion and profit shifting practices cost countries up to 10% of global corporate income tax revenue annually. This undermines the ability of governments to deliver essential services to their populations, to make long-term investments to boost growth and to respond to the challenges posed by population ageing, the green transition and others. The good news is that over the past decade or so, we have made significant progress in making our international tax arrangements fairer and work better in a digitalised, globalised world economy. We had the significant OECD-driven reforms to international tax administration, boosting tax transparency and information exchange globally, helping to substantially boost revenues. And it's great to see Pascal Saint-Amand here in the audience, who has made a historically and globally significant contribution to better tax policy and administration during his time at the OECD. We had the 2015 BEPS action plan, which introduced new levels of cooperation, such as the introduction of country-by-country reporting, and which effectively tackled many tax avoidance practices, ending treaty shopping, eliminating the use of cash boxes, and providing governments with new tools to address aggressive tax planning practices like debt shifting and hybrid mismatches. And of course, 2 years ago, we had the historic agreement on the two-pillar international tax reform proposal. We have seen a strong commitment from countries around the world to implement Pillar 2, which sets a multilaterally agreed limit on tax competition with a global minimum effective corporate tax rate of 15%. And with momentum significantly boosted by the EU's leadership in adopting its directive to implement the minimum tax rules, around 55 jurisdictions around the world are currently taking steps towards implementing the global minimum tax. We believe that the momentum and the scale of implementation of Pillar 2 is now such that progressively all jurisdictions will have to follow suit. In fact, based on the jurisdictions that are implementing or taking steps toward implementation of the global minimum tax already, we estimate that around 90% of the in-scope multinationals, those with revenues above 750 million euros, will be subject to the rules by 2025. In the last couple of days, there has been some discussion, again, of so-called loopholes in the design of the global minimum tax. I want to stress that far from being loopholes, those represent conscious policy decisions, and yes, based on compromises, and all with sound justification that were agreed by more than 135 jurisdictions. To be clear, for example, a one-year transitional measure like the undertax profit rule, transitional safe harbour, is not a loophole, nor is the agreed effective tax rate of 15%, just because some would have preferred to see a higher rate. Equally, the substance-based carve-out, which was argued for strongly by developing countries, has a strong policy justification in the central principle of the BEPS project, that profits should be reported in the locations where the real economic activity that generates them is taking place. And finally, the distinction drawn on tax credits builds on financial accounting treatment and a recognition of the impact of these provisions from the point of view of the economic effects. Under the agreed design, we estimate that the global minimum tax will rise up to an additional $200 billion US each year. Even more significant than the revenue gains, we estimate that it will help slash global low-tax profit by an estimated 70%, which will have a greater impact in reducing profit shifting than any previous efforts. Importantly, thanks to international coordination, implementing jurisdictions will benefit from this increased tax revenue without any loss of international competitiveness. This is because the design of the rules ensures that no in-scope multinational will be able to avoid paying the minimum tax on their profits, regardless of where they operate. We are also making progress in other key aspects of the agreement, including the multilateral convention on Amount A of Pillar 1 in relation to the reallocation of taxing rights, Amount B of Pillar 1, the simplified arm's length principle, and the subject to tax rule of Pillar 2 in relation to the right to tax base eroding payments such as interest and royalties. In July this year, 138 members of the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on base erosion and profit shifting commended the progress made so far and agreed to refrain from enacting new digital services taxes or similar measures before 31 December 2024, provided sufficient progress was made towards the signature of the multilateral agreement. A few weeks ago, we released a text of a multilateral convention for the coordinated reallocation of taxing rights. Our focus now is on ensuring the convention is ready and signed by a critical mass of jurisdictions as soon as possible. Bringing this initiative over the finishing line will require strong political commitment. It is imperative that we continue to articulate for all stakeholders the importance of this agreement and its benefits. Effective practical implementation of this agreement will stabilise our international tax system, which will help facilitate global trade and investment flows and consequently global growth. It will help ensure governments can raise the necessary revenue to fund the essential public services and goods for their citizens on the stronger foundation of a stabilised, fairer and more efficient global tax framework. It will help provide businesses everywhere with the certainty they need to invest, to grow and to create jobs through better coordination to prevent double taxation, but also preventing no or low taxation. And it means we avoid destructive tax competition which undermines public finances of governments across the globe. The OECD remains committed to continuing to facilitate the work of the inclusive framework in reaching the objectives set out by G20 leaders at the outset of this process. This includes supporting developing countries, which have been a core and influential part of the inclusive framework. For example, developing countries helped shape the inclusive framework's subject to tax rule, which will protect the right of developing countries to protect their tax base. Other specific rules and elements that have been included to directly address developing countries' interests include Amount B of Pillar 1, the substance-based carve-out and the domestic top-up tax in the global minimum tax, and key design features of the new reallocation of taxing rights, including on revenue allocation, nexus rules, tail-end revenues and dispute resolution. Developing countries stand to benefit significantly from the two-pillar solution. With the global minimum tax under Pillar 2, they will no longer be subject to inappropriate pressure to offer very low or no tax arrangements to attract critically important investment. To help developing countries fully realise these benefits and implement the new rules, the OECD is preparing an action plan to provide direct support to them. We will provide tailored training, capacity building, peer reviews and opportunities for dialogue for tax authorities and other stakeholders to facilitate implementation of those new tax rules. The recently released Minimum Tax Handbook gives tax policy officials and other stakeholders a straightforward guide to the operation of the rules and options for implementation. We will also help support developing countries across the full spectrum of tax policy. We will ramp up our highly successful Tax Inspectors Without Borders initiative in partnership with the UN Development Programme, which since 2012 has helped raise more than $2 billion US in additional tax revenues and nearly $5 billion US in tax assessments across developing countries. We will build on our efforts to fight tax and other financial crimes through the OECD Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigations in Kenya. And we will provide evidence-based analysis on the challenges and opportunities for tax systems in developing countries. For example, at the request of Japan's G7 presidency, we prepared a report on international tax in Africa, which sets out priorities for African countries, the G7 and other development partners to help address the fiscal needs of countries across the continent, including with respect to value-added taxes, tax transparency and informality. This brings me to a broader point, applicable to developed and developing countries alike. While much of the international tax discussion centres around corporate tax, on average, it accounts for less than 10% of total taxation across OECD countries. We need to work across a range of tax bases to ensure that all countries are able to mobilise the necessary domestic resources to finance much-needed infrastructure and deliver key services to citizens and businesses in a sustainable way. First, by stepping up our collective efforts to combat tax evasion. The Global Forum on Transparency and the Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes has led to impressive progress in the global fight against tax evasion, as was noted in the EU Tax Observatory report released earlier this week. Close to 126 billion euros of additional revenues have been identified so far, of which over 41 billion euros in tax revenues have been identified by developing countries. The EU is supporting us in pushing this work forward, for example, by enacting the world's first regulation for reporting tax information on transactions in crypto assets based on our crypto asset reporting framework. This framework seeks to standardize reporting across jurisdictions and ensure that individuals cannot engage in tax evasion by concealing their ownership of crypto assets from tax authorities. We will work to encourage the adoption of the crypto asset reporting framework in more jurisdictions, and we will continue developing more transparency standards to fight tax evasion. In relation to real estate, following a request from the Indian G20 presidency, we recently delivered a report exploring possible approaches to enhance tax transparency in the area of foreign real estate holdings. We have already started scoping potential further work in this area. Second, by strengthening public administration's ability to collect taxes in an interconnected and digitalized world. We have a very strong collaboration with the European Union on supporting public administrations strengthen their collection of value-added taxes, especially on services and intangibles, which are increasingly traded online, which represent 20% of tax revenues across the OECD, and an even greater share in many developing countries. Our work on strengthening the collection of value-added taxes on low-value imported goods has already delivered approximately 3.6 billion euros in revenues to EU member countries in the first 1.5 years of implementation. Based on the OECD International VAT GST guidelines currently adopted in more than 90 countries, we will continue to deliver solutions to address the challenges of collecting value-added taxes in an increasingly digitalized economy. The OECD Forum of Tax Administration is helping public administrations digitalize, for instance, by envisioning how to automate the sharing of records across public administrations and with the private sector to both facilitate compliance and strengthen tax collection. Third, by building on the example of the two-pillar solution to continue strengthening international tax cooperation. For example, we will continue to expand our work in the area of tax and inequality. Building on our prior work on the taxation of wealth, capital income and capital gains, there are growing calls for the adoption of some form of minimum taxation for high wealth individuals. Of course, in a global economy, the success of such efforts will require international cooperation. Through the COVID pandemic, we saw how digitalization and globalization have increased the global mobility of certain individuals, including cross-border workers and digital nomads. This mobility presents significant challenges to the existing personal and corporate income tax systems, and we are exploring how these systems could be updated to reflect these new realities. We continue to explore ways in which our corporate tax systems could be simplified and tax certainty enhanced. In the context of the successful implementation of the global minimum tax, there will likely be a case for some simplification of our tax systems to address provisions that may have been rendered redundant, whether it be tax incentives that are no longer effective or specific anti-avoidance provisions that are no longer necessary. We will also continue our work together on ensuring that the overall design and structure of our tax systems support inclusive and sustainable growth, while raising the necessary resources to support the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. In closing, whether it be in international taxation, combating tax evasion, or in strengthening domestic tax systems, strengthening cooperation, ensure governments get access to the necessary resources to deliver for citizens and businesses without engaging in a race to the bottom. We will continue to work closely with the European Union and with all willing countries to leverage on experience from the two-pillar solutions and to elevate tax standards across the world. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to make a few observations this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary-General. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to open our second panel for this morning, and in order to do so, I'd like to invite our moderator and panelists to join me on stage, please. We all know that decision-making processes in the EU can be complex. when it comes to taxation, they can even be challenging, to say the least. So we will now be discussing these decision-making processes with our distinguished panelists, and in order to lead us through this discussion, I hand over to Mr. Daniel Calleja, who is the Director General of the Legal Service of the European Commission.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be with you today. And let me tell you how impressed I am to be in this hemicycle to discuss taxation. When Gerassimos told me you have to be the moderator in a tax symposium, I thought, well, it will be a small panel in a short, not a big setting, but I feel really very, very impressed to be here with you today. I am the Director General of the Legal Service of the European Commission, which is the department that has to defend EU law and to represent the European institutions before the courts when we have litigation in very exciting cases. And speaking about exciting cases, I am very, very happy because you have the privilege to attend to one of the most exciting panels of the whole conference, probably the most exciting. And I will explain why. Because in this panel, we are going to explore decision-making and decision-making from the different levels. How do we combine national, EU, and international level for the purposes of taxation? What is the right mix? Which taxes should be levied and at which level? What are the issues of decision-making? And this panel comes in a very, very important context, because we know that globalization and the digital economy have required from policymakers to act in an increasingly complicated landscape. At international level, of course, the OECD, Mr. CORMANN was explaining the two-pillar solution and all the challenges for taxing the digitalized economy. This is a historic agreement, truly historic. Pillar 1 will reallocate taxing rights. Pillar 2 will ensure that multinational enterprises are subject to a minimum rate of 15%. And more recently, the United Nations Secretary General's report on inclusive and effective tax cooperation at the UN, which was adopted in August, is a very good example of another global initiative on tax norm shaping. This is the international, but the European Union has also expanded its work on the policies over the last decades. Under the leadership of Commissioner Gentiloni and of Gerassimos Thomas, there has been huge progress in addressing the concerns of individuals and businesses, in making the internal market a really theatre of operations for our companies, continuing the fight against harmful tax cooperation and promoting greater cooperation between tax administrations. Global, European, I come to the national, or more specifically to the regional and local levels, because any serious discussion on the future of the tax mix needs to acknowledge that taxation also occurs at the regional and local level. So in this panel, we are going to explore all these levels, and I am going to introduce you the panelists, because we have really a very, very impressive set of panelists joining us today. I will start with Tina Humar, the Director General of Taxation for Slovenia. Tina serves as Director General in the Directorate for Tax, Customs and Other Public Finance Revenues. She is a member of the Working Party on Tax Question, which she chaired during the Slovenian presidency. She is also a member of the Committee of Fiscal Affairs of the OECD and a member of the OECD G20 Inclusive Forum. And we know how supportive Slovenia is as a member state in the area of direct tax policy. So I'm sure she will share with us many interesting comments. Next to her, I would like to introduce Mrs. Evelyn Regner, Vice President of the European Parliament. You are in your home. Member of the Subcommittee on Tax Matters, and you have been member of the European Parliament since 2009 and Vice President since January 2022. Lawyer, feminist, trade unionist, and your political work has been on social, tax justice, gender equality, and the social Europe. And we know how important for you is tax justice, because you have said many times that taxes contribute essentially to the way we want to shape and live in our society. And we have to pay a fair share. So we are very, very interested in listening to your views from the Commission side, also because it appears that you favour qualified majority voting for taxation. So we may also come into this. Next to her, Monsieur Eric Coquerel, former company director, coordinator of the Parti de Gauche, regional councillor for Ile-de-France. You were first elected MP for the 1st district of Seine-Saint-Denis, but he's the chair of the Finance Committee in l'Assemblée nationale de France. Monsieur le Président, vous êtes le bienvenu et vous avez une carrière politique impressionnante. Donc, nous voulons écouter vos observations parce que nous savons que le rôle de votre présidence, c'est lutter contre l'évasion fiscale et contre la spéculation pour atteindre une meilleure distribution de la richesse et aussi pour atteindre des buts écologiques et fiscaux. Next to Mr. Coquerel, we come to Vítor Gaspar, Head of Fiscal Affairs of the International Monetary Fund. Mr. Gaspar has done everything in life because besides being head of the fiscal affairs, he joined the IMF in 2014. He was Portuguese Minister for State and Finance. He held important positions in European and Portuguese institutions, including in the European Commission, in BEPA. He was Director General of Research at the European Central Bank, Director of Economic Studies and Statistics at the Central Bank of Portugal, Director of Economic Studies at the Portuguese Ministry of Finance. So I think we are extremely interested in listening to your observations, because I know you have strong views also, in particular on EU matters, and I think this can be very interesting for the debate. Last but not least, Jayati Ghosh, Chairwoman of the International Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation. Mrs. Ghosh, Jayati, has taught economics at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, for nearly 35 years. And since 2021, she has been Professor of Economics at the University of Massachusetts in the United States. She is the author of more than 20 books and more than 200 articles. She writes also for popular media, including newspapers, journals, blogs. She has received, I don't know how many prizes, including the 2015 Aditya Shlaya Award for Distinguished Contribution to Social Sciences in India. You have consulted for so many international organizations that if I name them, we exhaust the time of the panel. ILO, UNCTAD, you name it. And she was appointed to the WHO Council on Economics and Health for All, chaired by Mariana Mazzucato in 2021. So we know you have also very, very clear perspective and very strong views on how international coordination and corporate taxation can support greater and more inclusive aspects in society under the auspices of the UN. So this goes for the presentation, but now we have to listen to our panelists. I want this panel to be interactive, to be exciting, so I will ask them to give a pitch of what is their main message, and they will have 2 minutes each to give us What is their message? What do they want to convey to you before we enter into the questions? There will also be questions from the audience. But now I would like to ask each and every one of them, what would be your message? We are talking about the future of taxation. We are talking about the right mix at the different levels. From your perspective, and you represent the different levels, what would be your key message? And I suggest we follow the sitting order, if you agree. So we start with Tina.
Thank you so much, Daniele. Indeed, a very interesting panel. We have heard many times we live in a global economy, and all that affects taxation. Basically, every decision in taxation, no matter on what level the decision is being made, international, global, national, or subnational, it can have effect on the global economy. And taking that into account, I will go down from the pyramid. On the international level, the aspect of what we want to achieve with the global approach, it's different than what we want to achieve on the EU or national level. So on the global level, we want to stop harmful tax competition between member states. I will put it very, very simply. On the EU level, we want to achieve functioning single market, different rules. And then everything comes down to the national level. On the national level, we have to put all of this together to make a simple set of rules for the taxpayers to understand, the politicians to understand, and to convey the message why we are doing all of this to their voters. This is the bottom line. So putting all of this together, the politicians, when they are pressing yes, no for the law, they need to have a feeling that they contributed to the decision that they are approving. The taxpayers need to have trust in that decision. And I believe that all of that can be achieved by coordination on all of the levels and based on consensus of all of the levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cooperation, coordination, consensus, the 3 C's. We move to Evelyn.
An excellent, I think we can still say good morning. It's really a pleasure as a member of the European Parliament to be in a hemicycle and to see all those tax experts and that you're so many. So really a highly welcome. This is really great. We have also Gender Equality Week, and I think that tax issues and gender equality, that somehow goes together. And therefore, I really would like to remind, following your question also, then when dealing with taxes, always to do that in a gender mainstreamed way. To be gender neutral doesn't mean to be gender blind, and really always to have on mind what does it mean for men, what does it mean for a woman, and then the whole world would already look quite different. As a second message, I would like to say also very bluntly and not doing around, I love taxes. I mean, I love to pay taxes because we always look and see what can you do with that? How can you shape a society? What can you finance? Kindergartens, school infrastructure, fighting climate change. So let's look at that. And that should be the basis. And therefore, when coming to the issue, what's the national, what's the European, what's the international task? I just see it more as a question of sovereignty. Is a country sovereign when you see big enterprises that are also acting globally and organizing their way of dealing in a global way and circumvents their profits and don't follow national rules? So is this a question of a country acting in a sovereign way? No, it is not. And therefore, the 3 levels, national, European, and globally, of course, have to be interactive, globally working together at the European level, doing it at a national level. And I think a forum like this is the best possibility to tackle that. And of course, also already in the introduction, I'm sure we're talking about that later, at the European Union level, you mentioned it already. I mean, unanimity doesn't make it easier, so that has to go.
Thank you very much, and very powerful message. Integrate gender balance in taxation, taxes as an instrument to shape our societies, and the interaction between the different levels. Very, very clear contribution. Je voudrais maintenant inviter Monsieur.
I would like now to invite Mr. Coquerel, Chair of the Finance Committee in the Assemblée Nationale in France, to introduce his main message, if you can. Yes, good morning, everybody. Terribly sorry. I'm not going to be speaking English, so I'll make the interpreters work. Well, I decided to be here. I was actually supposed to be in a tax avoidance meeting, but after 40 years of globalization, rather liberal globalization, what we see today is that when we're not talking about evasion or avoidance, we are definitely circumventing tax payment at an incredible level, and people, cannot afford to do without this money. It's necessary for investments, environmental and other. So whether we're talking about European, national or international levels, we need to recover some of this money. The European Tax Observatory said that there were two main elements to take into account in terms of profiteering by multinationals. We're talking about billions of dollars, at the multinational sector. But tax avoidance takes place in other forms as well, and just about everywhere in the world. Billionaires, so we're talking about 3,000 people among the richest on the planet, at the end of the day, practically don't pay any tax at all on their assets. So we need to find solutions. If we can do that globally, fine. If we can do that at a European level, we should do it. But when we're talking about proposals, if they're not sufficient at European level, then individual countries should go further, should take the initiative with their own taxation systems. That's my opinion. We need to try and combine the two. Thank you. You've underlined the need to fight against this tax avoidance, and also the need for variable geometry at that level as well. We'll come back to that.
Victor Gaspar to share with us his main message.
It's more than one, if you allow me. The headline message that I would like to leave with you is that the International Monetary Fund has always looked at a global approach as necessary to meet global challenges, and that's certainly the case in international tax. And so we collaborate at all levels to try to make that coordination possible. We have worked closely together with the OECD in the context of the inclusive framework, and we have worked closely with the OECD in the context of the platform for cooperation on tax. And we have been impressed by the progress that was possible to achieve in the context of the inclusive framework. And given that my very good friend Pascal Santamans is there on the third row, you probably can wave so that people know where you are. And the success in the negotiations was quite impressive. What is it that we, IMF, can contribute? We have been publishing analytical pieces, and I've been following that very closely since 2014, and we have put out a book and a board paper in 2019 looking at international taxation. I believe that's good analysis, that it's still relevant today. From a more policy-making angle, we put out the 2022 April fiscal monitor that provides an overview. But elaborating on a very important point made by Mathias CORMANN just now in his keynote, the crucial thing from the developing world that dominates the membership of the IMF has 192 members, is to develop tax systems so that countries can achieve tax capacity that enables the state to play its full role in resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth. And in 2021 and 2022, my department has engaged with more than 150 countries around the world to try to help them do just that.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing into our discussion the element of taxation as an instrument also for resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth, which I think is also an interesting dimension to bring into the discussion. So I move now to Jayati, and I would like to ask her, from her perspective, what would be the key message?
Well, thank you so much. It is really a great privilege and pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to be in this huge room with all of you. I represent an independent commission here, so I hope you will allow me to speak frankly. Let's admit, and I think it's been clear from everything we've heard this morning, that the global tax system is broken. And it is broken in ways that massively deny the ability of most of the countries of this world to get the taxes that are due to them. It enables illicit financial flows of all kinds, and developing countries are the worst sufferers. It does not allow citizens anywhere in the world, actually, to get access to the resources that they need for everything that has been talked about here. And once again, in that, women are the worst sufferers. What do we need? We need a system that recognizes how these financial flows are illicit and prevents that by both corporations and rich individuals. I think the OECD played a very important role, definitely. We've already recognized the role of Pascal Saint-Amand, and the European Union played a very important role in pushing forward two of the main elements that actually prevent this taxation in terms of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. But that was not enough. And it is still a broken system. So how do we fix this broken system? And that's my main point. Pillar 2, the minimum tax rate, we believe is too low from my commission. We have asked for 25%, which is the median of global tax rates. At the moment, we are worried about a race to the bottom. But that's less important than the fact that, Pillar 2 doesn't do very much without Pillar 1. It still enables multinationals to shift their taxes around. And let me again speak frankly. Pillar 1 is not going to happen. The United States has already declared, Secretary Yellen has announced that there will be no decision on this year. And we know that next year is an election year. It's not going to happen. So as long as the US avoids this, there will be no global agreement. In that interim, what do we do? And I believe that there are two important ways in which the European Union can play a very important role. One is to actually enable countries that have digital services taxation to continue with that, because that is actually providing significant gains to many countries. And it is unreasonable for major digital global multinationals to get away without paying their fair share. But the second is the fact that now we are getting the possibility of negotiations in the United Nations. Because of the efforts of the African Union, and the General Assembly has passed it, I was distressed to learn, we were all, in fact, rather shocked to learn that the EU Council has issued a statement against this move on the grounds of duplication from the OECD process. We do not believe that this is a duplication. We believe that it's perfectly possible for countries who have signed on to carry on with implementing Pillar 2 and to then also participate in the UN tax negotiations. We also recognize that the EU Parliament actually approved a motion earlier this year in favor of a UN tax negotiation, and I think that's very important because the UN tax process would be a more inclusive process. Let me once again state frankly that many developing countries, even those who are part of the inclusive process, have felt excluded, that their voices have not been heard, and their needs for preventing the enabling of illicit financial flows in the developed world have not been heard. So I would make a very, very strong plea for a persistence of support for a UN tax process, which would enable also wealth and capital taxation, which would look at excess profit taxation, in addition to the kinds of corporate taxation that we have looked at so far.
Thank you very much. Very powerful message. The global tax system is broken, and you are putting forward the possibility of a UN initiative which could be an answer to this. And this is perfect because you have given me the transition for my colleagues. I'm going to ask your fellow panelists whether they agree that the global tax system is broken, and from their perspective, what can we do? What is the best level, and what can you do at your level, national, European, and EU levels, to address this issue? And you can also say whether you agree or disagree with what Jayati was just saying. We start with Tina.
Thank you. Thank you, Jayati, for this transition. It's sort of a difficult position to make. We, speaking from Slovenia's point of view, we have always been a strong supportive. So we have argumented the strong support for the global tax reform, for Pillar 1, Pillar 2. We remain committed to do as much as we can for the work to continue. It basically doesn't matter which forum this facilitates. However, there is a lot of work has been done in the OECD level. And there is a fear of losing that momentum, just switching the form. Is it going to be somehow different? That is the basic question. We, personally, there is a lack of information on how the work on the UN should differ from the OECD in order to get better results. Is this the light at the end of the tunnel, or is just something to shelve the proposal and wait for, I don't know, to make a new one?
The European Parliament.
Yeah, I mean, when just listening right now, I mean, do one and do the other. I mean, I think everybody at the appropriate level should do as much as possible in order to go on. As European Parliament, we were always, I mean, I do it like this. I mean, I share a lot of what you said right now, but I'm always thinking in a positive way and trying, I mean, to look at those angles where we can act. And therefore, I would like to say it's European Union, though being handicapped in that way that we have this crazy necessity of unanimity. Nevertheless, in many areas, we could be pioneers and really try to push at the different levels in order to turn the world to the better. I just say it right now. I believe in this Brussels effect we have at many issues, and really would like to mention, coming a little bit out of the box, on data protection. So somehow when we did something for the European Union level, more or less just has a spillover effect that the whole world then has to react on that and really do something. And we did go also further when OECD did the public country by country reporting. We said, no, we need it publicly. So somehow to go further in these areas. And right now also when looking at the corporate minimum tax, so somehow the of course, I mean, as a parliamentarian, what should I say? I would like to have it far higher and everything. But I mean, we dreamt about it and it came true. So somehow let's push it. Let's work on all levels. And of course, also let's strengthen within the European institutions, within our possibilities, all those ways. I just mentioned something small. I mean, we always have, I mean, of course, the big goal, let's negotiate the treaty and let's not have this unanimity anymore in the tax questions, but also let's look at the areas where we have some possibilities. Like, for example, when we're working on taxes, let's force the ECOFIN, for example, really to read and to act on our opinions. Why not inviting the chair of the tax subcommittee regularly at the ECOFIN in order to present what we've decided there? So it's a question of listening, of cooperating, of using the ways we have, and there's a lot in the institutional ways, cooperations with parliaments. So somehow this sounds all quite small, but altogether you just can push something also on the content as such.
Thank you very much. And many brilliant ideas to increase the cooperation. And I was very interested also in this Brussels effect in taxation. Does the French National Parliament feel this Brussels effect in taxation?
Juste avant de vous répondre.
Well, just before I respond to you, I did hear you say that the system doesn't work. Well, at this moment, the system works very well for people who've got capital. I mean, we want free circulation of goods, free circulation of capital in a place without any tax harmonization. I think that is something that no person on this planet would say was sensible. I think it's unbearable, because there's funding that our local authorities could use. This is a capitalist logic, but some people have an interest in preserving it. Is there a Brussels effect? Well, yes, there is a Brussels effect. But if you look at the second pillar discussion, people are saying, well, it's better than nothing, isn't it? But it doesn't really go very far, and it also has possible effects under Pillar 2 that could prove difficult. For example, the exceptions on substance. If you set up an activity in a certain country, you could go below the 15%. I mean, it's not just a question of declaring their profits to where they pay the least profits, but they could actually move their material activities to a country where they pay less than 15%. And that could suddenly become the norm, that all countries adapt to the 15%, including to those countries that are below it. So we should not use this as an excuse for doing nothing. A couple of weeks ago, I was at the so-called Bercy Dialogue, organized by our minister, Bruno Le Maire. When I think about the absolute scandal that billionaires are paying virtually 0% of wealth tax, and about 25% tax on the whole on their income. I mean, that's what happens. Tax on capital is low, so we tend to move tax away from wealth towards income. And that's a loss of income for the state. For 150 people, that's 18 billion euros for France. Well, his response was, yes, I agree. That's Bruno Le Maire, the finance minister in France. He said, yeah, I agree. But it has to be a European tax, he added. Well, if there's no tax harmonization, a European tax, well, we might have to wait quite a long time. I think that we should work on it. Gabriel Zucman was proposing a global tax of 2% on wealth that would bring in quite a lot of revenue. But in the meantime, we have to use the levers that we have. Where there is some hope, I could mention that I chaired my committee that voted through 15 billion extra revenue on taxes on dividends, share buybacks, and on financial transactions. That was a large majority behind those measures. We have a paragraph in the French order, the 49.3, which could mean that the president simply overrules all of the votes in the parliament. But there are new majorities emerging in national parliaments, and this could also take place at the European Parliament, so that we could tax wealth.
To invite now Vítor Gaspar to react, and perhaps from the perspective also of the EU, what would be the ways to make our system more efficient, but you can comment also on the general elements.
No, thanks so much, Daniel. I will take the EU perspective. One aspect which to me is very important is that the EU is one of the large players in the world. If people would ask me, please list the 5 large players in the world, my list would be China, India, the United States, the African Union, and the European Union. All of these 5 entities are now members of the G20, so the G20 actually puts together all the large players. And please bear in mind that the inclusive framework of the OECD is a creature of the G20. So I think this is a very important thing. The EU has a very important strategic interest in supporting the African Union as much as possible, because the ability of the African Union to be an effective player depends on upgrading its game and really representing the African continent. That is very important for Africa. It's very important for the world. So that is my first point. My second point is that the European Union has always been good at looking at long-term trends. The conference, this EU Tax Symposium, is a good example of that. But when I started interacting with Pascal, I was chairing a high-level expert group to the European Commission, looking at how to tax in a digitized world. And in that context, we came out with something which I believe is very important, is that you can have a very efficient tax system in a digitized world, but one of the principles that you have to apply at an international level is the destination principle. The destination principle is significantly more robust than others. By engaging in the type of debate that we're having today and we had yesterday, getting the priorities right for the very long run is possible. And in tax, things take time. We are celebrating this year the 100th anniversary of the League of Nations report on international income taxation. And after 100 years, perhaps a global systemic view is at this point timely. I don't think that we can wait another 100 years, right? So probably from now until 2050, we should do it. The European Union has another very important asset. The European Union brings together 27 countries and has to work on the basis of rules that can be applied across this space. Mm-hmm. This approach is almost like a laboratory for the world. What works in Europe may be a template for the world. Mm-hmm. And if other entities like the European Union start playing a role, the African Union, that type of approach may be precious for the two unions and for the world as well.
Thank you very much. And to complete round, Jayati can react, and I don't know if you are satisfied by the reaction of the panelists to your
No, thank you very much. I am in fact, largely satisfied. I want to just take up 3 of the issues that were raised. First, on Pillar 1, and just to elaborate for people who may not know about Pillar 1, it is the idea that you tax a multinational as one company, which is what it is. So you don't say Apple in US versus Apple in France, or Amazon in Britain versus Amazon in India. They're all one company, which is what their shareholders think, and every country gets its share of the profit according to some formula to tax according to its own national tax. In other words, you would tax them the same as you tax your own national companies. This is an excellent idea. This is what Pillar 1 is. However, the way the compromise was worked out, it turns out that it is not that you take the global profits of that multinational. You take only the top companies, which comes to, I think, less than 200, between 100 and 200 companies. You take only what are being called residual profits above 10%, and only a quarter of those are available for distribution and reallocation. So it's a pittance, really, compared to what is happening. And I think this is very important for everyone to realize, and for parliamentarians to realize, that the final compromise that was done at the very last moment dramatically reduced the amount that would be available for reallocation. So it's only the basic principle which is there. The actual substance is not there. So there is really a lot that could be improved in Pillar 1. But the second, and I think very important question you raised, has to do with what's the point of moving it to the UN? The same geopolitics that is plaguing the OECD inclusive process is going to also plague the UN. That is true at one level, but I think there are 2 significant ways in which it's not true. One has to do with the fact that the very fact of a more inclusive process, and with many more countries able to voice their opinions, rather than, I mean, the OECD process was a bit like, there was the basic table, and then there was the seats at the back, which don't have the mic, which is what developing countries were. And in the UN, you actually get a much more inclusive process, which enables a more transparent, open discussion. We have already seen the various subcommittees of that UN process generating very interesting results, whether it is in terms of the subject to tax rule, the jurisdiction requirements, many 12A and 12B articles. There are many ways in which that's already generated quite significant progress above what the OECD had done. I believe this is in the interests of the EU, especially if you want to go in for a wealth tax. You need to have country-by-country reporting of both corporations and individuals. You need to have that global cooperation in terms of exchange of information. And that is something you can do with a UN approach. I also just want to mention, yes, you're right, the EU has excellent and very benevolent approach to African Union. Why does the African Union want the UN process? Why are they the ones who were so insistent on tabling it continuously until finally it happened? Surely there is a reason. And the reason is because they're not satisfied with the OECD process, despite the best intentions. And there is a geopolitical power imbalance reason for this. We cannot skirt this by saying we have the best intentions. Final point. I do believe we know this is a fragmented world. We know it's a divided world. And there is a crisis of legitimacy. For G7, increasingly, G20 cannot even come up with statements. I mean, in India, they managed to get a very bland statement at the very end. There is a real crisis of legitimacy, and I do believe the European Union also faces that crisis in the rest of the world. It is very important for the EU to be seen as thinking multilaterally, because otherwise, really, multilateralism will die in front of our eyes. And I do think that this is something that in the EU, the Parliament also should take very seriously.
Thank you very much. You will have the opportunity to react to each other, but I don't want this panel to be endogamic. And we have such a vast array of colleagues who are here, and I want to offer them the possibility to put a question to the panelists. And I have received already a very big number of requests. I will start, and I will apologize because I have to mention the number of where you are sitting. And my first request comes from seat number 243, Mr. Carlos Braz, from the Portuguese Assembly. I don't know if, yes, you are there. Would you like to put a question? It's
yes,
maximum
of course.
1 minute. This is European Parliament rules. Maximum
okay,
1
no
minute.
problem. Thank you very much. I will speak in Portuguese if you don't mind. We have translation, so...
Well, the international economic crisis, the new alignments, new blocs emerging, multilateralism. The European Union is being forced to get involved in a common process that has to be more than the sum of its parts. There needs to be more integration, but it seems that this has been pushed back into second place as we move towards new enlargement. But enlargement and integration are not contradictory. They shouldn't be played off against each other. They have to coexist and move forward together. The future of the European Union means that we are going to have to lose some national sovereignty in all of the countries so that the Union will have a fiscal and financial capacity that goes beyond national contributions. Joint own resources is the right response. So countries have to gradually transfer competences to the EU. This will not compromise national identity or sovereignty, but they will make European integration better. Green taxation has to be seen as an instrument, but also an end in itself. It should be seen as more than just a common source of tax revenue. My question is, does the enlargement agenda compromise the integration agenda?
And you did it in 1 minute 37 seconds, but I'm sure the next speakers will follow the path of. And I thank you for the question. Does enlargement affect this agenda? Enlargement versus deepening? We are going to take 3 questions so that our colleagues can, so that more persons have the possibility. So, my next speaker is from Malta, from the Parliamentary Chamber, Mr. Jerome Caruana. And I don't know if it's seat 236 or 238, because the writing is not very clear. I think it could be 238.
That's correct. So, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to speak in Maltese. Meta nitkellmu dwar decision making.
When we speak about decision-making in fiscal terms, this is a very important issue for Malta especially. This morning we have presented the attractiveness survey that takes place every year that analyzes how our country is attracting foreign investment. So we are analyzing the risks for investors to base themselves in Malta. The biggest attracting factor is our corporate regime. So this is very important within the Pillar 2 context. This is applicable to our country, but also to other countries that have a similar context. I would like to ask 2 questions. The European Union is addressing compensation to those countries that will be very much affected by the new rules? And the second question, how will the European Union safeguard its competitiveness in the fiscal aspects with the 15% introduced, so that we make sure that we're not disadvantaged on a global level?
Much, Mr. Caruana. And I have a third question, and this question comes from the private sector. I have the managing director of Accenture, Mr. Gabriel Belanger, or Belanger, and it's seat 325.
Yes, indeed, I'm here on the left of your... Good morning, and thank you for this seminal moment in European taxation, and particularly for Mr. CORMANN's presentations. And my thesis was on decision-making in policy development. So this panel was indeed, as you said at the start, the most critical in today's proceedings. I have had the privilege to work with the FTA at the OECD on the Tax 3.0 framework. So my question is in regards to electronic invoicing regulations. Given our international experience, it is clear that this measure alone can play a transformational role in modernizing business digital practices across Europe. We estimate this to be 15 billion euros of economic benefits via the Y model in France alone per annum. So my question is, how do we ensure that the complex governance needed across the European Commission and the Member States and other institutions can be put in place to maximize the benefits of this key modernization lever, given that a number of countries are already working on introducing the electronic invoicing measures in their countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think I would like to add a fourth question, if with the agreement of the panelists who are taking note in detail of all your questions, they will reply very exhaustively. And I have a request from the Hellenic Parliament, Mr. Chris Dermentsopoulos, member of the Economic Affairs Committee, and he's seated in seat number 150.
Correct. Dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation and the warm welcome. Allow me to switch to Greek for my question. Είναι γεγονός ότι η φοροαποφυγή.
Well, it's true that we're talking about a global challenge with tax avoidance, and as has already been said, every member state has to map its own path. But of course, there are agreements that allow the European Union to take things further than agreements at international level. Of course, the European Union and our country has seen progress, but we need the tools that are necessary to meet the challenges such as digitalization and the green transition. Now, we're talking about international, national and EU levels combined in this panel, but what is the level of cooperation between countries and exchange of information, and are you optimistic about being able to contain tax avoidance, especially with the cryptocurrencies? Also, what is being done with regard to digital nomads, for example, and their tax jurisdictions? Thank you.
So, I think 4 very interesting areas. Some are more EU-centric. The issue of enlargement, deepening, the issue also of competitiveness of the EU, but very interesting questions also on digitalization and the overall challenges for the tax systems. Perhaps we start with the EU dimension, and Mrs. Regner would like to come in, followed by Mr. Gaspar, and then we move to the national and international. If you want to answer, and you don't need to answer to the 4, but if you want to answer to the 4, you are allowed, of course.
So thank you very much for the questions and also for the comments. They have been embedded. Concerning enlargement, I mean, of course, it is clear that we have to adapt, and this is crystal clear, that we have to adapt our rules when a huge country like the Ukraine hopefully can be able to become member of the European Union. I mean, it's clear that our system in the European Union won't work as it is working today if we are going on with such a bigger European Union. And this is covering all policy areas, including taxes. We have our criteria, and you know that have to be fulfilled, that are applied right now when negotiating with specifically Western Balkan countries. But I would really like also to remind of something that sounds a little bit dreamy right now. We had, and that's not so long ago, the Conference on the Future of Europe. And in this regard, I mean, many specialists, many politicians from the national and European level were included, but also people that have been chosen by chance. So somehow a system that was highly interesting because it was about 800 people simply chosen by chance from all over Europe. And they had as their conclusion, somehow getting an introduction on how the European Union works, the conclusion that somehow we should drop unanimity, we should, with taxes, we should be in a far more democratic way, also in foreign policy and enlargement. And this was really something that made us all thinking, if we shouldn't change our rules and respect those people, and therefore concerning your comment and your question, how to react? Can't we deepen and enlarge at the same time? I have to say, of course, and we even must, otherwise the European Union won't work in the future. So somehow I don't see it as an either or, I see it as an absolute necessity. Concerning the question from Malta, competitiveness, I mean, here we also have to clearly look. I mean, what we have done in the past, in the previous years, and what we are doing right now. I mean, when looking deeper right now, who is taking an advantage of tax competition, and this includes often unfair tax competition, there you can't ask for compensation. I mean, we were doing in the European Union, when we were digging deeper, a list of tax havens. We were looking very carefully at anti-money laundering rules, at golden visa. So somehow adapting the European Union also to tax justice means simply also to look what is harmful, and was really also damaging altogether democratic societies, also in tax terms. And I'm deeply convinced that somehow maybe I misunderstood it right now, but to ask for compensation if there are harmful practices that are applied, I mean, this is a no-go. We should come closer step by step in order to have a more just tax system.
Wanted to react?
Yes. On the questions, I will be telegraphic, and I will not be addressing the question from Malta because it has just been addressed quite comprehensively. On the question on enlargement versus deepening, I was very much involved in European negotiations starting in 1989 and basically until 2013, almost 25 years. And during this period, there was quite impressive enlargement and quite impressive deepening. One can have deepening and enlargement proceeding in parallel, no doubt whatsoever. On electronic invoicing and more generally about the use of technology in tax administration and the symbiosis between technical solutions in tax administrations and in businesses, there was a session yesterday that covered that quite exhaustively, and the participants in this session are still around, so it's very easy to get very comprehensive answers from this crowd. On the issue of whether the European Union can go further than global solutions, I think that that's a very good question. I would say that European and the global level interact in a very constructive way. That is, for example, when it comes to corporate income taxation, Europe has been trying to make progress over the years. The European Union engaged very constructively in the context of the inclusive framework. The solutions that were agreed in the inclusive framework are now being implemented in Europe. So there's a backwards and forwarding that helps the global level, and it helps the European Union. You will allow me, Chair, that I disagree with one aspect that was raised by my neighbor on the left, Jayati, and has to do with the first pillar. That is, if I would give you my take on the first pillar, I regard the first pillar as almost revolutionary. Why is that? Because there was an agreement at global level on a tax base. And that is absolutely revolutionary. Remember, we don't have that in Europe. right? And that actually led me yesterday in my keynote to say, have a look at corporate income tax, have a look at excess profits tax or residual profits tax as a possible option for the own resources at European level. The other aspect, which is tremendous in Pillar 1, is that the sharing of that common base is on the basis of a formula. And again, that is something that has the grammar of an argument that can be used to go much further in terms of global cooperation. But if you want to know how to go about it, ask Pascal.
I would like, Nadia will have the possibility to reply, but I am giving her a little bit time to think of the reply, because first, j'aimerais écouter le président de la commission de l'Assemblée nationale sur les questions et si vous voulez réagir aussi aux commentaires.
Non, juste sur le pilier 1, le problème c'est de ne pas installer des choses qui sur le papier sonnent bien et qui dans la réalité, à force de dérogation et d'exception, notamment pour y intégrer les États-Unis, font qu'il y a même plus 100 sociétés qui vont être dans le monde, qui vont être traitées par le pilier 1. Voilà, donc c'est aussi ça la réalité. Mais c'était pas ça la question. Je voulais revenir sur deux choses par rapport à l'Union européenne et les limites. Moi, je crois que tant qu'on n'a pas réglé une chose, c'est-à-dire tant qu'on n'a pas réglé le fait que la plupart des paradis fiscaux sont dans l'Union européenne et que la plupart des 1000 milliards de dollars dont je parlais tout à l'heure, des multinationales qui sont le théâtre d'une évasion fiscale, sont dans des pays de l'Union européenne, on n'aura rien réglé. Donc autrement dit, là ça touche la question de l'harmonisation fiscale, mais ça touche aussi le fait de ne pas laisser les entre guillemets, parce que c'est souvent pas à l'avantage des peuples de ces pays-là, mais de ne pas laisser des loups dans la bergerie. Voilà. On ne peut pas avoir le beurre à l'argent du beurre quelque part. Bon. Donc ça, il faut l'affronter de fond. Sinon, ce jeu-là va continuer très longtemps. La deuxième chose, c'est pour répondre aux parlementaires de Malte. J'ai cru comprendre la question. L'idée, c'est attention, si on fait trop de règles communes qui permettent de lutter contre le moins-disant fiscal, est-ce qu'on ne va pas toucher à la question de la compétitivité? Mais la question, c'est la compétitivité au service de qui? Bon. Il y a une excellente étude qui vient de sortir en France, puisque vous savez qu'en France, donc, il y a eu la décision par l'exécutif depuis 2017 du président Macron de favoriser les revenus du capital pour attirer les capitaux. Bon. Donc il y a eu deux mesures, suppression de l'impôt sur les grandes fortunes, et puis la deuxième, enfin du moins d'origine mobilière, du capital, et la deuxième, l'installation de ce qu'on appelle une flat tax, c'est-à-dire qu'on plafonne l'imposition sur les revenus du capital à 30%, donc bien moindre que les revenus du travail. Et là, il y a un bilan qui vient d'être fait, qui est intéressant. Hein, c'est un comité d'évaluation des réformes de la fiscalité à partir de France Stratégie, qui est un organisme qui est directement relié au Premier ministre. Donc on ne va pas dire que c'est mon parti, quoi. Vous voyez ce que je veux dire? Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent? Ils disent sur la flat tax, donc le rapport démontre, je cite, qu'aucun effet n'a pu être identifié sur l'économie réelle, investissement, emploi, etc. Sur l'ISF, la suppression de l'ISF sur les variables d'activité réelle des entreprises indique un impact nul sur l'investissement des entreprises et pas d'effet décelable sur le niveau d'emploi et de masse salariale. Par contre, les 500 plus grandes fortunes de France ont vu leur fortune doubler dans la même période. Ce que je veux dire là, c'est que la compétitivité, il faut savoir au service de quoi. Si c'est pas au service de l'économie réelle, de l'activité, des salaires, de l'emploi, de l'investissement, je trouve qu'on paye trop cher ce moins-disant fiscal. Et enfin, je termine une chose, c'est qu'il me semble que ça a été abordé tout à l'heure. Le gros problème que nous avons avec les multinationales, c'est la question des prix de transfert. C'est-à-dire comment vous pouvez faire en sorte de déclarer dans des pays qui vous arrangent fiscalement.
Be able to submit your income tax declaration in countries that favor you most. You go foreign shopping. How do you avoid this foreign shopping, this jurisdiction shopping? Because if you don't, the situation will continue. I'm in favor, and I'll say it again, I said it already before, I'll say it again, I'm in favor of the fact of rectifying taxation of a multinational taking into account the country where its main activity is, but basing yourself on where the sales of that multinational take place. You look at what they pay in the country where it's declaring its own activity and what it should be paying, for instance, in a country like France, and on the basis of that, then you adapt a given percentage just to be able to correct and rectify things. And we've calculated that this would be about 26 million coming into the French budget. So this at least would make it possible to do something a little bit better than we've been doing so far. Thank you.
5 minutes left, and then the interpreters leave. So the 5 minutes have to be absolutely respected. And I have two ladies who have to come in right now, Tina and Jayati. Would you like, Tina, to share these 5 minutes with Jayati?
Yes, of course. I will be rather brief. There was no interpretation already, so I'm so sorry. I missed most of the the last minute or so. I got the messages, but from my understanding of French, and it's not very vast, I gather that you covered most of the questions, so I'm not going to go into detail. What I would like to stress is that the contents or the topics that are covered in this tax symposium, tax mix for 2050, the decision making, all these subjects are interlinked. They have to be put all together, not separately, because we cannot discuss the own resources without looking at the situation in each member state. What is the tax mix in that member state? How do we pick which own resource is going to be levied at the EU level or transferred to the EU level? So this is, everything is linked together. So it's a progress and discussion to be continued, because as it turns out, 75 minutes is definitely not enough to cover this subject.
Thank you very much.
Jayati.
And Jayati is going to put the cherry on the cake. Final word.
Thank you so much. And first, let me just respond to Vitor's response, which is, yes, I agree with you. It is absolutely revolutionary, the idea. And it is something that we in ICRIC, we have been asking for a decade. So it is wonderful to see that come into being. But it is, as you say, it is the grammar of the idea. I mean, it is a revolutionary idea in principle, but it has been whittled down to such an extent that for developing countries, it's almost meaningless. I think the total estimated revenues the EU Tax Observatory suggested was between $7 to $9 billion. I mean, ridiculously small, to be shared across all developing countries. So obviously we have to do more work on this. You know, pillar one, to me, it's a pillar of ice that has been kept out in the sun for too long. And it's melted down to practically nothing. So that's the sense in which it is revolutionary, but it's not. It was taken over by corporate interests, let's be frank. And therefore, we have to do much more work on this. Just final point, you know, I was so inspired by this discussion about how you can actually deepen and enlarge together. And I think that EU is an inspiration. Let me be honest, I think the very existence of the EU is an inspiration to all of us in the rest of the world. It's really a remarkable thing when you think about it. I really hope that the EU brings that principle also to the interaction with the rest of the world, including in taxation. There are so many things you do amongst yourselves that are so important. Developing countries need money even more than you do, right? We have debt crises, we have climate crises, we are not meeting the sustainable development goals, we have increased poverty, we have hunger. We really need the tax revenues. So we need the assistance that would be provided by country reporting, by correct apportionment of the taxes, of, asset registers, enabling the asset registers that provide knowledge about beneficial owners. And that should be made available to all countries. So all of us can say, we will tax your wealth wherever you keep it, just like you do. So we are really asking for you to deepen and enlarge for the rest of us as well.
Thank you very much. And I would like to conclude this panel thanking our panelists, thanking you. Perhaps on my side, I have learned a lot from the discussions, but I think there are some very strong messages which come from the exchange, which was very lively and very interactive. First, the importance of finding the right link of the different goals of taxation, whether it's fairness, whether it's transparency, whether it's gender, whether it's equality. I think this holistic approach is very important, and I was underlining it. There is no contradiction between enlargement and deepening, and there is a role which the European institutions have to play. The fact that it is extremely important to find the right level of interaction between the different levels is not just the topics, but finding the best optimal solution in cooperation, in coordination, in consensus. The role also for national states to continue playing its role. And I conclude with Javatis's word, the EU can actually inspire, and this Brussels effect could lead efforts towards greater cooperation and greater integration in this area. I think the panelists have deserved a round of applause.
Panelists and moderator. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, I have a special announcement to make to members of the European Parliament, members of the national parliaments, and all our speakers for this panel and other panels previously and yet to come. Please stay in the room, try and gather in the middle, because we are going to organize a family photograph. And the photographer is going to stand here, so please try and gather somewhere in the middle and in the front rows. Everybody else is free to break for lunch. We have colleagues outside who are going to guide you to the lunch room. So, bon appétit. We gather back here at 2:30. Thank you. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please ask you to take your seats so that we can resume our day and start with our first afternoon session. It's very difficult to break lunchtime conversations. It's a good sign. It means you have been networking, you have been exchanging, so that's always a positive sign. But now we need to get on with our program. So to kick off our afternoon discussions, I will invite you to watch a recorded video message from Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, who is the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to join today's important conversation on the future of taxation in the European Union. Let me first give you some global context. While the recovery from the shocks of the past few years continue, it is slow and uneven, and medium-term growth prospects are the weakest in decades. Slow growth means less tax revenues at a time debt levels are high and debt servicing costs are rising. In addition, demand for public spending is increasing. In this difficult environment for government budgets, mobilizing domestic revenues and improving the quality of spending are essential. Good, fair, and competitive taxation remains a key element to achieve this. But given continuously new challenges, we must also adapt taxation for the future, both in Europe and globally. There are a number of steps countries can take, but let me highlight three priorities. First, prepare for the climate transition. Relying too much on spending measures to achieve net zero emissions by mid-century would raise public debt to GDP ratios by 45 to 50% and put that on unsustainable path. It's simply unaffordable. A more balanced approach with carbon pricing and other mitigation instruments tailored to country-specific circumstances would be more affordable, together with measures to build tax capacity to mobilize revenues and improve spending efficiency. In this scenario, we find that public debt would only rise by 10 to 15% of GDP by 2050. Second, address fundamental flaws in the taxation of profits of multinational enterprises. It has become increasingly hard for countries to raise revenue from multinational companies in an effective, fair, and efficient manner. The new two-pillar solution, taxing rights for destination economies and a global minimum corporate tax rate, is a major step in the right direction, and the EU has already acted in this area. Please continue. Please also help developing countries to implement. Third, promote digitalization. Governments can leverage technology to enhance both spending efficiency and revenue collection. And we know that adopting digital solutions can help strengthen fiscal transparency and accountability. While every country must take its own steps in these areas, tax coordination is also key. Here, the European Union has historically played an important leadership role, especially in capital and consumption taxes. In an increasingly fragmented world, this example of coordination and cooperation is more important than it has ever been. That spirit of collaboration is also evident in the EU's work with the IMF. Together, we address global taxation issues by sharing our knowledge, regularly convening and providing capacity development support to emerging and developing economies. The lessons from this collaboration have helped the IMF better serve our membership including in the areas of helping them build stronger tax institutions. As we look ahead, the IMF will continue to partner with the EU and support our membership as we work together to adapt tax systems to the challenges of today and the challenges of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Georgieva. I would like now to invite the speakers and panelists of our third panel to please join me on stage. We will move away from international agreements and look a bit more closely at some aspects that have already been touched upon, in particular just before lunch. We will look more closely at how we can improve further the business tax framework within the EU single market. To lead us through this discussion, I'm going to hand over to our moderator once he's received some of the questions that you have already sent for our panelists. And remember, if you'd like to send some more questions, the cards are still just out there outside the door. You just hand them out, fill them in, hand them out to our ushers, and they will bring them to the moderator for the discussion. So our moderator is Pascal Saint-Amand, who's a non-resident fellow at Bruegel, and he's also partner at Brunswick.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. Very impressive, and sorry for turning my back to half of the room. I try to improve. Thanks for being here. I see, only a few seats empty, which means that you've survived the 1 day and a half, and the reason for that, it's fascinating, it's extremely exciting, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Gerassimos, Thomas, and Paul Tang for the organization. And I remember some time ago, I had a conversation with Gerassimos when I was still somebody at the OECD, and he told me, you know what we're missing at the European Union is blue sky thinking, is something which brings the big picture. Here you are, you've done it, and that's a change, I believe, and that's a fantastic change. So it's vibrant, it's exciting, and it's very good for the debate. So I'm Pascal Saint-Amand. I was at the OECD, and today, among different activities, I have the pleasure to try to bring some tax expertise at Bruegel, which you all know, and it's in this capacity that I have the pleasure to moderate a great panel. I will introduce the members, and the conversation in this panel, is about the future of tax in Europe, but more precisely beyond the international agreement. We've talked a lot about Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, but how to further improve the business tax framework within the single market, which is a very EU-centric issue, but recognizing that it's taking place in a broader environment. To speak to that topic, and we'll go like previous panels in 2 rounds. So the first question will be more about, okay, now that we have P1, P2, what's next here? What's the implementation and the impact in the European Union? And we'll have a second round to focus on what Gerassimos and his team have issued a few weeks ago, which is a set of 3 extremely important and I would say innovative proposals that the panel will be invited to discuss. So joining me, I start presenting Fabrizia La Pecorella, who is now Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. You heard Mathias CORMANN earlier today, the Secretary General. Fabrizia joined the OECD a few months ago, and prior to that, she had been forever the DG for public finance in Italy. Forever, I don't know whether it's 15, 16, 17 years, something like that. You were the Directorate General for public finance in Italy. We we have then a member of parliament, so it's very good to have the political view with Gabriela Jorga, who's also vice chair of the Committee for Budget, Finance and Banks in the Romanian parliament, member of a party which is affiliated to the EPP, so thanks for being with us. We have Georg Gebert, who's well known among the tax practitioners. He's the director for global policy in a group. He's also in Business Europe, and I learned that he is also the chairman and founder of an institute for the digitalization of tax law. Now, it's a German institute. I think there is a good case to make it a European institute. He's working on that. Thanks for this. Not finally, but present, finally, we have Karel Lano, a bit like Fabrizia, for the Director General of Public Finance. You are Mr. Seps. It's not Mr. Beps, it's Mr. Seps, right? And you've just issued a report. Joining us soon, we have a member of the European Parliament with Isabelle Benjumea, who will be joining incessamment sous peu, et peut-être même avant, as we say in French. Before moving to the first question, I would like to invite each of the panelists to say a few words of introduction. We start with you, Jörg.
Yes, thank you very much, Pascal. I'm very happy today, ladies and gentlemen, to bring in the perspective of business. I just would like to look back because 10 years ago, almost exactly, we have started, or the OECD has started, the BEPS process. And I would like to mention that this has been, at the beginning, I think businesses worked against the OECD, then we have come to a very good cooperation, and I think businesses have become increasingly constructive in trying to solve some problems, some practical problems that were there. I must say that I and my company I'm working for has always been supportive of the minimum tax, and I personally still believe it's really a great idea to have that. To restore the trust in the tax system. But at the same time, it's a lot of work. What you did, Pascal, with the inclusive framework, it wasn't you alone, is a complex system that we now implement in the companies in Germany and throughout the EU. I think that is really important to know that for companies, it's a major effort to implement that. So we really need a lot of resources in terms of personnel, in terms of IT, because we need to program the IT systems to get the numbers that we need for the Pillar 2. And therefore, I would say this is somehow the initial remark connected with maybe one perception that I had yesterday and this morning, that I was a bit surprised that the narrative and the rhetoric in this parliament today in the discussions has not changed fundamentally. Yeah, it's still the narrative of companies don't pay enough taxes, and from the point of view of companies, it's just the opposite. We have a lot of measures that have been implemented in the last 10 years. And we believe that we are now at a totally different level. And that is, I think, really important to get into this discussion because it's a totally different perspective in my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isabelle has joined us. I was waiting for you on the screen. It's even better in person, so be welcome. And maybe may I turn to you for a few words of introduction before we move to the first question.
Absolutely. And so sorry I arrived late. I thought it was at 2:45, so very, very sorry about that. And I'm very glad to be here. I'm very glad that this symposium is taking place, that we at the European Parliament are putting the focus on a discussion about taxation, in this case, corporate taxation. But I do believe that it's important in a union that is growing constantly, that we are in the in a process of trying to improve the harmonization among the different member states, that we talk about taxes, even though the competence is a national competence. I think it's important, very important, that we are organising this event and that we have, for instance, a subcommittee on fiscal affairs, that I'm glad to be a member of it, and that here at the European Parliament we are discussing these very important topics. Regarding corporate taxation, I wanted to say a few words. First of all, is that I said before, the competence remains at the national level, so we really need to focus on what is possible at the time being, which is fostering the coordination and the cooperation among member states and trying to move forward towards some kind of harmonization. And I insist on this because sometimes we have different discussions that are in a different level, but it's not the reality level that we are in. Then, I'm a strong believer on the good things that tax competition may bring also to competitiveness in the European Union, and also in the capacity of the member states to increase their tax collection if they have the right tax policy. That's why I also believe that we don't need to stigmatise the possibility of a fair and just tax competition, but we need to put the focus on the cooperation, the coordination and further harmonisation. Regarding the OECD agreement, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, I wanted to say that I think it's a good thing that agreement was reached on a minimum tax of the 15%, and I think it's very good that the European Union supported it and the member states of the European Union supported it. But as the previous speaker was saying, I think we really need to understand on the burdensome that this means for the companies, and that we need to somehow identify the way to help the companies to cooperate and to adapt to this new system. And especially taking into account the high cost of bureaucracy and still the complexities of the systems among the different member states, this is where cooperation and coordination, I think, become very, very important. And also, we have a problem. We are implementing one of the pillars and we are not implementing the other one, and I think we really need to have some kind of a moratorium and to let the companies and the member states adapt to these new agreements and new requests, and we need to make sure that Pillar 1 is also there's an agreement and it's implemented. We voted yesterday, I believe, yesterday in the Econ Committee report, which I've been the rapporteur on corporate taxation, and it also and I'm very glad that it was approved. And there were several ideas that I think that I can highlight today, and it was approved with a large majority from all the political groups. And first of all, it was the need to have a clear understanding of the difficulties of the SMEs, because we constantly talk about big corporations, big companies, but most of the companies within the EU are SMEs. And also understanding that those are the ones who pay more taxes in comparison with the large corporations. And those are the ones who are suffering more the difficulties that come from the not clear legal framework and the not simplified procedures for complying with the tax requirements. And that affects to their competitiveness, and that affects to their capacity to grow and to create more jobs. And I think that's an idea that we all agreed in. Then another thing that I also wanted to say, and I'll stop here to continue the debate, is that I welcome the BFIT proposal from the Commission. We also reflected it into our report that it was voted yesterday. We really need to make sure that it fulfills its final objective, and it doesn't become a new burden for the companies. I think that BFIT is a good proposal, has a good objective, but I fear that sometimes when we want to develop it, it might become a problem for the companies. I'm absolutely and passionately involved in giving voice to the SMEs. I think they are the heart of the European Union. They create more. They are the ones who create more jobs. They are the ones who create more wealth, and they are the ones who pay more taxes. We need to create an environment that helps us in Europe to become more attractive for entrepreneurs and for investments, because we need it. And the more clearer we have the tax design system, the more we'll be able to recollect, and the more welfare that we'll be able to pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go back to the proposals tabled by the Commission in a second round. Still, in the words of introduction, even though we started now getting to the substance, shall I turn to Fabrizia? How do you see these things from an OECD perspective? I should have mentioned you were also the chair of the Inclusive Framework for BEPS implementation.
I was. Yes, thank you, Pascal, and good morning to you all. It's a real pleasure to be here today. And before we start discussing the future after the two pillars, I would think, even having in mind, the discussions that we've heard in the last panels, that it may be worth pausing a bit and seeing where are we, at this stage. Should we, we certainly need to look into the future, but we need to be very fully aware of what we have achieved so far and what it is there to be done with respect to what we achieved. So we I think that the historic, because it was an historic agreement achieved in 2021 has been a major step in stabilizing the international tax system. So that is a process that is ongoing. The international tax system has not stabilized, but it is in the process of stabilizing. What we have achieved with that at this stage is, I think, we have laid down the strongest possible foundation for the stabilization of the international tax architecture. This is what we have achieved. And this is why we need to be patient now. And we need to accept that we have an agreement, we have, for the first time in history, achieved a multilateral agreement on substantive tax rules. This is what Pillar 2 is about. It is substantive taxation rules that for the first time have been agreed by consensus by 140 plus countries. We also are close to an agreement, a full agreement on something completely different, that is the reallocation of taxing rights. And I think it's worth to remember here that, because I've heard that the link, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 are a package. Their link is a political link. There is nothing like a technical link between the two pillars. And it is very important that we complete that work. We expect that. You heard that from the OECD Secretary General reporting on the process that is ongoing at the level of the inclusive framework. We are convinced and that process will be completed as soon as possible, possibly by year end or early next year. And why it is that we have laid the strongest possible foundations for changing the international tax architecture? Because of two things. Because we have the fact that the international tax system is broken. It was certified by the agreement on changing the rules of the game. So we know that we're not. There's no way back to that. We can only go forward, and it is precisely what, and it is extreme. In going forward, it is extremely important the synergy that occurred between the international discussion and the European discussion. The very quick move from the European Commission in translating the model rules for Pillar 2 into EU directive, and its approval at the end of last year has been key to produce what we observe now, that Pillar 2 is a reality, that more than 50 countries have applied. Now we need the implementation of Pillar 2 has not started yet. We would need to be all committed and to follow that process. The OECD is helping. We have issued a handbook with that is meant to be a guide for the operation of the new rules and is meant to be a guide for the options that can be chosen. We are in the process of actually delivering an action plan which will support, in particular, the developing countries in implementing the new rules. But what is important is that we start implementing and then that we're ready to build on what we have achieved, not, hopefully, never to backtrack. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizia, for setting the scene, which I think is extremely important. And before the first round of questions, I tried to summarize the different elements, but I would like to hear from you, Gabriela, from a national perspective, a national parliament perspective.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm happy to represent a national voice here today and to give the perspective of a member state of how we see the future of tax policies at European level nowadays. So even though the determination of tax policies in the area of taxation is a prerogative of the member state, and the competition in this area is not contrary to the EU treaties, we need coordinated efforts, especially for the functioning of the single market, and we need cooperation between member states and exchange of information in order to approach tax avoidance and tax optimization and tax evasion. And we really need to adapt to the rules to a more modern and digitized economy. We need fairness and efficiency. We hear a lot the fact that companies do not pay enough taxes, this narrative. But actually fair companies do pay enough taxes. So this is why we need to address fairness, especially for SMEs and especially for fair companies, multinationals or SMEs. Because the lack of fairness and the fact that some companies shift profits towards other jurisdictions with lower taxes affect competition for these companies that are fair. And from the point of view of tax systems applicable in the world economy today, it has been realized that the rules and the principles of international corporate taxation do not comply nowadays to the globalization and to the digitalization of economy. So the current rules were implemented over 100 years ago and are actually applicable to the brick and mortar industries, not to the digital world and to the global world, where they can no longer cope with interconnected markets, with international operations, remote operations, corporate migration, and incorporation of intangible assets into global value chains. So we need to actually address this issue, take decisions, cooperate as member states, and implement. And we also need to address some challenges, like hot for SMEs, like BFIT, or what will we do with the Pillar 1 if we don't reach a multilateral agreement? Will member states have unilateral approaches towards these companies? So we have a lot of discussion, and this debate is very important, and we need to move forward towards decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One quick question specifically to Romania: is taxing digital giant a live debate in Romania, or people don't care? Because in Europe you have very different situations.
It's a real debate on corporate taxation in Romania. We now implemented a corporate tax on turnover of 1%, and the profits, the shifting of profit, it's a real debate, and it's a narrative that is being used, even though there are some companies that are fair, or there are even companies that only do business at national level, but will be under the appliance of this measure of 1%. So it's an actual debate on what we do.
Thank you. Now, Karel, please, what's your view? And I think you have a report which was also issued earlier this week that you may want to refer to.
Yes, the report is here. You can find it on our website, seps.eu. Done by a colleague, mostly Apostolos Tomadakis and some others. I was involved, let's say, in the work, which was the result of a task force, basically looking at the work which you did, Pascal, at the OECD, and how the EU is trying to implement it. But let me make 4 points. I've been working since a very long time on EU matters, more than 30 years. And I remember very well in 1992, when we were speaking about a single market, of which we're still speaking today, we had 3 proposals on the table: parent subsidiary directive, the merger directive, and another one which wasn't adopted at the time, which is now part of the package: cross-border loss consolidation. This was not adopted at the time. Only 30 years ago, it's in the package now of BIFID. That was 30 years ago. We said, look, we don't have a single market for taxation. There is far too much competition. And if you look at the data in the report which we made on profit shifting in the EU, it is still a huge problem. Say the country where most profit shifting is going to, 30%, the data in the report, is Luxembourg. 30%. Coming from mostly higher jurisdictions, higher tax jurisdictions, like, for example, France and Germany, mostly. But then the second is the Netherlands, the third, countries like Belgium even, let's say, are part of that. But there's still, until today, so 30 years after we spoke about the objective of a single market, plenty of profit shifting. So you can ask yourself the question, is this a single market? No. We compete for tax revenues from each other. If I'm in Portugal, the Portuguese tell me, look, our 10 largest corporations are listed in the Netherlands, purely for tax reasons. And we know that Portugal, has some revenue issues. So it is still a pre-requirement until today to work on that. And that's why I'm all in favor of what the Commission is doing now, in follow-up of the OECD, of the Pillar 2 proposal, and now the BEFIT proposal. But don't forget, we have been working for a very long time on that. Between 1992 and today, there was the Monti Group, there was the Primarolo Group. We have worked on the CCTB or on the CCTB. And all these measures, we also worked as a think tank, trying to think about formula apportionment, trying to think about a federal tax system. And now I think BEFIT is a first step towards probably a more federal tax system. And some people then tell me, it's far too complex, it will never work. Yes, but this is the only way we can move to something more common, is try to have some common definitions of some tax bases. Imagine today, basically with 27 countries, we are working in a big spaghetti of systems where you need, certainly for large corporations, a lot of advisors to help you to work on that. And of course, then you do profit shifting because you can benefit from certain systems, like, for example, intellectual property rights, which you put in a certain jurisdiction and you shift your profits in there, which is then much cheaper for your shareholders to get paid out from that jurisdiction. But these things shouldn't happen in a single market. I remember also, let's say, in 2003, we had the taxation of savings directive, which at the time was also seen to be very difficult, but was also a big step forward. And it took for, I think, 3 jurisdictions, additional kind of concessions. You have 10 years to introduce it. And that's why I mentioned this, just because we know it takes a long time to try to harmonize this matter, much more than other things which I follow, like financial regulation. But I would also compare it to the domain of financial regulation, which Isabel knows very well as well. We now speak about the single rule book. Of course, that is also a very long-term objective, but I think in 1992 we were already much more advanced with the single banking market, single financial market, than we are today with a single market and taxation. But we should have this objective, basically, rather than speaking about complexity, about having somewhere, at some stage, a single rule book in taxation, which I think we are trying to do, certainly with the Pillar 2 proposal, but also even more, I think, with the Pillar 1 proposal, or the BEFIT proposal, which is on the table. Don't forget also we have two important groups at European level now looking at competitiveness and the single market, the Letta group and the Draghi group, and I'm sure these tax issues will come up there as well, so how important it is. But I would add also to what Isabel said about the SMEs. Of course, Pillar 2 proposal speaks essentially about large corporations. It's about those which have 750 million turnover, and from there the 15% comes into force. But the large majority of SMEs and corporations in Europe are SMEs, and they mostly pay, I remember these statistics correctly, more taxes than a large corporation. So we shouldn't forget, let's say, also the burden, or say trying to have a system which is flexible for SMEs. Third point I wanted to address is revenues from member states. Don't forget, let's say, we also in the sessions on VAT and so on, we still have a problem at member state level having sufficient revenues. Of course, I mentioned the example of Portugal, but I think the OECD calculated if we introduce the Pillar 2, we will have additional revenues for the OECD countries, not only for the EU, of 200 billion. 200 billion is quite an amount. And I think many member states are looking for this. So that is also a very important thing. And that's why I think coordination amongst tax administration is a prerequisite. It's so extremely important that we do this. And then finally, probably some comments on the Pillar 2 and the Pillar 1 proposal. I think, again, as I said, they are laudable objectives, but I know there are problems in there. There will be problems which we addressed in our report. I'm implementing it. I hear about, for example, the under-tax payment rule and the under-tax profit rule, that it may lead to quite some problems between jurisdictions, or that may lead to challenges before the Court of Justice, and that we need to have an arbitrage system. But that is part of it. Let's say if we want to make progress at European level to come to a certain system, it is very good. But also don't forget that the overall objective of Pillar 2 directive is to make sure there is a just system of taxation for basically where it started, for big tech or footloose enterprises. Don't forget, and we have also these data in our report, that Europe has by majority corporations which are active in goods and services, certainly in goods. If you look at the number of jurisdictions, most European companies are active in, of the corporations, the large multinational enterprises, they're easily active in more than 100 countries. So the largest which we found was Deutsche Post, active in more than 150 jurisdictions where it's paying taxes. If you look at another company like Meta or like Netflix, they are active in less than 10 jurisdictions. And there you see right away what the problem is of having a decent level of taxation. So again, if we have the Pillar 2 implemented, we should have a decent level of revenues also from these corporations, which, because of their nature, could avoid establishments in so many different enterprises. So again, all my support for this proposal, or for this directive, which is now adopted in the Council at the end of last year, which was also in a minimum time with unanimity of all the member states, which is also rather special. And I hope, let's say that, and I don't think it will go that rapidly, that Pillar 1, or say the BEFIT proposal, will go, which is not entirely Pillar 1, I'm aware of that, will go probably not as fast, but can go as fast as well, because it is really of utmost importance that we advance in this domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I tried to summarize or to put together different elements which have been said before turning to the first round of questions with you all. But very interesting takeaways. I mean, the first one, as you've just said, Karel, there is tax competition within the European Union. And I think it's an interesting building the European Union, because on the one hand, you have unanimity. On the other hand, you have very divergent interests from a tax perspective between small open economies and larger high tax countries. And therefore, harmonization is difficult. That's why Gerassimos is the best paid civil servant in the European Union, because that's the hardest job. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but okay. So that's the first very important thing. Two, there is still a debate. And we heard that this morning, and I think you both, Gabriela and Jörg, said it with different words, different angle. There is a debate, there is the sense that the system is unfair, that something needs to be fixed, even though this debate seems sometimes not to take into account progress which has been made, which is a frustration. I mean, I was frustrated when hearing some things this morning as if nothing happened. Actually, you need to recognize the progress. That's why By the way, I wrote a book. I invite you to read it. But I wrote a book, it's in French, so only for the French speakers. But it's about saying real progress happened because there was a political will. And people at some point need to take stock of that. Otherwise, you're in denial and nothing happens, and you feed populism or people saying nothing happens. So that's an interesting dynamic here, and I think, Georg, you are right to point to that. I also heard from Isabel and Gabriela the need for efficiency, the need to take into account the needs for small enterprises in particular, but also for business in general, and it's not Georg who will contradict us there. Finally, I also heard that there was progress, and I think, Fabrizia, you were clear in describing this. Pillar 2 will stop the bleeding, let's put it that way. It brings additional money, but more importantly, stop the bleeding with where the money is, which is on intellectual property. And Karel, that's what you've just said. There was tax competition on where in the new business models the value is, and it is on intangible property. And that's why, by the way, I can respond to a question raised this morning, the carve-outs, the substance-based carved-out from Pillar 2, they will benefit activities which don't generate the rent. The rent is generated by IP, so that's not that big of a loophole, but that's another debate. And Pillar 1, and we'll come to it in the second round of questions for what's happening in the European Union on that front. But Pillar 1 is how do you reallocate profit? And Fabrizia, I think you were clear on how revolutionary it is, in a sense, and how it is meant to stabilize the system. So in summary, I think what we've heard from you all is the system was probably broken. It's being fixed. There is significant progress which has been made. The European Union has been just exemplary in the speed at which it has implemented, in spite of some difficulties, with some members who were not that happy. It delivered, and it is having an impact, even though it's not yet fully achieved because of the ongoing discussion on Pillar 1. So very, very interesting, I think, summary of what we heard yesterday and today. I would like to turn to the room for questions, and the first question will be asked by Michael Katrinis from Greece, and I understand you're seated on seat 151. Parakallo.
Thank you. The international context indicates the need for the European Union to move quickly in the direction of further integration as a condition for its survival. But further integration cannot be understood without a social Europe, a green Europe, a resilient Europe. And all this presupposes the financing of all these public goods through a redistribution of the produced value. That is why a fair deal is required today. The corporate income tax should therefore be seen from such an angle, and we should move towards a fair taxation, which is a progressive taxation, while at the same time tax evasion, tax avoidance and tax fraud should also be tackled, and small and medium enterprises should be protected in order to survive. The question is, can there be fair and effective taxation of the value produced in the European Union without a single tax policy and a unified system of tax audits? Thank you.
So we'll come back to that. Then second question from, it's very poorly written, so Afonso, I understand, room seat 244.
Thank you for the opportunity. Effective and efficient mutual assistance and administrative cooperation between current member states and the European Commission is a fundamental element for the functioning of tax systems and the fight against fraud. However, it is also necessary to identify administrative practices that may undermine cooperation and possible solutions to obstacles to such cooperation. The practice of fraud and tax evasion beyond the borders of member states leads to enormous budgetary losses, causing distortions in capital movements and competitive conditions, and therefore affecting the functioning of the single market. So my question is, if you consider possible the creation of a new and powerful communication and information mechanism which would play a fundamental role in the reinforcing tax systems in the single market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Third question, a colleague of Gabriela from the Parliamentary Chamber of Deputies of Romania, Fagarasiam. I hope I get your name right. Valentin, you're in seat 282. 283?
Here.
282.
Here.
Please.
Cu toții ne dorim ca economia Uniunii.
We all want the economy of the EU to produce more efficiently, more competitively. In this regard, fiscal policies play a very important role. As a member of the Romanian Parliament, representing the citizens of Romania living outside the country's borders, it's my privilege to travel every week to various countries in the Union and become acquainted with the fiscal systems there. In most EU member states, we see the same concerns. How to properly shape taxation without endangering economic growth. How far can we go in order to balance national budgets and reduce public debts? Is taxation responsible for a loss in competitiveness in the EU? This is an important step if you want to analyze the best options for future European decisions, which will have to focus on social and economic objectives such as fiscal equality among generations, additional welfare at EU level, increased competitiveness, relocation to the EU of industrial production and of the great European producers, and decreased dependence on foreign markets, the elimination of internal disturbances and of unfair mechanisms within the fiscal policy of EU, the stimulation of research and education, which are essential for the development of innovation and competitiveness. We do not have a common fiscal policy, but I strongly believe that we could have joint or common objectives in the fiscal field, all useful to the EU citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks and questions.
Mulțumim.
Last question for this round from Marta Kajda, legal advisor and sitting in seat 533. Please.
There is no question, sorry.
There is no question. Okay, feel free to ask one, but feel free not to ask one, so that we can turn to the panel. So we had different remarks and questions, so feel free to react the way you want. Isabel, do you want to start with?
Yes, thank you very much for the questions, which I believe that at the end they are addressing what you were summarizing. I mean, the big concerns that we have whenever we have a debate about corporate taxation, which is where to find the balance. First of all, answering to the last comment from the colleague from Romania, I mean, we need to be able to develop a tax system among the different member states that allow to have a more competitive Europe, but also not to create a excessive burden, not only on the SMEs, but also on the citizens. But for me, the main objective, and I want to recall it again, is if we are able to at least get coordination, simplifying system. How come we don't have the same compliance system for tax matters around the European Union? Let's start for the things that we can reach, and then we can keep on discussing about the rest. How come we don't have a simple deduction systems in each member state? How come they're different? How come we right now have... I've been an entrepreneur before I entered politics, and for me it was absolutely unthinkable, but it was a reality that if I operated in different member states, I would have to pay a fortune. I was a startup. I was having a startup. For me, it was a fortune to comply with the tax, with my tax responsibilities. And I think we really need to focus on that. But again, another thing is focusing on creating a competitive Europe, a Europe that is attractive for investment, that is attractive for entrepreneurs, for big corporations, large, medium, any kind of corporations who wishes to establish here, because that will help us to have higher revenue on the tax collection. Then another thing that it was mentioned before, and I think it's important, is that at the end of the day, fighting tax avoidance is key. I think the European Union is leading this debate, but this cannot be done unless we do it on a global basis. I mean, we can do as much as we want to do, but we really need to have an international agreement in this sense, and we need to have international cooperation. And I want to raise my voice for that, because I think it's essential. But again, in order to have less tax avoidance, I think also it will help to have a simple tax system and tax collection system. That would be my first remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to come in from the panel? Georg.
Well, I heard the idea of information exchange to combat fraud or to be better informed for tax assessments, tax audits, and I'm a very big fan of the information exchange. I think it can be extremely useful for tax administration, but also for companies, because one idea of digital reporting is to report data only once. Because sometimes we need to report data in one country and the same data in another one. And sometimes there are even several regulations asking for very similar data. They are not exactly the same. Looking at CBCR, for example, where you have different regulations for CBCR. You have the OECD CBCR, you have the public CBCR in Europe, you have others, and that completely doesn't make sense. So the reporting of information, I think we should get more efficient in Europe for the benefit of everybody. Yeah? So I think it's nothing where companies would like to hide their data. We really are in favor of that.
Thank you, Fabrizia and Gabriela.
Well, very quickly, I think following what Georg was saying, it is certainly true that a most effective fight against international tax fraud and tax evasion goes through the ability of tax administrations to have all the information. And I think again this is an area where improvement and progress can be made by building on what has been achieved at international level with Pillar 2 in particular. And this is to now remember altogether that concretely, among the many things the many elements that make the pillar, okay, we have, for instance, a global information return, so a unique way of reporting the financial data of companies, and that can be an extremely powerful instrument that could facilitate not only the activity of the single national administration, but also their joint activity, because they will have access to the same kind of information. And there it is where the synergies can effectively, arise when they fight international cross-border tax avoidance and fraud. And in principle, I mean, all this information will be, all the big impulse that has been provided at the international level to the exchange of information, to the electronic exchange of information, will indicate that there are possibly are low-hanging fruits that can be by digitalizing, by investing in the digitalization of the tax administration, with gains both for administrations and taxpayers.
Thank you, Gabriela, and then we'll move to the second round.
Very shortly. I totally agree. I said before as well that exchange of information is very important, and actually I think it's the easiest way for member states to agree for the exchange of information, and it's very important, especially when we are talking about the VAT gap. My country has a high VAT gap, and the exchange of information becomes very important. Electronic invoicing as well is very important for member states. And to answer the question about simplifying, yes, we need to simplify the rules, and one-stop shop is one example of simplifying the rules and registering more companies to one-stop shop, and raising awareness, especially among SMEs, about one-stop shop. And probably HOT will also function as an income, as a corporate income tax one-stop shop, and it will be useful for small companies to apply the national rules if they have a permanent establishment in another country. So this simplifying is very important. And as Fabrizia said, tax avoidance is one step forward with Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 and BFIT.
Thank you. Karel, in a couple of minutes so that we can move to the...
Very briefly on tax. Cooperation amongst tax authorities can be easier than you think. We at CEPS finished a study for DG FISMA among a common European asset registry, which was a demand from 3 MEPs to see whether it's feasible. The study has been submitted, so there was a lot of comments from DG FISMA on that, which does it from a money laundering perspective, but it is perfectly doable because it's based on a study which we did for this Parliament, trying to see who benefits from EU funds. And we basically went to scraping all asset registries in member states, and we found all the data. So it is feasible, it can rapidly be done with a small team, and that is only one thing, of course, asset registries, but to combine all this information in single forms of information, which, by the way, AMLA, the European Anti-Money Laundering Authority, wants to do, is part of it. And of course, money laundering is also closely related to tax evasion if there is insufficient cooperation amongst authorities. So you can do it. It's easier than you think, certainly with the kind of the data scraping facilities we have these days. A second comment is on fiscal systems and unfairness of fiscal system. Also, don't forget what we have at European level on action on state aid. Of course, I hear there is a lot of comments now, let's say, that we relax our state aid rules too much, but the EU has put up an entire kind of capacity to act in member states which use tax rules to attract investments in too much of a way, which, for example, actions in the past against Ireland and others. So there are many instruments which we have already in the treaty by which we can work for more fair tax systems.
Thank you. Nobody has said DAC, but actually you've all talked about the different DACs, the Directive on Administrative Cooperation, which I think is a great success of the European Union, drawing on the work which was done at the global level with the support of the member states. So there are positive stories. So maybe the thing from this first round is there are good takeaways, positive takeaways. Very often we rant, we say it's not enough, but in areas there was progress. I will move to the second question, and I would introduce it by saying that the European Union is becoming or has become a real power, including in tax, where the tax competence belongs to the members. So the EU is not necessarily the place we would think as a leader. But 2 examples: CBAM. No, I know it's not tax, but still, right? So it's not tax, but still. So CBAM is leadership by the EU with spillovers. If other countries don't do CBAM, they have a problem. So they will do some form of taxation of carbon. So Europe leads there. And I would say on Pillar 2, Europe leads too, because the adoption of Pillar 2 makes a critical mass of countries, which means that even if the US doesn't implement, and it is not implementing, even if China doesn't implement, and it is not implementing, Pillar 2, the global minimum tax, will have an impact because of the mechanism of, the three-tier mechanism of income inclusion rule and the tax payment rule and qualified minimum tax. All that to say that Europe can lead. Second remark, and I'm coming to the question, is that Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and I think it's Vitor Gaspar from the IMF who said it this morning, and I'm surprised that nobody else said it. Pillar 1, Pillar 2 have established a common tax base globally, right? So what's interesting is the CCCC, I never knew the number of C on TB, and it's good that you changed the acronym which didn't work. We got lost in the CCTB. BFIT, frankly speaking, is much more fit, right, than CCCTB. So we tried, we failed in Europe, now we're getting there. And thus my question, now that we've seen the big picture with the positive news and the remaining question and the challenges of competitiveness and so, the European Union Commission has tabled 3 proposals, concrete proposals. One is BFIT, which is revisiting a common base but drawing on what has been done. Another one is a hot proposal. That's its name, right, for SMEs. And the third one is trying to harmonize transfer pricing rules within the European Union. So I will go straight to ask you what you think the conversation will be, the next steps are, and I would personally say, and not only because I was kindly invited to moderate the panel, but because I believe it, I think it's a smart move. It will not be easy. It's never easy when you talk about tax within the European Union, but it's a smart move, not trying to reinvent completely the wheel, but moving in the direction which, by the way, at some point could connect with the need for own resources, and there is another proposal by the EU Commission on own resources, which refers to some common tax base, even though it's a statistical own resource which would be proposed. So given that landscape, given what we've said, what do you think is next within the European Union? I invite you for your kind comments. Who do I start with? So maybe Fabrizia, because you have a distance, and then we'll move to the more European team.
Well, Pascal, you say you think it's a smart move. I always followed you. I follow you, but no, it's not a but. I mean, what I would like to add, in the sense that why it is what do I think is good in this way forward. I think it is entirely consistent with the discussion we've had so far, at the EU and at the international level. It is about necessary simplifications, and it is concern for reducing the compliance costs on firms. This is certainly something that can help. There was a question before on taxation and the loss of the competitiveness of firms at the EU. I mean, certainly EU business operating cross-border can benefit largely from reducing the compliance costs and for streamlining and simplifying the tax rule, and this is the BFIT certainly. To achieve this objectives, there is the need of keeping consistency with the other initiatives. So, I mean, in this case, and certainly there will be the need of keeping an eye on how Pillar 1, ends up. On the hot directive, I think it's good, but I don't know. I mean, I just confess. And the TP directive. The TP directive is extremely interesting and welcome, and but again, to be handled with care, I think. And the reason why I say so is because no matter how, there is a big difference between, implementing at the level of the EU the model rules on Pillar 2, as we've done with the Pillar 2 directive, and implementing at the level of the EU the transfer pricing guidelines, because those are not model rules, are guidelines, are, because if we want to if we want to achieve the objective of minimizing the compliance burden on companies, what it is in the TP directive need to be, dynamically consistent with the TP guidelines. Now we know that unfortunately the decision-making process at the EU, the collective decision-making process, is more complicated, and we need to take this factor into account to make sure that this is a development that can really benefit the EU business and their operation in the internal market and abroad by keeping consistency with the international tax framework.
Thank you very much. I think decision-making processes and rules matter, so that's a fair point. I don't know who would like to come next. Gabriella, maybe, on what do you think this proposal will do, and how do you see the conversation being carried out in the coming months within the EU?
I think BEFIT is clearly a way to reduce administrative burdens for companies that don't need to know and comply to different rules from different countries. It will probably work like a single rule book to calculate taxable income. At first, it was said that it will include a formulary apportionment, but now it was presented without this. It raises probably some concern about among the business environment because we are building, the European Union is building on Pillar 2, but Pillar 2 is not yet enforced. So we are building on something that is not yet enforced and we don't know exactly how it will work. So these are some concerns. Romania is supporting BEFIT and this proposal, but actually has also some concerns from the technical point of view with the assessment of the impact on the national budget, because the new rules will affect the national income tax and the basis for taxation. But mostly, I think this proposal is a very important step forward because it will reduce administrative burdens, remove tax obstacles, and we need these steps forward based on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Positive comment. So, Gerassimos, you can check a box. Romania supports. That's a good start. Jörg, as the taxpayer here, what do you say of all that?
Well, first of all, it's still a brand new proposal. And I must say that it's a complex proposal, so it's hard to assess the last details. But from the construction, and by the way, I really welcome the early publication of this proposal because it enables us to have fruitful discussions with the Commission. From my point of view, there are of course merits like cross-border loss compensation, getting rid of withholding taxes. On the other hand, I see one major problem, which is that we now have Pillar 2 as a hybrid system because we have as point of departure IFRS with a lot of adjustments, extremely complex, as I mentioned earlier. And then on top of that, BFIT would be a second hybrid system. Why is it hybrid? It's hybrid because, again, IFRS is a starting point with only a few adjustments compared to Pillar 2. But there are different adjustments. So you need, again, to take IFRS as a starting point and then make adjustments. So why not take the Pillar 2 adjustments? Because we have to do them anyhow. And then, you know, it's not a one-stop shop. I think Tax Foundation once said it's one stop more. And that is, from my point of view, making it not less complex. But that's only a first assessment. And as I said, we are looking forward to the discussions with the Commission, and maybe there are some misunderstandings. But it's not like one tax base. And that's maybe the last point, because member states can make adjustments as well. So you have Pillar 2, you have BFIT, and then you have adjustments from member states. So if you take this in total, yes, there are merits, absolutely. But in total, I think it would overstretch our capabilities, which are already extremely stretched by Pillar 2. At least at this moment, we don't have people who would be able to implement that. I know it's coming only in 28, so we have to wait until then for the final assessment. But we have a lot of complexities which also come from the interplay between Pillar 2 and BFIT, which may result in double taxation, but this is difficult to assess as long as Pillar 2 has not been implemented. Yeah? So we first have to wait to really have a firm opinion on that until Pillar 2 has been implemented, and then we can make calculations. What would be the impact of BFIT? Thank you.
Wait and see and adjust. That's how I would summarize your intervention. What's the view of a member of the FISC Committee?
Well, I totally agree with what has just been said by Georg. So I'm not going to repeat the concerns, but I'm going to focus on the things I like. So I like very much the European Commission talking about a single, we can call it one-stop shop, or making it simple to comply with. But I really hope that's the outcome. And I say that I assume that it's a shared responsibility, not only from the Commission, but also from the Parliament and the Council. And we really need to make it a reality, because if not, it will be one stop more. And I think it's absolutely feasible to make a one-stop shop if we really intend to do so and to achieve that. I also like the way it addresses the benchmarks. And I think it's also a really good thing. I like it very much that in the centre of the proposal, especially on HOT, but also on BFIT, are the SMEs, and understands the complexity of the European business models, and I think that's also very important. But again, and I said it at the beginning of my remarks, my biggest concern is, I'm happy that it came out, and I'm happy that it came with enough time to discuss it. It's coming at the end of the mandate. We'll see how this affects to the development of the proposal from the Commission, and also to the debates at the Parliament level, which I really don't like to discuss these kind of matters before an electoral year. I must say so, because I think that disturbs it a little bit. But my biggest concern is that it doesn't become an extra burden, an extra requirement, and I fear that that can be the case, and I hope it's not the case. And what it affects from the Parliament side, I would really champion for that here at the Parliament. We really need to make it simple. And then I totally agree with what you said regarding Pillar 2, so I'm not gonna repeat myself. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Karel, you have the last word on the set of proposals.
Two brief comments. We're moving from guidelines to rules, meaning guidelines at the international level in the OECD context to rules. And we know this debate between the OECD and the Commission and the EU in general very well. So there are pros and cons, and was just said. So, and we need to be aware of this, but I think you can certainly not do it if you have Pillar 2 already, the directive there. You need to have a firm system if you want to work on Pillar 2 the way it's intended. Second comment, related to my previous comment, of course, you need to have a lot of information amongst tax administration and common databases, which I hear do not exist. Say, apart from the things which I just mentioned, they can be built up, but formally there's insufficient of something common among tax administration to make it work. So that will take a long time to make it work, I imagine, amongst the different European tax administrations.
Thank you. So some positive comments overall, a good direction, but interesting conversation which will take place as usual with the members. We
welcome from our side. So it's a great pleasure for Tove and myself to be here and give you this duel of views. And let me start, Tove, with asking the question, what you think are the important taxation issues that we need to tackle going forward now?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nadine. First of all, I think it's been a fantastic pleasure to get to know you. I hope we still disagree after our very, very pleasant introduction talks. But and secondly, it's really, really great to see so many people here and online and see this event. To me, it's clear that the EU tax agenda is really growing and gaining momentum. And it makes perfect sense. If you have a union that is about the free movement of people and capital, you can't do that unless you also look at what happens to your tax systems when people and capital start moving across borders. The coordination and the collaboration on tax issues at the EU is absolutely vital. And in my view, we're only getting started. And of course, what we're discussing here today is that I think we have a few outstanding challenges. The first challenge we all agree on, it's come up a lot, we need money. The way we get money for governments is through tax. And there are many reasons. We have a climate crisis, that we need to find money for green transition and adaptation. The COVID crisis reminded us that our healthcare systems are very, very vulnerable and left us with a huge bill. I think we all agree that far. But the second point is also important, is that not all taxes are good taxes. We also have an inequality crisis. We have a huge concern among European citizens that the rich are getting richer, but most Europeans have fallen off the bus, economically speaking. The cost of living crisis also geared this up a lot. Suddenly people felt that the prices were increasing, but many workers in Europe didn't see their salaries go up. But we saw corporate profits go up. And in fact, it seems that the profits were part of the drivers of inequality. And this generates a feeling of injustice. And of course, in this discussion, the tax system really matters. We've seen governments over the last decades give up a bit on taxing wealth and capital because, oh no, that can move to other countries. It's complex. Corporate profits, oh, that also moves to other countries. That's also very difficult. But people in the supermarket, they can't run anywhere. So consumption taxes, value-added taxes, that one is secure. And taxes on workers, especially low-income workers, those are the people who don't use international loopholes. Long story short, our tax systems have become more regressive, and that is a problem. And in the context of environmental taxation, we've also seen the Yellow Vest movement show that there is a big concern about regressive taxes and harmful impacts on the poor in Europe. And lastly, challenges ahead. This is a big one for me, is I think we have a problem with political instability when it comes to tax. I arrived 10 years ago and there was just a scandal, and it was an extraordinary moment, and decision makers were making a lot of urgent decisions because it was very tense and there was public pressure and scandals, and it's been like that ever since. We're always in this state of urgent action and pressure and the need to try and deliver quickly. And I think one of the problems is that sometimes I feel that the decision makers oversell our achievements a little bit. I'll give you an example. My mom, she came to me, she cares a lot about my work, and she came and congratulated me because she had heard that all companies will be paying 15% in tax now. I think most of us in this room knows that, no, they won't. I mean, we know about the carve-outs, long story short, call it a loophole or what you want, but companies will not be paying minimum 15%, even though it's called a minimum 15% tax rate. They'll be still able to pay very low tax rates. And we've seen Switzerland implement Pillar 2 in a way where Switzerland is trying to keep the corporate profits in Switzerland, and the cantons are discussing how they can send the profits back in the form of subsidies.
And then there's the fact that 85% of the multinational corporations weren't covered by the deal in the first place. So the situation we have is that something like the LuxLeaks scandal, it could happen again tomorrow. This tax system hasn't fundamentally changed in that sense, but the problem is that if it happens again tomorrow, my mother, now she's learned about Pillar 2, unfortunately, but people like my mother will feel that the decision makers told us it was solved, and it wasn't. And we have a lot of that in the tax discussions. We've seen that now we have a directive on public country-by-country reporting, except it's only for some countries and not others, so it's actually not country-by-country reporting. Often when we talk about transparency, we're actually talking about highly secretive information that's exchanged between tax administrations. That's important for tax, to have secrecy, but when we call it transparency, we misinform. We have a global forum that's not global. We have an inclusive framework where 1/3 of the world's countries are not there, and the developing countries say that even though they participate, they're not properly included. And the last example I mentioned is that when we say we have a global deal on Pillar 1, there's two problems with that. One, it's not global. It was negotiated in the inclusive framework, so 1/3 of the world's countries weren't part of it. But it's also not a deal. I mean, the United States just said, again, they don't intend to sign. If you read the document, it has footnotes in there saying India disagrees with that, and Brazil disagrees with that. And so if we go out and say we have a global deal and we don't, eventually it'll become clear what the truth is. Because the tax system will continue to be full of conflicts between governments and international tensions and corporate scandals. And the bottom line is I feel we have a challenge in that we're facing more political instability in the future. But anyway, one thing I'm missing in this debate is academics that tell us what happens when we decide all these fantastic tax laws. We tend to forget about them and move on, but I'm extremely happy that we have people like you, Nadine, that actually dig into the data and look at all the consequences of all the things that we're deciding. So of all people, I'm delighted to be debating with you. What do you think the challenges are?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So I think when it comes to taxation of rich individuals, high-income individuals in society, then I think many people agree that it's important to have a progressive tax scheme, to have the public perceive that we tax these individuals in a sufficiently high way. But I think it's important to ask the question, can we actually do that? Under which circumstances can we do that? And when Kova and I, when we met for our preparatory meeting, I told her that I do work in South Africa, and South Africa 5 years ago increased the top marginal tax rate, and there were two intentions to doing that. The first was to raise more revenue to fund public goods, and the second was to reduce the after-tax inequality in the country. And then we looked at their tax return data, very rich data, and checked what happened. And the thing is, they didn't achieve either of these goals because there was a very strong behavioral reaction by taxpayers in that domain on the evasion end and also on the real activity end. And I tell you that because I think, you know, there's a lot of policy undertaking that is very well intended, but I think what kind of also needs to come in is to ask the question, do we actually achieve the goals that we intend to achieve? And if you think about taxing the rich, so think about capital income taxation, so we debated that a lot, then the question is, you know, are we in the position to raise capital income taxes and thereby have higher effective tax burdens on the rich? And we made good progress over recent years. Yeah? So we have more third-party reporting, we have cross-border information exchange. But again, if you look into the data, then there are loopholes. So we see people react, but there are still loopholes. We see that tax authorities basically struggle a lot to work with all that data, to use this information in a meaningful way. And if we can fix all that, then we might at some stage be in the position to really say, okay, now we can have higher taxes because we're also doing good in the enforcement domain. So I think this is like one aspect that I think is really crucial. Then I think Tove already mentioned tax policy design. So imagine we are in that world, we can have higher capital income taxes. Then I think we need to think hard, do we want to have a wealth tax on top? So I can give you reasons to do that, but it's not straightforward. Yeah? And if we want to do that, then you need to see the downsides. Yeah? So wealth taxation was tried in several countries and abolished in part because it's a very complex tax to administer and to comply with. And then if we think about that, could we think about alternatives that are kind of close but less complicated on the admin and compliance end, like an inheritance tax? So I come from Germany, and I can tell you that in this tax system, there's a lot of scope to increase or broaden the inheritance tax. So that's the second point. The third point I wanted to make, because you talked about carbon taxation, what always irritates me a bit in policy discussions at the EU and also at the national level is that I feel that policymakers try to do many things with one policy instrument. And like an academic would always say, do we really want to do that? We have like a really cool, really great system for in the environmental domain. So the carbon emission trading system in the EU is a really stellar system. It's the best way to reduce carbon emissions in the EU. And if you think about the border adjustment, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, it's a great system to avoid leakage. And now Tove comes and says, these taxes are regressive. That's true. But the question is, do we need to solve this problem in the domain of environmental taxation, or can we just say, okay, we have other policy options in our hands, we can use it through the progressive income tax scheme and redistribute more on that end, or we can get serious by saying the revenue that we collect through carbon pricing or carbon taxes, we give them back to the consumers, and we do that in a progressive way. So I guess this is kind of a bit of a response to what Tove just said, but what I also want to highlight, and this is, I guess, now more the liberal end of the spectrum relative to your more left-wing position, is that I feel it's very important in the tax domain and in other domains to really think about where we actually do want to be active and where not. So we are currently in a situation where we experienced a lot of crises. So we had COVID, then we had the energy crisis, we see all the geopolitical tensions, and then we have these big structural changes going on. And in these situations, and we've seen that in the past, people tend to turn to the government and say, okay, let's organize more through the government, let's tax harder. I feel rather uncomfortable with this trend. So I just want to highlight that, if you think about this change, I think the role of the policymakers of the government should be to set the scene for economic activity to deal with many of these issues. Yeah? I think this is very important. And if you intervene into the market economy, then have a clear notion why. So where's the market failure? Why do we do that? In the international domain, if we do industrial policy, do we really have a comparative advantage? Does it make sense that we support this particular industry or this particular firm? Because, government activity also has a lot of downsides. Industrial policy has a lot of downsides. Yeah? So there are information issues. We know that politicians are not particularly good in identifying this is now really the breakthrough technology that will save us all. This is a hard thing to do, and markets tend to be better. They have better incentives to do that. And then there's all this political risk involved in terms of, lobbying. Then the projects are given, or the subsidies are given not to the best firms, but just to the firms that lobby hardest. There are incentives to lobby more, and so on. And I think so. Just as a kind of a warning, because I see the strong tendency to turn to the government and organize more activity through the government, I feel that we need to be kind of cautious where it makes sense to do that and where not. And as the last point, I wanted to say there's one area where I would really call for being bold, and this is research and development. So what we know from research is that research and development has a super huge payoff. So for €1 that you invest on average in R&D, you get €10 back. So this is what research tells us in terms of social returns. And there are a lot of externalities. There's clear market failure. There's cross-border externalities that are not internalized. And so this is an area where I think you can do nothing wrong. So this is how we grew over the past decades. This is how we will probably grow in the decades to come. And this is kind of what I wanted to say in this initial statement.
Super. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I do think maybe we should be honest and say we really struggled to find our disagreements because we actually had a really good time preparing, but we do have some disagreements, so that's good. Intervening in the market and relying on the market to do this, why are we suggesting that? Well, first of all, when we discuss corporate tax avoidance with business, they say, well, you know, if it's not illegal, how do we justify to our investors that we pay more in tax than we have to? The governments have to solve this. So obviously we're asking for the governments to solve it. And in terms of the market, one major concern is the fact that small and medium enterprises are not using international tax loopholes in the way that the big corporations are, so they are at a huge disadvantage. In terms of environmental tax, well, I think the first point is that basically poor people, when you use a pricing instrument, it becomes a choice for the rich, it becomes a rule for the poor. There's a risk we're turning carbon into a luxury good. They don't only have fewer money, they also often have fewer alternatives. Very few people with low income even consider buying a Tesla. So we have to be serious about the fact that if we are using pricing tools, we might be very hard on those for whom money is a real problem. And in terms of the carbon border tax adjustment, speaking of weird language, this brings us to the global part, because the climate negotiations were supposed to be about transferring technology to help developing countries go green, transferring climate finance. Now suddenly we have a border adjustment to punish countries like Mozambique because we don't think they're green enough, and it's going to cost some least developed countries a lot of money. So not only did we not deliver the climate finance, now we're funding our own budgets with a border adjustment mechanism. That seems to me, it seems like we've forgotten all about climate justice in this. I'm sorry, but it's not Mozambique that is causing the climate crisis. But there's also a broader tension going on with developing countries. It's come up a few times. The Africa Group has tabled a proposal at the United Nations. They want a UN convention on tax. What is going on? Well, a lot of people ask, what are the Africans doing? We need to realize that we, the OECD countries, have been a major part of creating the momentum that we're seeing in the Africa Group. We tend to think of October 2021, where we decided on these Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. It was also an earthquake moment for Africa, but in a different sense. Nigeria and Kenya said no to the agreement. They were part of the OECD's inclusive framework. The deal happened anyway. That was a shock to Africa. And it didn't get better when some European countries were saying, well, there were some small countries that didn't agree, but that's fine. Kenya and Nigeria are not small countries, and from the African perspective, only half of them joined the negotiations in the first place. When they saw this, there was a huge concern, and after that, Nigeria has come out quite clearly and talked about the pressure they're feeling to following standards that are not in their interest. And that's the second part of this, is if you look at the outcome, I would argue it's very clearly biased against the interests of developing countries. This is not okay with them, and it makes perfect sense because they're losing billions of dollars every year because of this problem. Less than a year after this, we saw the African finance ministers adopt a decision saying they want a UN tax convention. And I think it's a very interesting situation right now because, as you might see, we're not big fans of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, but they did something interesting. Pillar 2 broke the taboo on whether you can do a minimum effective corporate tax. And there's even a lot of great technical work about how you can do it in the OECD and the United States. But let's not kid ourselves. Developing countries don't feel bound to doing this the OECD way. There's a lot of inspiration coming from the idea, but right now they are considering doing their own homemade systems. Pillar 1 even broke the taboo on whether you can do formulary apportionment. And this is the situation right now, is that there is a growing discontent. This OECD country dream that we can write the rules in the OECD and somehow the whole world is going to start following our rules. Forget it. That's not how it's going. Right now, developing countries are headed in the opposite direction, which means that we will see more conflicts, we'll see more homemade tax rules, we'll see more unilateral action. And there's even something that they refer to as the nuclear option, which is that they consider, should they just sit down all together and negotiate their own deal and do a developing country global tax system? And you might think, why should we care? Let them do their thing. But they've actually, we've seen at the United Nations before that sometimes developing countries team up and then they start saying, your multinational corporations can't come to our countries unless they follow our rules. That's perhaps not a big concern in Brussels if Mozambique does it on their own, but when the developing countries start working together, suddenly it can actually become a really big factor. I want to stress that Africa Group has not chosen the nuclear option. Africa Group has put a proposal on the table, which is an invitation to negotiate the world's first ever truly global agreement on tax. They have invited us to be part of a tax peace deal. This has never happened before. This is not duplication. We have never had this before. And the fact that we have an EU position that says we don't want to be part of this, that is an extremely aggressive signal to send when the Africa Group invites for a negotiation. We risk legitimizing unilateral action and nuclear options and self-defense on the side of developing countries if we say no to this. On the other hand, if we have some OECD rules that we really like, if we take them to the UN and get a global endorsement, it would be a huge upgrade of something that was never a globally endorsed system. I should also say that the EU position is that we refuse to negotiate legally binding agreements in the UN, but that's how we've always done international tax agreements. We can see that from the OECD. We have conventions coming out, just 2 in the last month. So the last point on this is that instead we offer developing countries capacity building. And what they're saying is, well, you know, your tax systems aren't working either. Exactly what capacity is it that you're offering us? And they have a good point, which is that we need this global agreement too. We also suffer from the conflicts between countries. We suffer from the fact that regardless of what you think of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we're going to need more. We did not solve the corporate tax system. We did not solve automatic information exchange. We need more. And when, not if, but when the next tax scandals come, we're going to need to point to somewhere where the global parts of this problem will be addressed. We're not saying the UN can solve everything in one go. What we're suggesting is a framework convention on tax, a stepwise approach. And I have a lot of people telling me these days, because we launched a proposal, a full proposal for what a UN framework convention on tax could look like. And many people come and say, well, the UN doesn't know how to solve this, but actually we've looked at a lot of UN agreements. The UN does multilateral agreements and global governance for a living. We've taken the other UN agreements and tried to apply them to tax. Try and have a look. There's a lot of the problems that we're fighting with on tax that could be solved if we would commit to a truly multilateral solution through the UN. And the very last point to all the parliamentarians in the room, I just want to say that the UN processes are much more transparent to parliamentarians. They can actually come and observe, be on national delegations, be engaged in a way that parliamentarians have never been in the OECD processes, which tend to be highly secretive. So that's in terms of my challenge, but also important solutions from our side in terms of moving forward. What do you think, Nadine?
I think that the points are very well taken and very well known. I think what you see is how difficult it is to forge international tax agreement and how long the way is that we still need to go, because interests are very different across countries. And I think the danger is that with whichever deal we come up on a global level, the deal will be kind of the smallest denominator, will kind of be weak, because we need to put all the different interests under one umbrella. And if you look at the big deals which have from a policy perspective, and some people are in the room that were involved, and I congratulate you on a diplomatic angle for forging BEPS, for forging the pillar agreements. I think this is like a big success. But still, if you look at these deals, they are kind of weak. So if you look at the BEPS agreement, so our own research and others' research suggests that this was like not like a major breakthrough, because many things were optional. Many things in terms of the policy instruments were kind of lax and not like designed that they are like super tough. And it's, I think, to have something where we really say the instrument set allows us for, higher effective tax rates on multinational firms, that's not easy. And even if we manage to do that, now look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. So people, when we started to go down that road, people very quickly said, okay, even if we manage to get a coordination in tax, then perhaps countries shift to a subsidy competition, and we see the first signs of that. And I think, in a positive way, if you say the glass is half full, then, it's a long way, and we got some steps, but it's still a long way to go, and I think we need to acknowledge that. So in terms of where we stand right now, I think what is like, and that came up in the conference several times, so we forged agreements, and the rules that we see in the corporate tax domain that we now have are super complex rules, and we need to must reduce this complexity. Yeah? So there's not only the gain and say we want to tax these multinationals higher, we need to look at the costs, and complexity has costs, and it's actually one, during my academic life, I spent some time to try to estimate these costs. Super difficult, and I think they're large. I haven't managed to come up with like a really good number. And the other thing is policy uncertainty. So I think what we've seen is basically a lot of reforms, and perhaps it's like reflecting the power of policymakers and the importance of the topic, but still is creating a lot of uncertainty for businesses. So basically we have one agreement and we have not even implemented it, and then the next deal is already discussed, and the next proposal for a BFIT directive now is put forward. And I just wanted to tell you that from research we know that uncertainty is not good for business activity. If people are kind of uncertain how the tax rules will play out, this is not like helpful. And in terms of like policy domain, but really in an international context, what really worries me, and I think there the EU has some role, is to look at personal income taxation. So what we've seen in the EU are all these schemes that now come up that give preferential tax treatment to high earning or high net worth individuals. And I think this is like really worrisome and undermining the progressive tax system, and it's a really zero-sum game. And it will get worse because we have demographic change, and the countries will more desperately try to attract workers or human capital, and especially high-skilled individuals. And so I think this is really a domain where something needs to be done, and there's a role for the European Union. So now I see that
very much. Yes, I'm afraid we have to cut short this very, very interesting discussion. Thank you both very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to our fourth discussion. You still have the opportunity to ask questions. The cards are still valid, but and you hand out the cards to the ushers. But what's going to happen is that since we do not have the possibility of using the mics on the table, the ushers are going to be around the room and they will pass the mics when you are invited to ask your question. But the rest still works as it was beforehand. We're now going to look at the issue of competitiveness versus fairness. But do the two actually have to be opposed? And what role can taxation play in that discussion, in that balance? Which should prevail, if any? I'm going to leave you for that discussion in the hands of Ms. Kerstin Jorna, who's the Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs, she's going to moderate the discussion. And I'd like to invite our moderator and panelists to join me on stage, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kerstin Jorna. I'm Director General in the European Commission, responsible for single market, industry, entrepreneurship, and SMEs. And it's my pleasure to moderate this panel today. Before I ask our panelists to present themselves and their short take on the versus, competitiveness versus fairness, I wanted a bit to set the scene. So, tax is something you take away from someone, and you give it to somebody else. And you see, it's core of the sovereignty. It took actually the Magna Carta, to wield it away from a ruler in the past, one of the first cases. Now, being the core of sovereignty, tax also has a special place in the legislation on the single market and in our EU treaty, because it requires unanimous decisions to move on. And because of that, it sometimes sits at odds with the single market idea, because, you know, it could be seen as a barrier to doing business across the single market without barriers and smooth, which is possible, but you're always confronted with 27 tax administrations. Increasingly, the fact these 27 tax systems, sovereign tax systems, also sit at odds with the idea of solidarity, which is one of the other principles in the single market. Climate change, war at our borders, deglobalization trends that we observe. That's the new paradigm. And tax actually can help companies and citizens to mitigate and adapt. If I'm today someone producing combustion engines, I will have to retrain. I'll have maybe an opportunity to work on batteries. It's also about onshoring some of the very strategic parts of our value chains. We're discussing Critical Raw Materials Act at the moment. And it's also about decarbonization. Of course, there are the other big trading blocs. The US, they have the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, and they use tax to help their companies and their citizens to make these changes, to adapt. And then there is also the Chinese model, which supports the companies very strongly. So this begs the question, really, what tax system do we need, tax system or tax systems do we need in the single market to use the scale of the single market to address these challenges? Do we need more aligned tax systems? Do we need to align them around shared European purposes like decarbonization? Do we need these tax systems to be more coordinated, to have less burden for our companies who will have to focus on other things? Because we need to address these challenges together. So the question is whether it's still good enough to be a regatta in the single market, or whether we need to be actually a carrier to address all these challenges. So this is my little framing of the discussion and the role of tax in the single market. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to my panelists, and I would ask them to present yourselves as well. I'll start with Chiara Oxfam to present yourselves and also maybe take your take on competitiveness versus fairness in the single market.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thanks for accepting me here, because I'm substituting the tax lead of Oxfam, Susanna Ruiz, that for health reasons couldn't be here. I'm the tax and inequality policy advisor at the Oxfam EU office, so I know what we are talking about for sure. And I am in this role since 5 years. Before, I was working for Transparency International Italy, so on anti-corruption and also transparency in public administration. So I would like to go beyond, to break this dichotomy of competitiveness and fairness, and to talk rather about fair competition. Because I think the problem here is not so much competition, but is that this kind of competition is harmful, is unfair. And it is harmful from on three main levels. First of all, if we think about the big corporation and the small and medium enterprises, and probably the other speakers will agree. The big corporation are those that made windfall profit in the last years, and we know that most part of these profits went to shareholders and were not invested. And the big corporations are those that can also use and benefit from aggressive tax planning to pay less taxes. All things that the small and medium enterprises cannot do. So there is an unfair competition. Then there is an imbalances and competition also among taxpayers. So the corporation on one side and the workers on the other side, the consumers, because corporate tax rate has decreased during the last decades. The revenues coming from the corporate taxation stayed the same despite the profit of corporation increased. And on the other side, we saw labor taxation remaining very high, and this is something that was discussed in this day, and everybody agreed that we have to reduce it. We are using more and more consumption taxes that, for the most part, are regressive. So if we want also to increase, because now it's a moment where we need to have more resources for the new challenges we have to think about what we can tax, who has more capacity to contribute, and I think these are the big corporation and also the wealthiest individuals. And then there is a third level of harmful competition between also the rich, the high-income countries, and the low-income countries. Here we tend to concentrate a lot to the EU and on the competitiveness with the US, with China, but we lose a bit the big picture. So the low-income countries are those that that lose the most for from tax avoidance if we compare these laws with their budget. And also sometimes what they lose in tax avoidance it's higher than what we give them in terms of development cooperation. So it's also an issue of policy coherence. And so how can we build a fairer competition? We discuss a lot of solutions in these days. I would like just to mention 3 of them. So the first, to make corporations pay their taxes where they have real economic activity, something that was meant to be in the BFIT but was then eliminated. To have more a progressive tax system and progressive taxation also of corporation with an excess profit tax on the rents, and also having a more democratic decision-making system on tax, hopefully on the UN, as it was highlighted before. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Progressive tax system for companies. Ben, you are the CEO of Euro Chambers. What's your take on, competitiveness versus fairness seen from the angle, of the companies that you talk to every day?
Thanks, Kirsten. The companies that we talk to every day are, on the whole, small and medium-sized enterprises, and they, of course, don't plea for higher corporate tax rates, as you might understand. Turkeys don't vote for Christmas, but nonetheless, for many of them, it's not a matter so much of the rate of taxation as the efficiency in which tax systems are managed and run, and within which they need to comply and pay their taxes. And this, for many, particularly small businesses, is very complex, very challenging, very demanding, and requires a lot of resources, both in terms of finances and human resources. Corporate taxation, high corporate taxation, is harmful to growth. I don't want to get into a debate on the pros and cons of growth. From our point of view, it's not a debate. We need growth. The EU's growth level is almost static at the moment, and we're losing ground on the US while other economies are catching up. So we do need to stimulate growth, and the tax system, the tax mix, is a key part of that. So corporate taxation, if too high, can be detrimental, is detrimental to growth. So we need to keep that under control. But the other point, as I mentioned before, is not so much the level, but the way in which it's managed. And in fact, in some countries where they have very low levels of corporate tax, they actually the headline rate of taxes is lower. The actual rate of corporate tax paid can be higher. Because of the way it's managed, because it's simplified, because companies are not looking necessarily to work with their advisors to identify ways of managing their tax burden carefully, because there aren't too many incentives and opt-outs for different sectors, because it's simple and low, it's sometimes far more efficient. So if you compare, for example, Ireland, where the corporate tax level is 12.5, the actual tax collected is around 10.5, whereas in France, it's around 26-27% corporate tax, but they only collect about 8.5% because of these loopholes and incentives that are implemented. So we have to think about the efficiency of the way that the tax system is managed, as well as the very basic rates. Apart from which, as you said at the beginning, Kirsten, it remains a matter of unanimity. So I'm not sure whether we're going to get to a situation whereby we can, at European level, reach an agreement on what the levels should be. But I think there's a lot of work that the member states can do together in terms of simplifying and coordinating the manner in which they manage their tax systems to the benefit of small businesses, and therefore to the benefit of employees, of the economy as a whole.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'd like to move to Gilles, because you're a member of the European Parliament and in the subcommittee on tax. Do you sometimes feel frustrated, that you're faced with this unanimous position of the member states? Where can you bring in, some of the considerations, for example, that Ben or also Chiara mentioned?
Well, thank you for your invitation. Of course, this is a frustration to have to deal with a matter that is a unanimous decision in the Council. It's true for tax matters, it's also true for diplomacy, for defense, and also it's a frustration for us. But nonetheless, we make progress. And I think, for example, the creation of our permanent committee on tax matters in this Parliament is a big achievement of this term, under the presidency of our colleague Paul Tang, and I thank Paul for his commitment to make this committee work. So this is already a first step, that we have this permanent committee, without which we wouldn't have this symposium today. So it's already an achievement. Of course, it's not enough, but I'm proud to be one of the founding members of the FISC committee. As a summary, of course, taxation plays a key role to support competitiveness and fairness. And the challenge, of course, is to achieve both at the same time. And I would say, as a summary, that I think that we need fairness inside the EU to ensure the competitiveness of the EU versus the outside world. And not the contrary. So I think we have a big way forward. Of course, there are many different definitions of fairness, and we have already several definitions of fairness since the beginning of our panel. And of course, I think every tax system is unfair to someone, or at least someone feels that the system is unfair to him. But of course, we have a single market in which people, goods, and also capital moves freely. But of course, as you recall, the tax systems remain a national competence. I think I don't want to be too long here, but I would like to highlight three main issues that would, in my view, make our system more competitive and fairer. The first one is, of course, that the complexity that arises from the patchwork of 27 different tax systems creates loopholes for tax abuse in itself. But also, and maybe it's even worse, uncertainty for honest companies, and instability and uncertainty for honest companies. I think we will have to address that. And I don't know if we can address that without giving up unanimity, but of course, I could mention the issue of unanimity in every sentence on this issue, because we always come back to this, in my view. And of course, we are here attempting to harmonize and simplify those rules, but with small successes, but without enough success, in my view, even if recent proposals are going to the right direction. My second point, of course, that we should ensure more tax fairness between EU member states, and avoiding harmful tax competition between them. Because, of course, the EU is strong when it speaks with one voice. And here we are speaking with 27 voices, making it easy for our competitors to play one member state against the other. And of course, we are losing, and maybe we will have a witness on my left that will be able to confirm that. But of course, as long as our competitors can play one member state against another one to install a new factory or to install a new company, a new subsidiary, we cannot solve the issue. So of course, we have to address this. And my third point, of course, in the single market, and that's also one of your concerns, Christine, we need to make sure that everyone, from individuals to corporations, pay their fair share and pay their taxes where they have to pay it. And of course, this is one of the main progress we have to make in the next years. Of course, the international agreement on corporate taxation has been a major milestone. It's not enough for many, it's not enough for me either, but it's a step. I would not have imagined that we would achieve this in the present term, to be honest. So it's a big achievement, and we can also thank Pascal Saint-Amand, who is in the room, for his commitment for this file. Of course, we have to go further, but it's a very important first step.
And of course, for this, we should also deepen the tax cooperation between member states. A lot of progress has been made, exchange of information, exchange of data between member states to show that we are together in this and not against one another.
Thank you very much. And with this, I'd like to move on to Kia Maria, because you're in the Econ Committee, member of European Parliament, which is, you know, where the economic governance is and where you are watching what member states are doing, whether their deficits are, you know, in line with the rules. How do you see that tax debate? Do you see it just in function of fiscal solidity, or do you have deeper discussions on this?
Well, I see it. Let me see. Yeah, it works great. No, and also thanks to the organizers and to the Commission and national parliaments for joining this debate. And I think starting from the national parliamentarians, I think that is a discussion very much in the economic governance, because of course member states see this very differently, and also within parliamentary groups we see also differences based on national background. Now we've concluded our the part on the employment side where I was the shadow, and now the file goes on in the Econ Committee, and then we see whether there will be agreement in this term in the Council and between the Parliament. No, but I think this discussion is very interesting, and from my angle, I would start by challenging how we pursue competition. Before this debate, I looked at Daniel's Tax Foundation report on the Competitiveness Index report, and there my country, Denmark, is ranked at the bottom. And I think in other rankings, we're ranked at the top. So how we measure competition is also very vital. And I could imagine, maybe you could elaborate on that the reason for Denmark being in the bottom is relatively high income taxation, and also, I would say, on average, corporate taxation. And moving a bit on to what Kira also said, from my perspective, we need to foster healthy competition. And I think tax competition is the contrary of healthy competition, because as Jill also mentioned, it fosters member states to define their tax rates not from what they think is fair, but from what other member states are doing in a competition to attract short-term investments that hopefully will stay for long, but we never know. So I think when discussing competition, we need to look less on the tax rates and more on what we can use tax revenues from, like investments in healthcare, social security, infrastructure, which is also part of the overall competitiveness of a country. So for me, this discussion should be on fairness when it comes to taxation and less on competition. And here I think the answer should be to move away from, or move from labor taxation and towards taxation of capital and of wealth and on pollution. I think you mentioned also the decarbonizations in your introductory remarks. I think it's unbelievable that we still have lower taxation of airplanes than we have of trains. I think that is just also unfair competition between transport systems. And then I think it's very interesting also to look at how can we foster a single market. I think here both tax plays a role. You mentioned the complexity of 27 different tax systems. I think that is very vital to discuss. And then also the labor and employment aspect of it when we have free movement. So I look very much forward to the discussions.
Thank you very much. And that makes me move to Daniel. Daniel is the president and CEO of the Tax Foundation. You're American, and you know, you're looking from outside to our debates. What does it inspire you?
That's a great question. I think one of the interesting things about Tax Foundation, at least in recent years, is we've not only focused on what's going on in the US, but what has been going on around the world. Kira mentioned our International Tax Competitiveness Index and the interesting results for Denmark. It gets back to a point that Ben was making earlier about what makes a good tax system. Our goal at Tax Foundation is to see governments adopt tax policies that don't stand in the way of growth. And part of that means adopting policies that are simple, transparent, stable over time, and neutral. And that's reflected in the way we measure tax competitiveness in our index. You might recognize that Estonia is at the top of the index. Estonia has a very simple, straightforward tax system, relatively successful at raising revenues, nearly 35% of GDP. So there is the revenue there that can be used for the fiscal system. And I think it's worth saying that, you know, when we talk about competition or fairness, there needs to be a zooming out and thinking of fiscal fairness as a whole package, the tax system, the spending system, as well as on the competitiveness side, especially as tax competition is changing. We are seeing this change partially because of the Inflation Reduction Act and the global minimum tax, of a shift from tax competition to fiscal competition. And that will be interesting to follow going forward, but one of the challenges that I see cropping up is that it's a competition over who can adopt or propose the most complex things. So the businesses that are able to figure out how to navigate the global minimum tax rules and also be eligible for the subsidies and also be able to reach into various markets will be able to succeed in this new competitive environment, but it doesn't allow for the kind of principles that we support in tax policy to really see the light of day. And honestly, when it comes to the current situation that, it's not only tax competition, but, global geopolitical shifts, I think it's important to be looking at the tax policy, the tax mix, either at the member state level or for whatever own resources are considered, and look for the most efficient ways to tax, to raise the revenue without burdening growth.
In fact, probably supporting growth, because in the
Absolutely.
transformation, you need de-risking, because transformation means innovation, means, risk, and that's where, the investment thing doesn't fully come through always. I have two questions from the floor. I have Alexandre Simpson on C245.
Thank you, Simões. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I noticed that the sound may broke, but we may have no translation, but the clock is always running, so I will be very brief. Tax competitiveness is an increasingly important factor, but Portugal, my country, ranks for 36th position out of 38 countries on tax competitiveness list. And especially on corporate tax, Portugal occupies the second position in the list of the highest nominal taxation and the third highest effective rate in the European Union. These are numbers from Tax Foundation. The result, economic stagnation. Meanwhile, other economies have chosen to lower the level of corporate taxation and have grown and surpassed my country. I want to ask for your comment, based on your experience, if effectively corporate taxes are the most harmful taxes for economic growth, and also regarding the direct relationship between the level of corporate taxation and its effects on the competitiveness of an economy, like, for example, the Portuguese one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Simões is, sorry, I can't really read your name, is a member of the Portuguese Parliament. I suggest we take the second question at the same time, and then maybe for panel members you can see how you react. My second question is for Fias Darshan on seat 428.
That's right. Thank you very much for giving a chance to ask this question. So I'm here, so you can see. Good. Taxation. So the first of all, I would like to say that taxation is very much linked to the production manufacturing, where the balance between the import and export, and we have seen in last years that how many manufacturing processes have moved outside the EU. So already we see that there the competitiveness having a problem. Then we see that also the carbon taxes, which is the very bold position that EU is taking, leading that. This is the right thing to do. But that we see that also the cost for the business is coming on there. So now then the competitiveness linked to the cost, but then we look at the fairness. And I join, as you said also, that shouldn't be the right thing to move the labor tax to the pollution rather than having, because today we have approximately 49% EU in the labor taxes we have in the EU. So my question is here, how we can support the business in a way to create more competitiveness in the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I go back to my panel. Who feels wanting to, maybe on the competitiveness index?
Absolutely. So one of the important things to consider in tax policy, and this has been a subject of academic discussion for many years, is the concept of excess burden. when you apply a tax, you're not only getting the revenue from the tax, there's going to be some behavioral shift. Now, some taxes lead to larger behavioral shifts than others. And this is where the categorization of different types of taxes, as far as the harmfulness to growth or the harmfulness to innovation and things like that, come into play. And that's where the corporate income tax, because it directly impacts the incentive to invest, the incentive to reinvest and grow businesses, bring in capital, hire more workers, is seen as the most harmful to growth. And when it comes to Portugal in particular, one of the challenges is thinking about broad bases and low rates and being competitive with respect to raising tax revenue efficiently, and not trying to overburden one sector and then providing incentives to another sector, and with the different special preferences for individuals who might relocate to a jurisdiction. All of these preferences lead to hollowing out the tax base in some ways, requiring a higher total statutory rate to make up the differences. And a lot of times when countries are trading off higher statutory rates with a lot of incentives, what you're getting is kind of a mess of a system overall, rather than something that's coherent and effective at raising revenue while also not burdening growth.
I'd like to ask Gilles, because you said, tax also that must have a purpose, and Kira, you argued the same. I mean, you have to levy some tax if you want to support some purpose. Would you agree with that statement, that corporate is the worst? Corporate taxation?
Well, no, I would say that taxation is also the result of the choices of a welfare state that we have in our respective member states, or even outside the EU. You cannot be number one in every ranking, as the Denmark example shows. Soon, maybe next year. But if you choose to have a high taxation, to have a high social standards, then of course, you may have the danger of lacking competitiveness on the international level. Of course, it is, you have to find the right balance. This is a question of balance, and this is the whole purpose of our discussion, I think. But this is very, very interesting. And also one other issue that was addressed is how we can shift taxation from revenues, for example, to green taxation. This is a thrilling matter and very hard. We had a very hard debate in France about this. It was very hard to conclude, because there are always losers when you shift from one taxation to another. And the winners are not grateful, and the losers are very angry. So it's very tough. It's on the paper, it's a very good idea and very nice, but concretely it was very tough to implement what we call like a behavioral taxation or something like this. Because in the spirit of everyone, and I'm the first to say that, €1 that you take is not equal to €1 that you give back. €1 that you give back, okay, you forget it, it's €1. But €1 that is taken is like you are cut one's arm. Huh? So it's very difficult to have a kind of reasoning to say, okay, your revenue will be taxed less, but the way you use fossil fuels will be taxed more. Because at the individual level, it will not be an exact compensation, and you will have many, many losers, at least in their heads.
Maybe Kira, behavioral taxes, they are designed to change behavior, but if the behavior change, then you have no tax revenue anymore. Is that a consideration from a fiscal point of view?
Well, that is of course a challenge. Like, I think if we tax carbon emissions very much, hopefully at some point we won't have that much carbon emissions, and then we will have a loss in our budget. So we need to be aware of that and not only rely on taxes that hopefully eventually will run out. But I wanted to comment also on the question on creating competitiveness. I think I fully agree with what Jill said, and I think we need to keep in mind also that of course businesses create growth. They very much do. They're a very valuable contributor, but so is the rest of society. And in that sense, I think taxing corporations aren't harmful to competition. Like, if we want to make sure that we can have our kids looked after in the school while we go at work, or our parents being taken care of, that is also contributing to the growth of companies and the society as a whole, and someone needs to fund that, and we need to share that burden equally. And then I think also the question was also from that was over here, on how to support businesses. I think in the beginning of the mandate, Isabel Benjamin, who were here earlier, and I worked on the Capital Markets Union. I think there is still a lot to do. Fostering investments across the EU is difficult today for startups. And then ensuring also that we have the labor force that we need and that we have enough. We still have a lot of women not being part of the labor market, but also a lot of migrant workers, and we have an issue with reskilling. So I think that is one of the key things we need to also look at when we talk about competitiveness in Europe.
Thank you. I'd like to move to Ben, because, is there any tax you would prefer? The companies from your angle, would be preferable from another, or no tax, or some tax?
I think if you asked 10 different companies which tax mix they would like, you get 10 different answers. So I'm not going to attempt to give you an answer to that one. And I'm certainly not here to say that companies don't want to pay tax and don't recognise the importance of corporation tax. Clearly they do, and 99% of companies pay their taxes correctly and efficiently. Particularly, as I said, smaller businesses, they feel like they're part of their community. They're very close to the social fabric, so they're not in the business of trying to avoid paying their corporate taxes. But it has to be, as I think we all agree, nobody's disagreeing. I guess we perhaps disagree where you find the right balance, but it needs to be balanced. And as you said, Pia, there are many different elements that create an environment that enables companies to compete, and it's not just about how much tax they pay. It's about having the children coming out of school with the right competencies and education and philosophy to life, I guess, and it's about having the right infrastructure, and all of that costs money, of course. But we've got to get the balance right, and it's got to be done efficiently and simply, so that both the state and the companies are not wasting money trying to implement and comply with tax regimes that are over complex and burdensome.
Chiara, I mean, you observe kind of different tax systems and where different governments try to find these balances. Would you say that there would be a benefit of trying to do it at a higher level? Or should taxes be actually at the sub-governmental level to achieve the best balance? What does your experience tell you?
Yeah. So first of all, I would like just to comment. I'm really surprised that there is still a debate about taxes against growth, because I think that really the history proved that the trickle-down economics, so taxing less the corporation, the rich individual, will allow to give fortune to everybody. Everybody will be better off. This didn't become real. So it's really something that the history showed that it was not true. And also in this same place, some months ago, there was a discussion of beyond growth, how to go beyond growth. So we have also to think about the increase of inequality, how much also the tax system should continue, because that was one of the first objectives, to redistribute, to collect and then redistribute money. And as it was said also by other speakers, the tax system allows to collect revenue that then can also create the condition, the infrastructure, education to then allow growth. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised that there is still this strong context. In terms of what is the level, where is better to tax, I think, of course, it depends on taxation. For a certain kind of taxes on corporate taxation, but I hope also more and more also on individual form of taxation, we need a global architecture. I mean, first of all, because it becomes then less difficult to avoid this kind of taxes, yeah, so this was my...
Okay. I'd like to come back to the question, you know, how much alignment do we need between the 27 countries, seeing the challenges now? You know, this is, you know, if we do everybody at their speed, we will never have the scale. And if, you know, countries only collect to attract, I mean, you have this competition for creation of companies, then maybe they will even cancel themselves out, and we are not using the scale that's possible in the single market actually to create a whole supply chain. So I'd like to ask our policy makers, our two members of European Parliament, where do you see this subsidiarity challenge, this go-away challenge from member states come in most, on what type of tax? Or in the other way, do you see some forms of taxation where maybe this go-away challenge might be less strong?
I think it's quite strong in all cases, at least in the Nordic countries. If the EU wants to touch our taxes, everyone will say stay away. But I think it's a very important point, because also as you highlighted, we have 27 different tax systems, that it creates complexity, which is burdensome and unfortunate for our economies. I think where I would say that we should look at is the cross-border workers. Now we have a lot of digital nomads also in Portugal, and to look at how we can actually make sure that our tax systems is also like easily understood for people working in more than one country or teleworking from another country. So I think that would be where I would look at, and then also seeing if at some point we can agree on a common tax base and a way of taxing corporate income tax.
Gilles, any views on this?
No, I think, okay, I'm in favor of a qualified majority decision in tax matters, but on the other side, I respect the member state choice to keep this as a national competence. We have to respect this because this is part of the pact of European democracy. Nonetheless, I think we should strive to reduce discrepancies between corporate tax rates in Europe. Currently, I think the lowest is Hungary with 9% and the highest is 25% in France. Also, Ben, you made my day because you said basically that France was a tax haven and the actual tax rate was 8% in France. So you made my day, really. It's a good news. It's good news. But nonetheless, I think it's too much from 9 to 25. And I think we should find a solution, maybe to have a kind of an agreement that everyone is between 15 and 20, so that this is not a criteria anymore for outside companies to choose one country over another. I think it could be a good basis, but on a basis of a multilateral agreement and not with a European regulation, because of the choices so far. Of course, if we reopen the treaties, I will be the first to plead that taxation is part of EU discussion and negotiation at the EU level.
But you don't see a type of tax that would be maybe more palatable to member states than others? I mean, behavioral taxes maybe more?
Well, we are not all at the same stage on this issue. Some member states are very advanced and some not at all. So I don't see how we could in the short term find a kind of broader agreement on this. But of course, we managed to find agreement on the Green Deals. We managed to find agreements on CBAM. We made a lot of progress. So I have a lot of hope for the next years.
Kira, you want to come in?
Just to add, I think also the issue is more the political divisions and less the national aspect of it, because I think like member states, depending on the color of their government, is more willing to cooperate on taxation also on EU level. So I think there is the divisions more than the national sovereignty aspects, I would say.
Any other views on this from outside? You know, what would you recommend us to have as a...
Yeah, so I think there are some taxes, and there was also a debate yesterday that would be more effective at European level. And for example, we debated the wealth tax. It will be also maybe easier to implement it at European level because the majority of countries don't have it. So it will not be in competition with taxes that are already there. And then what I mentioned before, so a different tax system for companies, a system that will tax the companies where they have the real economic activity. This is something that you can't do in just one country.
So I'll make 2 quick points. One is you have to have more than just a justification that harmonization is good. Whatever you're harmonizing to needs to be good policy. And then the second point, and I think this is a bigger issue, is where the EU institutions have already been active, and this is on the value-added tax. And the VAT gap is quite large. There are many billions there, both in avoidance and in the policy gap. And this is also an own resource, the call rate on the VAT. And I think there is work that should be done because this is one of those taxes that raises a lot of revenue for member states. It could also be a part of further expansion of the EU budget, but also it's a relatively efficient tax. And it's something that, from one perspective on fairness, everybody contributes because they all buy something at some point in their lives.
Okay, a plea for the VAT. That's actually where we started together as the EU. I'd like to come back to one point you made, Chiara, and several of you actually, on tax avoidance. That's unfair if you don't pay taxes and the others do. How much do you think we should step up or keep our current level on discussion of tax avoidance? Wouldn't that be something that would be popular with everyone? Chiara?
Well, I think the issue is that for the countries, and Paul mentioned in his introductory speak, Netherlands as being one of them, as long as you have member states that are actively trying to become a tax haven or trying to use tax avoidance to steal revenue from other member states, we won't find any agreement. So it's also a policy choice for the individual member states whether they want to foster European competitiveness, a European single market and a European economy, or whether they want to be 27 countries competing against each other in tax.
Well, as I said before, the scale of the transformation or the challenges, I mean, only looking at defense, for example, is such that we need to think single market scale. So we need to also think of, what systems actually allow this scale, including on the tax side. Ben?
There's another single market aspect to it, which is the issue of double taxation, which burdens some businesses, and they are caught by that trap. So for sure we have to look at tax avoidance, but we also need to look at these anomalies in the way that the single market functions, or is in some respects dysfunctional, and double taxation is a problem for a number of businesses, and a disincentive to smaller businesses to even try to trade across borders. So we need to look at that too.
Ben, I'd also like to come back on our 2 proposals, the single head office, HOT and BFIT. What was the reaction? We proposed this in our recent SME relief package. What was the reaction of your members and the companies to this?
On BFIT, the jury is out, but the initial reactions are broadly positive, and I think it's a good step forward in trying to tackle this long-standing challenge of addressing corporate tax base differences. But we need to explore the details. On the HOT proposal, the head office tax system, the feedback we're getting is very positive. That really is tackling a very practical and acute issue that discourages smaller businesses from doing business across borders. It's neat, it's simple, at least at the moment. We'll see what we end up with at the end of the process. Sometimes these things evolve in funny directions, but the proposal, we really like that, and we would really support the co-legislators to do so too.
Because I was going to ask you, what would you advise the co-legislators to defend in this proposal? I mean,
well, the basic concept is very simple, and I think that the notion of allowing a small business to submit its tax returns via a system with which it is familiar, rather than having to decipher many other systems, is a very compelling notion, and we really hope that can be maintained and supported. I'm looking at the MEPs, but Council as well, wherever you are, and we'll see how it ends up. Are you hoping that this will be finished by the end of this mandate, Kirsten? Or?
I maybe can ask Gerassimos, who's the Director General, will of course try to finish it by the end of the mandate, which is, but you know, we need to try, and it's to make sense around a tax system that is a combination of 27 and the regatta principle, but to bring them at least more together on some aspects. There's a last point I'd like to make on complexity. Is that a debate in the US, complexity of the tax systems between the states and the federal and...
So the US has the opposite challenge with complexity compared to what the EU has. In the US, the federal tax system looms very large, and the state tax systems, they're meaningful. They can play into business decisions whether to be on one side of the border or the other for different states, but the collection and the impact is relatively smaller compared to the federal. And in the EU, it's the opposite. The member states have significant tax policy that's very meaningful to business decisions, and at the EU level, there's almost nothing. As far as, you know, certainly there are EU level regulations that impact business, but not necessarily in the tax space. So in the US, and we also don't have state aid regulations. So my home state of South Carolina provides oftentimes generous subsidies to new businesses to locate there and competes with other states. And I would put this in the harmful category when it comes to competition, because it's oftentimes doesn't actually lead to long-term stable business environment or growth. Again, we're about broad bases, low rates, and simple, transparent, good tax policy. So there is a conversation on complexity, but it's mostly at the federal level because that is where the complexity is. And so it doesn't surprise me that where the complexity is here at the member state level, where the main policy levers are, that the conversation about complexity is at the member state level.
Okay, it's always good to also see the grass is not greener on the other side of the Atlantic. Given the time, I'd like to summarize a couple of takeaways before I ask my panel members for the last 3 words. So what I take away is it's a real challenge in a new context to get the tax system right. It's not like just, you know, changing on the margins. It's really thinking ahead how we finance and together these challenges that we have as a European Union. And the single market as a tool is not a purpose in itself, but it's a tool to make that effort more relevant for everyone. And that really, because the transformation, this is for companies, but it's also for citizens who move, who live in other member states, who train, who have to upskill. My second point would be on the behavioral taxes. They're good, they're effective, but they don't create, even at the end, they will not create a lot of revenue. So you always have to see this, you know, in a circular view. It will not be a long-term solution. Tax avoidance, it's an issue, and we find it difficult to tackle in the debate for the time being, but it's clearly a fairness issue. The single market in all of this, I mean, I retain that there is really a scale. It's the scale for innovation that we have to use, the scale for manufacturing, finding jobs, and, you know, the tax system, and we saw some of you mention examples, could really be a turbo and not really the tape that glues your feet to the ground. So this would be my own takeaways. You may probably have different ones. In the concluding round, I would like to ask my panel, I present you a pair of words, and I would just ask you to choose the one you think is the one to choose. There will be difficult pairs of words. I'll ask you 3, but you know, try to choose. And I'll start here for the first thing. So my first pair is fairness, efficiency.
I will choose fairness. Do we have to comment or just...
okay. One word. Ben.
Efficiency.
Kira.
No, I think we can do both.
But that's cheating.
And I choose fairness.
I would choose efficiency because fairness is more difficult to achieve.
Also efficiency.
Okay, I have a majority of efficiency here. My next pair is single market, subsidiarity.
I would say single market.
Ben, you disappoint me. You have to think.
Is this specifically about tax or?
Yeah.
Okay, off the record, nobody from the Chamber Network is listening to this single market.
I would say single market as well.
Me too, single market.
What's your recommendation?
It depends. I mean, honestly. It truly depends. Subsidiarity, maybe. But it depends.
Okay. My last pair is low rates, public good. Maybe we should start with you. This is unfair.
I would say low rates.
This is an American answer, huh? Shall I do the French answer? No, I would go for low rates.
I would go for public goods.
Efficiency.
Of course, public goods.
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting debate. There's a lot to do around single market and taxation, I think, for generations to come, but we never know. Gilles, as you said, you know, things might evolve very quickly. And, but it's clear we need to have it on our radar, and it's core part of how the single market works, really. Thank you very much, and I would like to ask you for an applause for our great panel.
Thank you all very much indeed. That was a very lively discussion for the end of a long day, so it's great to keep everybody going with such discussions. The time has come to wrap up our day, and I will invite to do so one of our very first speakers of this morning. So please welcome back Paul Tang, MEP and Chair of the FISC Subcommittee.
It's always a very difficult moment to be between the audience and the drinks they are waiting for them. So I try to keep it brief and short and as much as possible. Having this discussion today, I was reminded of visiting Singapore with the FISC Subcommittee. What I find striking in the program in Singapore, we didn't have any meetings which we usually have with NGOs or with journalists. And the few academia we could find were absolutely in line with the government policy. I was reminded of that. I see the opposite today, right? We have a very diverse community, we have very diverse opinions. And of course, as a European, I value that very much, but I also like to think, I was reminded in Singapore, that change will only come from the outside, never from the within. And this is what is good about having this discussion here today with people from very different backgrounds, in different roles, coming together. This is where the change will start. Because even though the diversity is sometimes very huge, it's up to the point that it's confusing. We usually say, oh, we are confused at a higher level. No. It's not how it works. From this discussion will also comes a way forward. Because we have seen changes, let's not forget that. We have seen changes, and these changes will come. I've seen a change, for example, in my country, the Netherlands, where I started as a member of parliament, saying, well, maybe it's not a good idea. And that started a discussion in the Netherlands. It was not just me, it was also the NGOs and the journalists that I mentioned. And that led to a serious change in the thinking in the Netherlands. Of course, it's now just the thinking that has changed. We also need the real changes in tax policy and tax results in the Netherlands, but that's a real change. We have seen, and I'm reminded of Paolo Gentiloni said it early this morning, who would have thought that we would have a minimum effective tax rate 5 years ago? Really, 5 years ago in the European Parliament, we discussed a minimum effective corporate tax rate. But in all honesty, it seemed at that point a somewhat theoretical discussion. And in that sense, the BEPS project by the OECD has been a great success because it has delivered. Maybe not always in the way we wanted, I look at Tove, but still, there was a change. And it was a multilateral framework with all its flaws in a time where we see a polarization and a geopolitical tensions in the world. So it was good to see this, have this multilateral framework to come to a result. And sometimes you also have effect with our actions that we may not always expect, because I remember the introduction of the digital services tax. Didn't come to fruition in the European Union, but it certainly led to the pressure on the US to come up with, and this is why we have a Pillar 1 in the OECD framework. And if that doesn't succeed, as someone predicted today, hey, we will see the digital services taxes back again. So from this diversity, they will see a common approach, and that's what I would like to, at the end of this long day with the very diverse opinions, keep to you. This today is a start for change. Right? Keep that in mind. I keep it brief, but let me say a few words of thanks. And of course, to start with, and he will have the closing remarks, is of course to Thomas Gerassimos and his team from TaxUt. But there are many more involved in having this day. The European Parliament services, from the Conference Coordination Unit to the National Parliaments units, the Communication Protocol staff, the security and the ushers that helped us so much today, and also in front of this, but also the translators that had just left, and last but not least today, also the technicians. You saw the system break down, but still we were able to continue. Thank you for that. And lastly, I want to thank the great secretariat of the FISC Subcommittee over there. Thank you very much. We have been working hard in the past years to start the subcommittee with highly ambitious. We are active and we are successful, as today shows. We want the European Parliament to be at the heart of the pan-European debate today, and today just shows that. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Well, I do
please
Gerassimos,
do
Thomas.
the honors.
It's a joint cooperation between, and I'm very glad to see that, with the European Parliament and the European Commission. And Gerassimos has really pulled and pushed to get it done. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you all. It's great to be here in this room. We are all very honored to be here, and thank you for the Spanish presidency and all the presidencies that participated. It's important to work together, Council, Parliament, Commission, on this file. It is difficult, but we did a lot of things, and I think we will do a lot of things in the next term. The first thank goes to the staff that who have worked for us, all the staff mentioned by Paul, also in the Commission, my colleagues here at all levels, the staff that prepared, the staff that did, and the staff will follow up on this event, that it is important to follow up. We have one coming up next year. And I think that the debate was broad, and it was broadened. Actually, the first time we had the tax symposium last year, and we tried to draw conclusions on where to go next, and this event broadened our horizons, and I think it's a good thing. It broadened the scope of our event. It also broadened, the level of taxation we have to think. And I always like to say to my staff, this event is not only about what we will do at EU level. This thinking it's needed at all levels. The mayors might think on what levels to put, and this debate is relevant for them, or the regions, or the national levels. So we do this in this house, but it also has effects in the decisions that will be taken elsewhere. I will not summarize, but I will remind a couple of things, to ourselves, because we talked about revenues and things. I would say that VAT revenue is 1.1 trillion euro. So we only had one panel yesterday on VAT, and it was on technology, but it is a lot of money that it is coming our way, and it has to be put in a good use. The other number I want to remind ourselves is that, as we heard yesterday, the EU's wealthiest 1% hold over a quarter of the Union's wealth. Let's keep it in the back of our minds. And the last one is that the largest single revenue that we have from the EU revenues is the social security contributions. And that's where I come to complement what was discussed earlier on. Taxation at the EU level, and here I keep the EU level, it was a lot about tax avoidance of corporates, taxation of corporates. It was linked to the free movement of capital. And we were very secure about labor. Labor was local. The residence of workers, it was local. And this is being changing now. So labor, we had labor mobility, but the notion of tax residence for people is changing fast. And this is something that we have to think about. And the social security contribution, it was something also that, according to some people, very rigid in my view, they were saying this has nothing to do with the tax people. I had a meeting with the presidency a few presidencies ago, not to say which ones, and the people were saying, the tax people were saying, we have nothing to do with these people who do social security contribution. And now these people have to talk to each other. That is my lesson to me. And I think as Commission, we always have to, we are in DNA to think about the future. One thing I learned, apart from about what we will do next year, is that we need to speak a little bit more about the spending side. So we spoke a lot primarily about revenue the last day and a half, but I think, and it was mentioned by Elena, one of the Director General from Portugal, we need to speak about what do we do also on the quality of spending, or where do we spend the money that we raise in order to have the full picture. I think it is easier, we had this afternoon in particular, it is easier to make decisions about or to have clear views on taxation if you approach it from a point of view of one stakeholder group. You are receiving, and it's easier to have a clear mind on what you should receive more. I look here on my left a bit. Whether it is a stakeholder, a sector, or whether it is a group of countries, developing countries versus others. It is more complicated if you have to find this balance, between those who give and those who do not give. So the tax mix, it is difficult to coordinate. We don't have the competence to put laws, but we can coordinate the semester, the RRFF. So I think it is important to think forward. The last comment is, I think the tax mix of tomorrow should be more about young people decisions. I have a mother which is like Tove's mother, I think, but she's not good for policy advice about the 21st century. So I love her, but I don't listen to her. So with this, has to be a debate about young people, the tax mix for 2050. We have to get the young people on board. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. It has been very intense. It has been very fruitful. There has been lots going on, including unexpected tech issues, but once again, thanks to our tech team for solving it. So we are now able to go and enjoy a very well-deserved drink. It is taking place where the lunch was, on the second floor. So when you get to where the lunch was, you go down one floor. There will be people to guide you anyway, just in case you don't find the way. It's easy to get lost in this building. Have a very nice evening and a safe trip home for all of you traveling. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.